Chapter 571 Is This Guy a Cockroach? Chapter 571 Is This Guy a Cockroach? Translator Atlas Studios Editor Atlas Studios. At the same time, the Six Nations were also attacked by the DarkStar spaceships. Without the protection of Han Shao, the cities were ravaged by the projectiles, with charred corpses lying everywhere in the streets. The tanks fired toward the spaceships in the sky, the artillery shells bursting out into black smoke as they bombarded the energy shields of the spaceship. However, even an armor-piercing round could not penetrate the shield made from interstellar technology and would only cause a few ripples. The DarkStar spaceships remained unaffected, only leaving behind a cloud of smoke in the area of impact before they turned to fire directly at the tanks. The laser cannons effortlessly punched through the armor of the tanks, blowing them up from the inside. The tanks were quickly annihilated. The civilization tiers of both parties were too far apart. The Six Nations had no way to resist. However, the fighter planes continued to bombard the DarkStar spaceships. Even at the cost of being destroyed, none of the planes chose to retreat. They were akin to moths flying toward the flame in this one-sided battle. Even though they knew it was impossible to break the defense of the spaceship, the planes still stubbornly launched their suicidal attacks. The aliens wished to destroy the whole planet, so escaping would not be of any use. There was no path of retreat for them, and this disaster seemed to have awakened the tenacity of the planet Aquamarine people. The Six Nations swore to guard their homeland till their very last breath. Even if they knew that this was like a mantis trying to stop a cart, they would still put in all their strength to resist, despite being weak. As the upper echelons of the Six Nations watched DarkStar ravage the city and the soaring levels of casualties, they felt a sadness within. The old era had been a turbulent time, and because they had experienced countless wars, everyone had long become accustomed to it. However, they had to continuously consume the lives of their soldiers now, letting them die without any means of damaging the enemy. This was the first time that resistance had been futile. The upper echelons of the Six Nations all had expressions that were as calm as a lake, but their fists were clenched so tight that their knuckles had turned white. In the past few months, they had continuously felt the sorrow of being a backward civilization. It was akin to being a child that continuously got trampled by the adults around it. At this moment, the reinforcements from the sanctuary arrived. Many of the players had also been brought over. While the enemy spaceships outnumbered the reinforcements, a portion was successfully restrained, allowing the Six Nations to somewhat negate the threat of annihilation. Black Star's men have arrived. The clenched fists of the upper echelons loosened slightly. Thank goodness. On this weak, backwater planet like ours, we still have someone like Black Star. Only through him do we have some form of retaliatory strength. Above the sanctuary, there were vastly more DarkStar spaceships. They rained concentrated fire on the protective shield of the sanctuary. Tremors and rumbling could constantly be felt. With Nagakin's troops continuously harassing the spaceships, they were unable to focus on breaking the protective shield. This was especially so for Nagakin, who did not need other means to deal with the spaceships in the atmosphere. Blasts of flames from his body would be able to shatter a spaceship's energy shield, and a few punches would be enough to decimate the whole ship. He had a worried expression on the whole time, constantly glancing at the battlefield where Han Shao was. He had noticed the appearance of Degulish and company, and only then did he realize that their target was Black Star. Nagakin wanted to turn around and provide assistance to Han Shao, but the latter had informed him through his communicator that there was no need for assistance. Black Star himself would handle the 3 Calamity Grade Supers, whilst Nagakin would be in charge of attacking the spaceships. The guy was mad. Nagakin did not wish to imagine how Han Shao was going to entangle with 3 Calamity Supers. If it was him, it would be equivalent to a death sentence. Only after Han Shao told him that he would definitely call upon him if he could not handle it any longer did Nagakin throw away his thoughts of reinforcing him. He had viewed Black Star's interactions with the upper echelons a few times and knew that this mercenary was extremely practical. He would never sacrifice himself for a noble cause and would definitely have some assurance before he carried out his plan. Thus, he could only restrain his anxiety even though he did not know how Han Shao was going to deal with the 3 of them. Inside the protective shield, Countless residents gazed with expressions of fear at the shield above their heads, which looked like it would shatter at any moment. This was their last line of defense. Everyone was so afraid that they were shaking and praying nonstop. A portion of the DarkStar spaceships suddenly opened to release ground troops, which bypassed the protective shield to land on the ground. The tens of thousands of players immediately rushed forward to get a kill, and the inserted troops were drowned in the sea of players like pebbles, hardly even making a ripple. With tens of thousands of supers, all of whom were immortal, this sort of combat capability scared DarkStar into no longer carrying out a ground attack. The ground combatants of DarkStar all hugged on the doors of the spaceships, refusing to get off. Amen, how good it is to be in the air. I'm not going to send myself to my grave. The DarkStar troops also could not be bothered to deal with those immortals, only focused on laying siege to the city. Because only a few of the players had the privilege of entering spaceships to fight in the aerial battle, the majority could only helplessly crane their necks up to look at the scene. A couple of people who had gotten bored out of their minds had already begun using their recording functions. However, those people quickly found something else to do and all turned their heads to observe the earth-shaking battlefield that Han Shao was a part of. Boom! Degulish sent a fist through one of the tower shields of the G1 Steel Army Corps warriors. The pugilist force radiated outward, and the surrounding mechanical warriors were also caught in the impact and blasted off. Meanwhile, Terry rotated like a gyro, with a killing range of more than 100 meters in diameter. The mechanical soldiers caught within his range were all cut into pieces. With another two companions to suppress the firepower, Ember's black current could finally showcase its killing potential. The black current swept across like a tsunami, swallowing everything in its path. He alone destroyed over 2,000 machines on his own. The attack of 3 Calamity Grade Supers contained a terrifying destructive power. The number of machines in the mechanical army was reduced by a third in a short period of time. The losses were serious. To use my current mechanical army to go against 3 Calamity Grades seems to be a little forced. Han Shao had a solemn expression. Those losses, however, were still within his expectations. A Calamity Grade was not that easy to deal with. With his current machine's performance, he had to sacrifice tens of thousands of cannon fodder before he could grind the energy of a Calamity Grade to zero. He also had to see what sort of ability the opponents had. If it was someone with an AoE skill such as Anner, then the difficulty would rise. Thankfully, Ember's ability was better suited to go against carbon-based lifeforms. While it afforded both offense and defense, the consumption of energy was huge. Degulish was a pugilist, and while his single-target offense was insanely high, he lacked an AoE skill. As a mechanical pugilist, Terry was the same. Thus, the mechanical army had some sort of effect on them, dragging out more time before the 3 of them could reach him. However, Han Shao only managed to dodge for a while before being pounced upon. At close range, he still fell into a passive state. Degulish and Terry were both good at melee battles, so their offense was like a storm. Han Shao could only defend. His energy shield was constantly being broken, and the hovering shield shuttle had also been sliced in two. His giant mechanical hands had been blasted into smithereens, and he was only relying on the hardness of his mechanical suit, with his HP slowly dwindling. Whenever he commanded his mechanic army to rain fire, Ember would control his black current to withstand the gunfire and allow his teammates to focus on attacking Han Shao. The black current separated the mechanical army from Han Shao, with the army outside and Han Shao on the inside. While the mechanical army wished to rush inside to aid Han Shao, they were all repelled by Ember. Because their numbers had dwindled, the pressure on Ember was a lot weaker as well, and he now had the energy to occasionally fire a shot at Han Shao. Only the 8 Oathkeepers constantly guarded Han Zhao's side. They assisted in his battle but were broken one by one. The Oathkeepers were elite machines, and under the mechanical bonus given by Han Shao, they had the ability to fight against a Grade B Super alone. However, this time the opponent was Calamity Grade, and there were even 3 of them. Bang! The last Oathkeeper was viciously kicked by Degulish, and its mechanical parts spilled out like intestines. This was closely followed by Degulish grabbing its head and yanking it off, splashing its surroundings with motor oil. There were still a few sparking wires on its neck. Whatever else you still have, Call it all out. Degulish threw away the Oathkeeper's head, speaking arrogantly. The 8 Oathkeepers had all collapsed, and Han Shao was half kneeling on the ground, coughing non-stop. His mechanical suit was quite damaged and was spraying sparks. In his surroundings was the black current, blocking all his mechanical army through the control of Ember. Han Shao took a breath as he checked his status. His HP was still at 82%, his energy having just returned to full. However, his mechanical suit had sustained quite a bit of damage and was already at 8% durability, activating its skill Indestructible Toughness. This gave him some immunity, but he needed to receive damage to his body to activate energy absorption. The Void Dragon mechanical suit was decent equipment, and he had used it for a long time, with it being able to keep up with his promotion in grades. Han Shao did not wish to lose this mechanical suit, and seeing its durability hit rock bottom, he quickly stowed the suit away, exposing his body to the 3 Calamity Grades. Only then did the 3 of them finally see his face. Finally, you are willing to come out from your turtle shell. The corners of Ember's mouth curled up. Once a mechanic abandoned his mechanical suit and revealed his true body, it meant that he had been forced down the path of no return. Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and kill him. Terry looked impatient as he shook the metal pieces, turning them into a blade brimming with energy. At this juncture, Han Shao suddenly stood up straight. His expression did not have much nervousness, and his composure caused the trio from DarkStar to frown in response. Don't rejoice too early. The battle has only just begun. As he spoke, Han Shao stomped using his foot. Endless mechanical force spread from his feet into his surroundings, akin to a large spider web. It easily bypassed the black current, covering the entire battlefield. The scraps and broken parts lying around all connected to each other, buzzing with a loud noise. The next instant, countless metal scraps floated up into the air, and the deformed scraps recovered their original shapes through the mechanical force. They were speedily reconstructed into the original mechanical warriors. The destroyed portion of the mechanic army returned. Within the black current, the 8 sets of Oathkeepers stood up once again, and one of them retrieved its head that had been thrown away, reinstalling it on its head with a click. Waste modification. The destroyed machines were all repaired once more. Looking at the 8 sets of reformed Oathkeepers, Degulish and the others' expressions dropped. This guy has a lot of tricks. Terry snorted. It's futile. Without his mechanical suit, he's dead meat, Degulish retorted in anger. Ember coldly glowered. The current strength of the mechanical army had been restored, and the pressure on him sharply increased. He could not afford to attack Han Shao any longer and could only concentrate on resisting the mechanical army. Han Zhao's face had blanched. Using waste modification on such a large scale was extremely taxing on his energy levels. His filled energy bar had already gone down by half in just a few moments. The consumption of this skill depended on both the area of coverage and the number of machines. At the same time, it measured through a coefficient of 0.x, where x was a variable. After multiplying everything, that would be equivalent to his energy consumption. The higher the level, the smaller this coefficient would become. Thus, as the mechanics level increased, the cost of waste modification would naturally become cheaper. Boom! The next second, Degulish and Terry threw themselves forward once again and attacked with the force of a storm, reigniting the battle. A fist harshly landed on Han Zhao's body, and the metal alloy blade slashed out wound after wound on his flesh. Without his mechanical suit bonus, Han Shao became more passive. He was continuously hit with heavy blows, spilling out mouthfuls of blood. It looked as though he was at his wit's end. The Calamity Grade Supers attacks were powerful, and when landing on his body they caused thousands of damage per second to him. However, after beating him up for a long period of time, Degulish finally discovered that something was amiss. Wait a minute. This guy has spat out so many liters of blood. How is he still so active? If Degulish could see Han Zhao's interface, he would see that his health and energy bars were constantly moving up and down. When the red rose, the blue fell, and when the red fell, the blue rose. While it looked scary, the total amount of HP never dropped less than half. While Han Shao looked bedraggled and terribly wounded, In actuality, he was as stable as an old dog without any sense of panic. Every second he took several thousand points of damage, and with the crazy damage done, his energy bar likewise shot up crazily. While Degulish and Terry had great killing power, it could not keep up with the pace of Han Zhao's thought commands. Han Zhao secretly relaxed. After this personal experiment, he finally discovered the tenacity of his vitality. Even the Aurora character summon card that he had prepared in advance did not need to be used any longer. Middle-grade cell proliferation control. Energy absorption. Those two molding abilities were just too OP. Long live OL, Buddy Fiden 1. While he was not in mortal danger, he still felt the pain from being beaten up. However, compared to the pain he felt when undergoing his race evolution, this was like scratching an itch, almost a sort of massage. Degulish had beat him up for half a day, his expressions constantly changing from viciousness to surprise, surprise to shock, and finally from shock to dumbfoundedness. No matter how much strength they put into it, causing Black Star to vomit blood, there was no sign of serious injuries from the other party. He could still run, jump, and open his mouth to trash talk. Not just Degulish, but even Terry was also stunned. What the F*** CK? This guy is 2F** get up. Is he a cockroach? Why won't he just die? Bang! Another blow came, causing Han Zhao to fly back and slam heavily into the ground, creating a crater. Degulish and Terry, however, did not continue attacking. Instead, they stood back, suspicious as to whether they were actually fighting Han Zhao. Why are we not fighting anymore? Wiping the blood off the corners of his mouth, Han Zhao stood up once more. His clothes were covered in bloodstains, and after wiping off the dust off his body, he suddenly flashed a smile, as though he was full of energy. Are you done? I'm not comfortable enough yet. Put more effort into this. Did you guys not drink your milk? Ember's pupils shrank, and he had an expression of disbelief. He remembered the past when he had first fought with Han Zhao back on Floating Dragon Island. Han Zhao had showcased his incredible healing ability, eventually forcing him to retreat. At that time, Ember had thought that Han Zhao's ability definitely had a limit. As long as the lethality was sufficient, it would be enough to wipe him out. At least, he had thought so until then. However, Han Zhao had merely used his fleshy body to withstand the attacks of 2 Calamity Grade Supers, and even the earth had been leveled, yet he was still hale and hearty. At this moment, Ember started to sway. Could it be that he was wrong from the start and that this guy's recovery ability had no limit? Then was he not an immortal freak that could not be killed? Just as the trio stared in shock, from afar came the rumbling of footsteps, as though tens of thousands of troops were marching. Even the ground started to tremor. They only saw the tens of thousands of players rushing toward Han Zhao with great momentum. Since they could not reach the spaceships in the air, they had decided to join the fun. While they were all low-grade supers with more than 10,000 of them, many of whom had broken past the level 60 mark and achieved their first race evolution, they could be considered a group of dancing devils. Seeking death. I'll deal with this group. You think of an idea to get rid of Black Star. Ember restrained the fear and shock in his heart, his eyes flashing with a cold glow. He prepared to use his ability to decimate this entire group. Idea? What ideas could they have? Degulish gritted his teeth, finally opening his communicator and sending an order up to the mothership. Activate the mothership's main ray cannon. Your Excellency, where should we aim? Hit that D*Ned Black Star. Not far away, Han Zhao's Cheshire grin suddenly froze on his face. He had hit the motherlode this time. Chapter 572. Tanking the Main Cannon. 1. Chapter 572. Tanking the Main Cannon. 1. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. The mothership's main ray cannon. Only then did Han Zhao begin to panic. The lethality of the main cannon far outstripped that of the laser cannons attached to the side of the ship. Based on the size of this DarkStar mothership, one shot toward the planet could create a new trench. Using it just to deal with him was like using a cannon to kill a mosquito. Was I too vicious to Degulish earlier? Han Zhao could not help but reflect. If he had known about this, he would have exercised more restraint earlier, screaming out in misery and pretending that he had been severely wounded. At the very least, that was showing respect to their hard work. For him to sneer at them, he had trampled on their pride. The other party was a Calamity Grade. How could they not be shown some face? Han Shao had no idea how much a blast of the main cannon would damage him. While he had proven the tenacity of his flesh through proper battle, it was another question to take the blast from a mothership's main cannon head-on. The nemesis of having fast recovery was an explosive burst attack. For example, if Ames unreasonably took the whole of Floating Dragon and threw it as an attack, the damage inflicted would far outstrip the rate of recovery. He would certainly die. The main cannon of the mothership belonged to that of the high damage category. While it was far from being able to compare to a planetary destroyer, its killing power was able to disintegrate a Calamity Grade if they merely used their fleshly body to withstand it. If they were lucky, they might still have a few charred pieces of flesh remaining. As such, only a fool would stay and accept the cannon blast. Han Shao did not say a single word, immediately donning his still persevering Void Dragon mechanical suit and flying toward the sky. The Blacklight Stealth dived down, ready to take Han Shao in. "Stay here." Ember turned his attention away from the players, and with a wave of his hand, the Black Current soared out to capture Han Shao. However, the speed of the Black Current was far from comparable to the maximum speed of the Void Dragon mechanical suit. At this point, Degulish's head popped out multiple veins as he bent his legs, stomping and destroying the ground in a 100-meter radius around him. In an instant, he appeared above Han Zhao's head, and a swirling vortex gathered around his fist. A piercing light could be seen dazzling from within. That was a pugilist skill that Han Shao had suffered from more than once previously. Han Shao only had the time to raise his arms, and the glowing fist hit the direct center of his crossed arms. Bang! It was as though the sky had exploded into a purple sun. A forceful shock rushed toward Han Shao, and being in midair, he had no way to transfer the impact. His vision blurred, and he only saw the Blacklight Stealth rapidly moving away from himself, followed by a heavy impact coming from his back. His entire body was slammed into the ground, and rubble covered him. Only a tiny pinprick of the sky was left in his vision. This explosive fist had knocked Han Shao straight from the sky into the ground. His arms were weak and full of pain, with the interface showing the fractured state on his panel. Han Shao secretly lamented about how the fist strength of a Calamity Grade pugilist was indeed extraordinary, even while he urged his energy to increase cell proliferation, swiftly healing his wounds. The fractured bones were held in place through the contractions of his muscles, and with the increased proliferation of cells, the bones were connected in the blink of an eye. Cell proliferation could repair damage inflicted to any part of the body. So long as it was repaired consciously, the negative conditions such as fractures or handicaps would also be recovered while recovering HP. This was a side bonus that Han Shao had discovered when he was being beaten up, or else all his bones would have broken by now. Dong! Dong! Before he could even take a breath, the rubble above his head was blasted open as Degulish directly smashed through the ground. With his fists continuously hitting the ground, he resembled a human bulldozer. Han Shao did not wish to be buried alive, so he knocked away the falling rubble and flew out. However, Ember's Black Current shot forward at this point, blocking him for a moment. "I've got you!" Degulish rushed up with big steps, grabbing Han Zhao's waist in a bear hug. He quickly changed his position to move behind Han Shao, his hands forming a lock as he wanted to use his strength to suppress Han Zhao's movements. Comparing by strength, Han Shao was definitely not a match for the Calamity Grade pugilist, and thus did not wish to tango with him at all. Swoosh! At that moment, Terry also took the chance. Several metal pieces elongation, piercing toward Han Zhao's eyes, throat, heart, and other vital areas. Clank! The two Oathkeepers shielded Han Shao from the deluge of metal. Each time he used waste modification, the quality of the machinery would be reduced by a level. Thus, the Oathkeepers did not manage to block off much of the metal projectiles before they were pierced into beehives. However, they managed to buy Han Shao some precious time. Han Shao fully activated his mechanical suit propulsion module, bringing Degulish with him as he rushed toward the sky to avoid the assault from Terry. Even after struggling twice, Han Xiao was still unable to disengage himself from Degulish's lock. Thus, he changed his method. The legs of the mechanical suit suddenly split open, and Han Xiao slid out from his suit, easily escaping. At the same time, he utilized the mechanical force to disintegrate the Void Dragon mechanical suit, allowing it to form up around him once again. Degulish was left hugging the air and immediately fell back to the ground. The threat of the mothership main cannon gripped his heart, and with every additional second of delay, Han Xiao felt the danger increase another notch. However, with Degulish and Terry eyeing him, any attempt made to fly toward the sky would be blocked. The Blacklight Stealth could only hover above his head and did not dare get too close to the Calamity Grade Supers because it would be torn apart if it did. The time taken for the battle had already passed 5 minutes, and the cooldown for his void travel was over. Han Xiao wanted to use the skill to rush toward his spaceship, but once he entered the void travel state, he would phase through all matter, unable to affect any matter. Even his mechanical suit would be useless, and he would only be able to float using his mechanical force. The duration afforded by void travel was insufficient for him to fly manually into the spaceship. Things are not looking so good. Han Xiao felt a sense of helplessness in his heart and turned to rush toward the tens of thousands of players. So long as those foot soldiers could buy some time by delaying the 3 Calamity Grade Supers, he would be able to escape the battlefield. The saying was true: one trains soldiers for thousands of days just to use them during an opportune moment. Ember snapped his fingers a few times. Pa pa pa. The tens of thousands of players saw their HP get reduced to 0, and they turned into white motes as they were sent to revive. Ember's ability was just that, overpowered. If one did not have the ability to resist true damage, so long as they were weaker than him, they were not qualified to fight against him. Numbers did not mean a thing to him, which was why he was regarded as a killing machine by DarkStar. He could effortlessly slaughter millions in the blink of an eye. The tens of thousands of players simultaneously revived in the square, stunned in place. F***CK. I died just like that. Carbon dissociation? True damage. This boss is broken. I'm out of here. It's obvious that Black Star's battlefield is not something that we can affect. That was part of the storyline killing us. The storyline killing quickly spread, and the majority of players present believed in it, not going over to join the activities. In the game, they could only die 10 times every 6 days, so the players did not wish to spend their limited death entries on such a pointless storyline action. Thus, they simply chose to crane their necks and watch Han Xiao's fight. This was also not the first time that they had watched a storyline plot. The period in version 1.0 when the Six Nations warred against the Germinal organization, as well as the resolving of the mutation source earlier, had already prepared the players for it. Come to think of it, it seemed like Planet Aquamarine had quite a number of storylines. Wow. Everyone felt that this time was also a personal storyline of Black Star and was curious as to the development of the plot. In the eyes of the players, to have Planet Aquamarine meet with such a crisis, it signified the transition that they were about to leave the novice planet, which should be part of the plot. As the leader of the guiding faction, Black Star would be their head for a long period of time. Therefore, many of the players hypothesized that Black Star would likely shine in this event, leaving an even deeper impression. However, they were unable to predict what would truly happen. Seeing the tens of thousands of players brushing their butts and sauntering off, Han Xiao could not stop the corners of his mouth twitching. Tut, looks like I can't rely on this group of players. The gap between them and the Calamity Grade Supers is too great. Degulish and the other two encircled Han Xiao in a triangular formation but did not proceed to close in on him, maintaining some distance. The 3 of them did not wish to allow Han Xiao to escape, but they also did not wish to take the cannon blast together with him. The cannon blast was not going to differentiate between friend or foe. Rista, is there any way to stop the firing of the mothership cannon? Han Xiao asked softly into his communicator. I have no way to go about it. I infiltrated another mothership and can only help you to check the situation. Oh no, the charging of the main cannon is complete, and the target has already been locked on. You have roughly 8.6 seconds left. Seems like I can't avoid the blast. Okay, let's go. I can tank this. Han Xiao could only attempt to motivate himself. He threw out a few compressed orbs, which expanded into layers of alloy covers. This was a portable tactical defense fortress that could be used for protection. It had no other effect than that being extremely durable. This was closely followed by the mechanical soldiers throwing themselves on Han Shao, on top of the portable defense fortress, using their bodies as shields. They also activated their own shields and faced the sky. Degulish and the others did not wish to enter the blasting radius of the cannon and would turn a blind eye as long as Black Star did not escape. Thus, they turned around and attacked the mechanical army around them. While only a small portion passed through the three of them to reach the defense fortress, the defense line constantly got thicker. The remaining shuttles and mechanical hands also flew up into the sky and activated their shields. Han Shao had released almost all his machinery for defense, and he did not know how much they could offset. Thus, he recovered his HP back to the maximum and concentrated his energy, readying himself to use Aurora's character summon card. At that moment, Degulish, who was blocking the mechanical army, received a notification from the mothership. The three of them stopped their actions immediately, retreating far away. The deed is done. Black Star cannot avoid this. Degulish revealed a satisfied smile. They had chased after him and blocked Han Shao from escaping, all in order to allow the main cannon to lock onto and hit Black Star. This was the method with the highest possibility of killing him. At that moment, within the defensive fortress, Han Shao raised his alertness to the highest, as well as activating the skill Repel Thorns, which he had obtained for the Germinal organization leader. The skill would offset 30% of the damage received from the next attack. It's coming! Chapter 573, Tanking the Main Cannon. 2. Chapter 573, Tanking the Main Cannon. 2. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. The speed of the main cannon was undoubtedly fast, and now that he had been locked onto, there was no point in him trying to dodge. The entire process from the firing of the cannon to the time it hit was measured in milliseconds. Even Degulish and the other two had to move away before the cannon was fired. Since he was unable to board the blacklight stealth, he could not hope to avoid the impact of the cannon fire with his own speed. His void travel skill might be able to avoid one shot, but so long as the main cannon remained active, they would just need to fire another shot if they saw him dodge. Instead, it would be better for him to use the limited amount of time to stack all the defenses he had, then use the Repel Thorns skill as a guarantee and find out the damage of the cannon. With so many measures, his chances of survival should be quite high, and if he survived, it would be able to work as a bluff to scare the enemy. Having thought of this, a horrific energy was detected. He had just felt it when the entire attack had already arrived. Han Shao hunkered down in his fortress. He could not see the outside perspective of the cannon ray being shot down and could only feel through the feedback of his mechanical force when the various shields shattered, and his numerous mechanical soldiers were destroyed. A piercing white light filled his vision, and horrible heat covered his entire body. Boom! A huge force seemed to press down upon him like a mountain, slapping Han Shao flat on the ground and wrapping him in the energy column of the main cannon. His field of vision was blank, and the energy ray rushed down continuously like a waterfall, forcing him to remain prone. His HP levels rapidly dropped, and even with the 30% reduced damage from the skill, the first impact reduced his total HP by a third. The subsequent high temperature and energy shock caused continuous damage after that. Rapidly sapping away his HP, Han Shao could not move, and only felt his flesh and blood melt and evaporate as various negative statuses appeared on his interface. If it was an ordinary person, just the cannon blast would have disintegrated them. Even dregs would not have remained. Han Shao gritted his teeth as he activated the skill, Middle Grade Cell Proliferation Control, to replenish his HP as fast as possible. Every tick would allow him to regain 28% of his HP. This allowed him to break even with the falling HP level. The gauge continuously jumped up and down, giving him goosebumps, and he prepared to activate Aurora's character summon card at any time. To recover more than 10,000 HP every second would be equivalent to using 2,000 to 3,000 onas of energy. Luckily, with the cannon dealing damage to him, it provided him with an inexhaustible supply of energy, allowing him to fully display his HP recovery abilities. The interface was flooded with notifications about receiving damage. While the attack from the main cannon also contained a portion of true damage, it was nullified by Han Zhao's talent of Steel Body. This point was critical as it helped to reduce a large portion of damage taken by him, thus allowing him to only suffer the regular damage. A few seconds earlier, yet another DarkStar spaceship was shot down and wreathed in flames. Nagakin briefly paused in midair, looking down Han Zhao's battlefield, the surprise in his eyes evident. Black Star really managed to withstand the attacks of 3 Calamity Grades. How has he achieved that? Nagakin was extremely surprised, as even he could not achieve that level. At this point, he realized that there were changes to the battlefield. He only saw that Black Star was constantly imposing defenses on top of himself, whereas the 3 Calamity Grades had somehow scampered away, as though hiding from something dangerous. Why have they stopped fighting? What is Black Star defending himself against? Nagakin had a confused expression on. However, before he could think about the reason, the answer was presented to him. Swoosh! A huge beam of light shot down from the skies, connecting heaven and earth to strike Han Zhao's position. The word strike might be a little inaccurate, as the beam was a good few hundred meters wide. From the sky to the ground, the time taken for the beam to traverse the distance was quicker than the blink of an eye. Even with Nagakin's reaction speed, he did not have time to take any countermeasures and could only squint to resist the strong light. Bang! The cannon blasted out a new landmark. It was akin to a spear of God stabbing straight into the earth. It gave off the illusion that it could penetrate this planet, striking an intense sense of shock in everyone. The light was piercing, and Nagakin struggled to open his eyes as his expression constantly changed. Were they nuts to actually use the main cannon just to deal with a single target? How did Black Star manage to rile them up so much? Boom! The next moment, a violent explosion occurred. The shockwaves spread from the epicenter, and debris and soil was blown outward from the point of impact. The DarkStar mothership's main cannon utilized a separate energy furnace that was dedicated to it. Thus, its killing power was many times higher than that of its light weapons. While the light weapons were focused on penetrative power, the main cannon was geared more toward single-target damage. Of course, if one was so crazy as to use the main cannon to hit an individual, then the effect was no different from an AoE. The main cannon continued to release energy, the terrifying high temperatures distorting the air as shockwaves constantly blasted outward. The earth roiled, and the area covered by the cannon beam had turned into a ring-shaped depression while still continuously expanding. Inside the protective shield, the faces of countless players were illuminated by the white light, and their expressions were slack, with only that beam of light in their vision. Was that heaven's judgment? Show! The main cannon stopped firing, and only a final glare could be seen disappearing from the core of the crater, flickering. Boom! The accumulated energy within suddenly imploded, the resulting sound from the explosion louder than before. Flames and smoke spread out at a high speed, as though it was an opening umbrella. Heated winds swept out, and the mountains trembled. Even those hiding inside the protective shield felt the violent tremors. It was only after a long while that the energy within eventually dispersed. Smoke obscured the vision of everyone present, and one could only see that there was a huge crater left in the outer sector of the sanctuary, as though a meteor had struck there. What was that? The hearts of countless of players present shook. Even Bennett felt a little lost for words. Gila slammed herself on the protective shield, her pupils shrinking into tiny points as she stared. Nagakin stood on top of the protective shield with a worried expression as he gazed at the position of where Han Zhao was, the center of the crater that was surrounded by smoke. Degulish, Ember, and Terry stood up, their faces covered in soot. They had attempted running right before the cannon fired and were knocked off their feet by the incoming debris and soil waves, landing in different locations. After standing up, they simultaneously looked at the crater, wanting to know the outcome. All the DarkStar and Godaran spaceships suddenly ceased firing, floating in the sky as they watched the outcome below. After the smoke dispersed, one could see that the center of the crater was several meters deep. The slope was steep, and the soil got redder in color the lower it got. There were many areas that had crystallized due to the high temperature, with some rocks having melted into magma, gleaming as it flowed down the slope. Countless mechanical fragments were scattered around, with some having been melted into molten iron, glowing red-hot. At the middle of the crater, a figure slowly climbed up, his burnt body radiating smoke. He was blacker than the night sky, and after shuddering a few times, the burnt scraps on his body fell off, revealing pale skin. With a zap of the mechanical force from his hands, several pieces of machinery transformed into a pair of pants to cover his lower body. Han Shao stood there, his upper body bare, supporting the back of his neck with one hand as he stretched and revealed a smile. Huff, that was intense. I can feel my whole body becoming more comfortable. Everybody's gaze landed on Han Shao, their mouths agape. He didn't die. The energetic and sprightly black star contrasted with the crater that was full of death. This scene caused Degulish, Terry, Ember, Nagakin, Gila, and the players to suffer from near mental breakdowns, their eyes bulging open with an expression of shock. Chapter 574. Tanking the Main Cannon. 3. Chapter 574. Tanking the Main Cannon. 3. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. Even the mothership's main cannon could not kill him. Degulish opened his eyes wide in disbelief. Ember's fists were clenched tight, his face pale. Terry shuddered, with an expression of shock. Freebnovel.cm. The battlefield was dead silent. Han Shao glanced at the machinery scattered around him, and a hint of pain flashed across his eyes. He was all right, but the majority of his mechanical army had been demolished. This time, his losses were huge. Right now, he had over 10 million anas, and Ghidorah still owed him another 15 million anas, so money was not a problem. The main problem was the time needed to rebuild the entire mechanical army. After this battle, he would probably have to spend a long time in the machinery modification room to restore the current size of his army. The great mechanic Han counted the notifications on his interface, which indicated the duration of the main cannon shot and the damage inflicted. It was divided into several tiers, with the first impact the highest, gradually decreasing after. It accumulated to more than 50,000 damage in total, higher than his own HP. Most of it was soaked up by himself, with his machinery and shields having absorbed a portion of it. Having experienced it once, Han Shao had a good gauge now. If he did not have his defensive measures in place, directly receiving the impact with his body, he would have been hit by a total of more than 80,000 damage. His own HP would not have been able to keep up, and he would most likely have been required to use Aurora's character summon card. There were 3 usages left. Plus, he still had his void travel skill. I can hold on a few more times. There's no need to escape right now. I can give this mission another shot. Why not? Han Zhao's eyes flashed, and with a wave of his hand, the hull of the blacklight stealth opened, spewing out dozens of compressed orbs. He used his mechanical force to draw them onto his body, unfolding the spare Amphiptera mechanical suit. Since he always had a habit of storing spare machinery, he had placed several sets of equipment in his spaceship's warehouse. The original mechanical suit and compressed orbs that he had on his body were all smashed. Even his Void Dragon mechanical suit could not withstand the impact. However, the Void Dragon bones were durable, and most of his core materials were not completely damaged, just scattered around the area. Moreover, with his current position in Floating Dragon, to apply for a few pieces of Void Dragon bones was an easy task for him. Putting on his mechanical suit, Han Shao leaped out of the deep crater, hovering in midair as he looked straight at a dumbfounded Degulish. He utilized his thick skin to teasingly say, "Heh, I tricked you. Actually, that hit was quite effective. Do you want to try again? Who knows? You might be able to kill me." Degulish could hear the mocking inside his words and was so angered that his entire face turned purple. He lost control and bellowed into the communicator. "Continue firing. Since one cannon shot could not finish him off, make it 2. I don't believe he can last that long." Degulish leaped up, and like a cannon shell, he rushed straight toward Han Shao. The mothership's main cannon required time to recharge, and he had to tie down Han Xiao to prevent him from escaping. Seeing the situation, Ember and Terry could only put aside their emotions to deal with the matter at hand and cooperate with Degulish. Black Star, the mothership's main cannon, has begun the second round of charging. From his helmet, Rista's voice sounded. "Show me the duration," Han Xiao replied. On the upper left-hand corner of his tactical screen, a row of numbers appeared, counting down. The second blast of the main cannon would be fully charged and fire after 40 seconds. Han Xiao and the other three once again started to fight. The durability of Amphiptera was far below that of the Void Dragon mechanical suit, and it was not long before it was reduced to scrap metal. However, he still had a few more compressed orbs containing different mechanical suits, and he merely kept replacing them after they were destroyed. 30 seconds soon passed. The moment the second shot would be fired was getting closer. Having once again smashed Han Xiao into the ground, Degulish and the others moved away to avoid the blast. However, this time was different. Han Xiao did not remain on the spot to prepare his defenses, but rather lunged toward Terry, who was nearest to him. The fact that Han Xiao was aware of the timing was not surprising to them, because after the previous scenario, he could easily have inferred that the cannon strike was coming when they started to avoid him. He wants to drag Terry down with him? Degulish immediately understood Han Xiao's intention. He was not surprised and only snorted coldly as he muttered, "He'll never catch up to Terry." As a Calamity grade, Terry's speed surpassed Han Xiao's. Even at his full speed, the distance between the two was constantly widening. Based on this scenario, Han Xiao could never catch up to Terry. Ember suddenly lurched to a stop, screaming out, "No, hurry and stop the cannon. Black Star has a teleportation ability." In his previous battle, Han Xiao had used his skill Void Travel once. It was to stop Ember from utilizing his Esper ability, and Ember had almost been kicked in the crotch. Thus, his impression of that was deep. Having been reminded, Degulish's expression dropped as he grabbed his communicator and bellowed, "Trouble! Cancel the lock-on now." At that moment, Han Xiao activated Void Travel and flashed across the remaining distance to appear beside Terry, an evil grin on his face. Come, let's bet who can last longer this time." "No!" Terry's face drastically changed, a hint of fear appearing on his face together with a "Don't come closer" look. Boom! The next moment, the second shot was fired from the cannon, and another mountain range appeared. Explosions, debris, soil flew everywhere, just like the previous scene. Everyone inside the protective shield felt the tremors once more. When the smoke disappeared, everyone discovered that the aim of the cannon was off, tens of miles away from where Han Xiao was supposed to be. At the very last second, the commander of the DarkStar mothership had hurriedly shifted the muzzle of the cannon. Terry stood rooted, his mouth agape, as he stared at the crater far away from him. His whole body was covered in cold sweat, and he immediately escaped from Han Xiao to a few thousand kilometers away. Having escaped the jaws of death, Terry still felt trepidation at what had occurred, heaving and gasping for breath. "Well, count yourself lucky." Han Xiao remained where he was, his mouth twisted, thinking it a pity. If DarkStar did not have the chance to react, he would have been able to give his enemies a taste of their own medicine. Through killing with this borrowed knife. No cannon, he would get rid of a Calamity Grade Super, obtaining his repayment with interest and at the same time having one less enemy. Even so, it served its purpose. Han Xiao shook his head, turning back to look at Degulish and company. He waved his hands, revealing a look of apology. "What next? Are you still firing? You?" Degulish almost broke his teeth as he clenched his jaws, almost crushing his communicator as well. However, he did not dare use the same tactic on Han Xiao anymore. Black Star had received the first shot, and they had almost killed Terry with the next shot. Those two shots proved that the main cannon was useless against Black Star and could even backfire on them. The 3 Calamity Grade could not kill Black Star, and even the mothership's main cannon with the highest lethality could not stop him. This allowed them to discover a point. Even though it was Black Star that could not defeat them, the advantage had fallen into his hands. Before this, they never would have thought that a little fellow who was not even Calamity Grade would be so troublesome. He could not be beaten to death, nor could he be killed. Then, could they take him up to the ship? Degulish immediately vetoed this idea. What a joke! Why would anyone take this malicious star onto their own spaceship? At that moment, an urgent message came through the communicator. There's a strong spatial fluctuation detected nearby. Ghidorah's fleet has broken through the lockdown in space, and their reinforcements are approaching us through hyperdrive. We do not have much time and must retreat. Han Shao had also received news from Nagakin at the same time and heaved a sigh of relief. The Godaran reinforcements had arrived, albeit a bit late, but it was better late than never. Degulish's face was extremely ugly to behold. He had no other choice but to accept that their mission had failed this time. Because they had been delayed too long by Han Shao, they were not able to cause greater damage to planet Aquamarine. The DarkStar troops began to retreat, and Degulish and company retreated from the flight, boarding the spaceship to take over command. At that moment, the three of them heard the light laugh from Han Shao. "Come and play when you have the time." Han Shao smiled as he waved, adding another sentence in his heart, "If you still have the chance to do so. Just you wait. I'll see if you still can laugh in the future." Degulish had a dark expression as he turned to enter the spaceship. Ember deeply looked at Han Shao. "Next time, I'll definitely find a way to kill you." The DarkStar troops began to retreat, and the mothership that remained in outer space also took its leave. Because the reinforcements sent by Ghidorah were overly huge this time, along with the escort teams from all the other Calamity planets coming over, DarkStar did not wish to exchange fire and hurriedly retreated. After watching the DarkStar motherships depart, Han Shao shifted his gaze, looking around at the devastated sanctuary as his smile slowly vanished. He exhaled heavily. This time, their losses were heavy. The main base was still fine, but the outer sections of the sanctuary had been wrecked, becoming a pile of debris. The death count had not been tallied, but it would not be far from their estimations. In addition to the losses of the 6 nations, the number of dead and injured would reach tens of thousands. They had scraped through the mutation disaster, but the survivors had now experienced another calamity, causing their civilization to receive a big hit. The only good news was that planet Aquamarine's civilization did not completely die out. "Bennett, count the losses and treat the wounded." With a sigh, Han Shao used the communicator to issue some instructions before he plopped down on the ground, facing the sky. Once the pressure vanished, all the pain burst forth, and it attacked his body in waves, causing him to feel like not moving a single muscle. This battle had truly tired him out. Thankfully, though the losses were huge, the outcome was still reasonable. At least it was over. Over on Nagakin's side, he gazed on with a complicated expression at Han Shao, who was lying on the ground, with the horror in his heart still surging. While DarkStar had taken advantage of the unprotected planet Aquamarine and launched an attack with 3 Calamity Grade Supers, their siege was fruitless. Even the main cannon could not kill Black Star, and in contrast, because of Black Star's actions, they had prevented the planet from being destroyed and even forced them to retreat. Nagakin could imagine, in the following period, how much this news would shake the shattered star ring. Chapter 575 Mission Reward, Plan Preparations. Chapter 575 Mission Reward, Plan Preparations. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. A series of notifications popped up on Han Zhao's interface. Planet Aquamarine's crisis has been completed. You have received 620,000 experience, plus 2 Garten Star System renown, plus 1,500 Planet Aquamarine, 6 Nations faction favorability. Assassination target has been completed. You have received 12,100,000 experience, plus 30 Garten Star System renown, plus 1,000 Ghidorah faction favorability. You have received 1 legendary point. Both tasks were completed in one go. Han Shao glanced at the notifications. His renown in the Garten Star System had not been low to start with. When the news spreads, there would still be an additional increase in renown. After this battle, his renown would probably take another step forward and attain the tier of famous far and wide, allowing him to join the list of notable characters in the star system. He even got a new legendary point. Star System Legendary Point, Garten Star System, battling against 3 calamities. You were besieged by 3 Grade Supers, facing them alone, but you were not defeated in the end. This proves your strength. This is a legendary deed, enough to make anyone who hears of this feel surprised and intrigued. Those who know you will recognize your ability, and your deeds will be sung throughout the galaxy. The legendary point of a star system had wider coverage than planetary legendary points. This would help to increase his rewards. While the planetary legendary point gave an increase of 5% in rewards, the star system legendary point gave 12%. This was also Han Zhao's first legendary point of the star system. Other than the mission reward, the NPC template was updated with a new dungeon along with a title. Warfare. Defense of Planet Aquamarine. What an unexpected joy. Han Zhao's eyes sparkled. Only the more sensational battles would result in the generation of a dungeon copy. A similar one to this dungeon would be the Warfare. Power of the Dragon Emperor. This meant that his battle had reached the level that was deemed worthy of being saved as a copy. The rewards were easily dealt with. At this point, the Godaran spaceships slowly landed from the sky, and the commander brought a whole bunch of subordinates down as he briskly walked over. DarkStar installed a space disruptor. We're late because of that and allowed them to escape. How's the situation here? As he spoke, the gaze of the fleet commander slowly drifted toward the crater blasted by the main cannon. His heart sank as he thought that the mission had failed, and Planet Aquamarine had suffered from irreparable damage. The enemy did not succeed. Nagakin briefly summarized the happenings, including the actions of Han Zhao. He heavily emphasized the fight between Han Zhao and DarkStar. As he listened, the Godaran commander, alongside with his subordinates, changed the way they looked at Han Zhao. The disbelief in their faces was clear to see. To resist 3 calamity grades and even be able to tank the mothership main cannon blast, this was too overpowered. Just by looking at the surrounding battle scars, the Godarans could tell how intense the battle had been. The upper echelons of Godora were still anxiously awaiting the results. They did not care about Planet Aquamarine, but they did care about Han Zhao's safety. As long as Han Zhao remained alive, their intelligence transaction could continue. When they received the news that 3 high-level combatants from DarkStar had been sent out, the upper echelons had felt their hearts grow cold, thinking that Black Star had been caught stealing information and thus had been wiped. However, the report from Nagakin surprised them. To think that Black Star could actually go against 3 without being defeated. One had to know that he was not facing off against weaklings but rather Calamity Grade Supers. As for tanking the main cannon, such a level of strength caused even the knowledgeable Godaran superiors to be shocked. The performance of Black Star was enough to rank him as a first-rate combatant. Because the Sanctuary and the 6 nations had been damaged to varying degrees, people were organized to deal with it. Since the Godarans had arrived and needed camp for a while in case DarkStar decided to make a return trip, they pitched in to help clear up the wreckage. There were ruined structures everywhere, and flames and smoke still lingered. Many of the wounded were still being dug out by the guards from the ruins, screaming miserably. There were also people who were weeping at the loss of their family. It was a scene of tragedy. Although DarkStar had been repelled, they had caused countless deaths, and the wounds would forever remain in the survivors' hearts. Fortunately, many of the surviving residents did not have time to be sad, instead taking the initiative to join the disaster relief effort, contributing their strength. Han Zhao took a short rest before walking in the direction of the base. Along the way, the participants of the disaster relief effort rushed about, brushing past him to save people. While no one stopped in front of him, all of them would nod toward Han Zhao as a sign of respect, their expressions carrying a hard-to-express gratitude. After entering the base, Gila came over and looked him over once. She paused for a while before asking uncertainly, "Are you really not injured? If you're injured, you can tell me. I can treat you," Aurora hurriedly added. "I've faced a lot of such incidents." Han Zhao waved his hands as he boasted with a straight face. "Whatever floats your boat." Gila paused for a while and decided not to say anything more. "Hee. Sis was really worried about you just now." Aurora giggled. Without waiting for Han Zhao to look over, Gila hurriedly explained, if you died, then we probably would have died as well. Han Xiao rolled his eyes in response and commented, being able to help me is better than saying anything. Gila had never accepted Han Xiao's invitation directly, but this time, she did not deny anything. She slowly said, I'll practice hard with the Dragon Emperor and become strong as quickly as possible. Me too. Aurora raised her hand. At this time, Bennett walked over from the side, his expression one of sorrow. The outer areas of the sanctuary have almost been completely destroyed and can only be rebuilt. The losses of the Six Nations were even greater, with cities being completely reduced to nothing. They are currently busy with disaster relief efforts, so let me thank you on their behalf for the reinforcements sent. Otherwise, the losses would have expanded even further. It is estimated that a total of 12 million people have been killed on planet Aquamarine, and the number of injured and crippled might be several times this number. That's better than expected. Han Xiao nodded. DarkStar's assault had only lasted around 10 minutes but had already caused millions to perish. Their efficiency was shocking, and if not for the mercenaries Nagakin and the players, the casualties would have been much greater. freewebnovel.com. As for the Goddard reinforcements, they had actually come very quickly, attributed to the hyperdrive station that Ghidorah had installed early on. If DarkStar was given more time, it would no longer have been a problem of deaths and injuries, but rather if there were any living people left. The destruction of the cities was even more serious, basically becoming scrap, and they all had to be rebuilt. Were those attackers from DarkStar? Bennett asked. Han Xiao only nodded. Abominable. Bennett's expression was filled with helplessness and fury. Even if he clearly knew who the enemy was, he had no way to deal with them. He did not even possess the qualifications to talk to them and could only swallow this bitter pill. His eyes were filled with vengeance and hatred. Relax. I'll settle the problem of DarkStar soon. You do not need to worry. Han Xiao smiled. Patting the shoulders of Bennett, Han Xiao then moved past several people, walking deep into the base. He only left a dwindling silhouette in the eyes of Gila and the rest. Those few people seemed to see an illusion where the departing shadow of Han Xiao leaving the planet intersected with his current departing shadow. Before they knew it, this old acquaintance had already grown to the point where they could only look up to him. Returning to his room, Han Xiao took a bath before putting on a fresh set of clothes. The battle had greatly consumed his stamina, and the moment he relaxed, his stomach growled in hunger. He finished more than 20 high-concentration nutrition bars before he felt some form of stamina returning. Knock, knock, knock. Knocking was heard from the door. Herluz stood outside with a group of his officers. Because the majority of them had gone to support the Six Nations, they had only returned a while ago. Upon hearing of Han Xiao's battle results, the group was stunned and even thought that their captain had been mistaken for someone. Only after confirming this fact did they then accept it and immediately ran over to find Han Xiao. The moment the door opened, everyone rushed into the room in an instant. I heard that you repelled 3 calamity grades, and even the main cannon could not hurt you. Herluz had an expression of surprise, looking up and down Han Xiao before speaking in confusion. When did you become so powerful? Why was I unaware of it? If we have time, we can fight around. Then you'll find out. This. Better not. Herluz shuddered out of reflex. Their previous fight could barely be considered a spar, but now it would just be a one-sided beatdown. Herluz did not indulge in being abused, and it seemed like he could only beat his captain through playing cards. Han Xiao smiled before turning around to see Sylvia staring at him with sparkling eyes. Teacher, I want to learn this. Scram. Why the F***CK do you want to learn everything? No. I really want to learn. You can stop thinking about it. That's something that cannot be learned. The little face of Sylvia drooped down as she huffed. Unfair. Why is it like this? On the side, Jeanette batted her eyes and licked her lips. Captain, turns out you were this strong. Should we one day try it out? You can find Harmon for that. I'm not interested. Han Xiao's lips twitched. As though he had received a cue, Harmon scratched his head, turning over to look at Jeanette as he snorted. You want to fight? I can accompany you anytime. I'm not talking about fighting. Jeanette's face froze. The oldest Volga curled his lips as he thought, Bulsh asterisk T. How could that not be considered fighting? All the officers were babbling on, and only Fiden smiled warmly as he asked, Black Star, you're not injured, right? Nothing too serious. Han Shao nodded, sweeping his gaze across the room, before asking, where's Aroshia? Aroshia did not follow the rest of the officers over to view. To visit him. She overexerted herself and has gone over to the reaction furnace to recharge. Han Shao nodded in understanding. Because Aroshia was an energy body, the energy furnace was her best supply station. The group of officers rambled on for a while, giving Han Shao a headache. Thus, he eventually chased them out to help with the disaster relief whilst he stayed in his room to rest. He did not need to stick his hands into the disaster relief as he had more important things to do. The battle had resulted in him losing the majority of his machinery. The first task at hand was to rebuild his mechanical army, restoring the previous quantity. The second matter was to break through to the Calamity Grade as quickly as possible. He was already at level 136, with his combat capability close to the Great Divide of Grade A. Most likely, when he exceeded level 140, he would enter the realm of Calamity Grades. The level 140 advancement happened to be the next race evolution, and this would result in a huge promotion. It was just nice that his advanced class virtual mechanic was currently at level 11, with the upper limit being level 20. This meant that even if his total level reached 140, there would not be any class missions, only a promotion mission. Furthermore, he still had a leftover mission completion card on hand, which could allow him to undergo his promotion immediately. However, while he was only separated from advancing by 4 levels, every increase in level at this point required a veritable ocean of experience. From level 136 to level 140, he required more than 3 billion experience. The upper limit of version 1.0 was level 60, whereas the limit for version 2.0 was level 90. However, the experience required to upgrade would only increase. In the future, the upper limit increase during each version update would gradually decrease as players required more time to upgrade. At the beginning of the battle, Han Shao had allocated all his stored experience to upgrade himself. If he wished to obtain another 3 billion experience points in a short amount of time, he could only turn to the players. Ghidorah was already quietly preparing for the final battle, while DarkStar was completely unprepared. He had to quickly recover his combat strength in order to obtain the right to participate. After all, Ghidorah's ally was also a main storyline. It seems like there's a need to refresh the batch of knowledge and skills for the players. Since I also have plenty of funds in my account, I can freely choose the professional knowledge for the pugilist and esper classes, then copy it and sell it. I just need to change the prices from money to experience. Oh, that's right. I also have the dungeon copy and can milk it for quite the sum. Han Shao had long become accustomed to such methods and conveniently opened the forums, looking at the current situation of the players. Various posts on the forum came into view. In Planet Aquamarine's board, most of the posts were basically about him, and the forum had exploded into conversation about his battle. Numerous screenshots and videos taken depicted the historical scene where he took the main cannon head-on. The players had exploded in excitement. The trending posts were all dominated by him once again. Casually opening a few of those posts, he got goosebumps from seeing himself inside the videos. All the posts put up by the players could be summarized using the few phrases: strong, fantastic, earth-shaking, explosive, I'm in love. For those who had already joined the Black Star mercenary group, they were the happiest. Because the stronger their boss was, the more positive an impression people would have of them. In addition, there was still Dragon Emperor Ames on top, and just thinking about it, the future of their faction seemed quite bright. This event can be considered an opportunity to allow players to feel that the storyline for Planet Aquamarine has already ended, and it is the time to enter a higher stage, to lead them into the galaxy. Moreover, according to the needs of Ghidorah and the galaxy's journalists, what had happened on Planet Aquamarine would be vigorously publicized. If he did not guess incorrectly, there would be many uninvited guests heading over to the planet soon. Han Zhao's eyes flashed. This would be a good chance for him to carry out the next phase of his plan. Chapter 576. Always causing sensational news. Chapter 576. Always causing sensational news. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. Ghidorah's actions had always been observed by the media. Especially after the Battle of Planet Golden Gate, the majority of the news reports had praised Ghidorah for their victory. As such, many galactic residents were looking forward to the next piece of news regarding Ghidorah. However, most of them never would have expected that the next news of victory would come so quickly. The battleground this time was a backward planet called Planet Aquamarine. Many people could not help feeling bewildered. It was perfectly reasonable for Ghidorah to push DarkStar back. But how was a backward planet able to fight DarkStar off? No one knew exactly what had happened and only knew rough details of the incident. To the majority of the galaxy, Planet Aquamarine was no more than a low-grade planet. If not for it being one of the Calamity planets, many of them would not even have known that such a planet existed. As for Black Star's reputation, the majority of the galactic citizens were not familiar with him. While Han Shao was an individual to be taken seriously in the eyes of the various large organizations, who were able to guess that this incident was probably related to Black Star, Han Shao was no more than a mercenary to the commoners. A mercenary was not a superstar, and they would not commit the name of a mercenary to memory. Han Shao was only famous among the upper echelons. On the galactic web, many people were extremely interested in the details of the entire incident. There were not many witnesses, and this was a juicy piece of news that all the galactic news agencies wanted to get their hands on. After just a short few days, galactic news agencies from all over the star system sent their spaceships over to conduct interviews and dig out the truth. Just how did Planet Aquamarine fight DarkStar off? The backward planet of Planet Aquamarine, which was usually ignored by the entire galaxy, became the center of attention of the galactic residents for once. This was the first time that they had welcomed visitors from the galaxy who were also commoners. Planet Aquamarine had also become bustling with activity. With Ghidorah's aid, the Sanctuary and Six Nations had cleaned up the mess from the battle, and there were plenty of things waiting for them to do. All the spaceships from the various news agencies were blocked outside the atmosphere by the Ghidorah fleet. Ghidorah was not planning to allow those reporters to enter Planet Aquamarine. While there were safety considerations, there was also a deeper meaning behind their decision. The regime of the Six Nations was completely clueless about the visitors from the galaxy. After all, they did not have the means to contact the galaxy. Since the reporters were not able to contact the regime of Planet Aquamarine, they quickly remembered that the Black Star mercenary group had been mentioned in the previous reports as well. As such, they decided to contact the Black Star mercenary group instead. They're finally here. Philip passed the message on to Han Shao. Those reporters were a key part of his plan, so he contacted Nagakin to order the fleet to give way. The fleet commander received the order from Nagakin. Despite him not wanting to let the reporters in, he had received orders from the higher-ups to follow Nagakin's orders when they were on Planet Aquamarine. Furthermore, after thinking carefully, he realized that he would not want to provoke Black Star either, especially after seeing Black Star's display of strength. As such, he could only unwillingly move his fleet out of the way. All the reporters rushed into Planet Aquamarine excitedly. Many of the reporters were old and experienced in this field and immediately knew that something was wrong. They wanted to meet the Black Star mercenary group, and the Ghidorah fleet had to give way obediently. There were many hints behind this simple action. Ghidorah had to give face to the Black Star mercenary group. Many of the reporters instinctively realized that while Black Star was no more than an ordinary mercenary in the eyes of the Ghidorahs, it was extremely likely that Black Star had played a key role in fighting off DarkStar. This group of reporters showed their respect to the regime of Planet Aquamarine and all landed in the Six Nations. Only then did the Six Nations find out about the visitors from the galaxy. The Six Nations were filled with both excitement and nervousness as they welcomed their guests. This was the first time that the Six Nations and inhabitants of Planet Aquamarine had seen so many aliens of different races. When the reporters stated their reason for their visit, the upper echelons of the Six Nations swiftly realized that this was an extremely good opportunity. This was a good opportunity for them to build ties with the galaxy. All this while, the Six Nations could only unilaterally contact Ghidorah and knew very little about the galaxy. This situation had only improved slightly after Black Star's return. DarkStar's assault on planet Aquamarine had drawn the attention of the galaxy to the planet. To a backward planet like planet Aquamarine, this was a significant event. The upper echelons of the Six Nations welcomed the reporters with the best hospitality they could provide, and they all felt that it was a blessing in disguise. While the Six Nations were not familiar with the customs of the galaxy, they were extremely humble in the hospitality. At the same time, they showered the reporters with an endless stream of questions, and the reporters answered whatever they could without any arrogance. They would not look down on planet Aquamarine. After all, this planet had just fought off DarkStar, and there was a need to show the most basic respect. Very quickly, the upper echelons of the Six Nations found out that the reporters had initially been blocked outside the atmosphere and only managed to gain entry after Han Zhao's intervention. They were immediately filled with immense gratitude toward Han Zhao. Because of Black Star, this planet had not been destroyed, and now, Black Star had given them the opportunity to contact the galaxy. It was indeed right to hug Han Zhao's thigh. The other party had already begun to fulfill his end of the promise to help them develop. On the other side, the reporters also found out that the Black Star mercenary group was the main reason for the planet fighting off DarkStar, and their guesses were confirmed. No wonder Ghidorah had to give Black Star some face. However, the Six Nations did not understand the details of the entire event. They could barely take care of themselves and had only found out after the entire incident. The reporters then took pictures of the destroyed cities. It was all precious news footage. Following which, the reporters could not stop themselves rushing to the sanctuary to interview Han Zhao. Before the spaceships even arrived at the sanctuary, they could see two gigantic circular mountains, which were obviously the outcome of the battle. They had indeed come to the right place. The reporters became energized, and they took out their cameras to capture the footage of the battle. The spaceships landed one after another, and the reporters walked out. Haluz was already waiting for them and calmly said, "Follow me to the conference room. Black Star will accept your interview." The reporters all nodded and quickly followed behind him. Their attitude was completely different compared to when they were meeting with the Six Nations. While these reporters were not arrogant and treated the Six Nations as their equals, the inhabitants of those from a backward planet were different, and there were no common topics between them. However, before the Black Star mercenary group, these reporters humbled themselves even further. The Black Star mercenary group was an existence of a higher level, and this respect came from their hearts. When they arrived at the conference room, Han Zhao had not arrived, and the reporters could only wait. However, they did not waste any time and began interviewing Haluz. Haluz had already received Han Zhao's orders, and he purposely stayed behind so that the reporters could interview him. He then began to illustrate the entire event honestly. DarkStar sent out a large number of spaceships to assault the Six Nations and us. Our captain was DarkStar's target, and the enemy sent out a total of 3 Calamity Grade Supers to surround him. Black Star faced 3 Calamity Grade Supers single-handedly? Since he was still alive, the outcome of the battle had spoken for itself. All the reporters were dumbfounded and began scribbling down their notes. DarkStar sent out 3 Calamity Grade Supers to surround Black Star. Haluz then continued. Our captain single-handedly tied down the 3 most terrifying enemies and bore the weight of the greatest danger. The 3 Calamity Grade Supers weren't able to break our captain's defense, and DarkStar was forced to use their mothership's main cannon to attack our captain. The reporters gasped in shock and continued scribbling. 3 Calamity Grade Supers were beaten up and forced to use their spaceship's main cannon. The 2 circular mountains on the outside are the result of the main cannon. Our captain used his own body to tank the cannon and emerged unscathed. Following which, DarkStar fired another shot, but they fell for our captain's trap and almost caused the death of their own Calamity Grade comrade. As such, they didn't dare fire another shot. This was truly some juicy news. The reporters were all dumbfounded and hurriedly wrote. Tanking the main cannon with his body, Black Star arrogantly taunts for another shot. Finally, the Ghidorah reinforcements arrived, and DarkStar wasn't willing to fight Ghidorah again. As such, they were forced to retreat. That's what happened. Haluz then shut his mouth. The reporters gave a warm round of applause and wrote frantically. Black Star's divine might, DarkStar's pitiful escape. After estimating that Herlu's interview should be over, Han Xiao entered the conference room. All the reporters immediately jumped up with faces full of respect and cried out, "Sir Black Star!" Han Xiao immediately felt as though he was the disciplined teacher making his rounds in a school. Han Xiao sat down, and the reporters began their interview. They first confirmed that what Herluz had described was the truth before showering Han Xiao with many other questions. Did you feel any pressure from facing 3 Calamity Grade Supers? How did it feel to tank the main cannon? What do you feel about the actions of DarkStar? The endless stream of questions made Han Xiao feel as though he was holding a press conference. Han Xiao answered all the reporters' questions patiently, as he needed to rely on them to spread his name. This was an additional renown reward. After all, an event that could give him legendary points would definitely have many hidden rewards. As the interview came to an end, one of the reporters asked a final question. "Sir Black Star, for you to stay behind on planet Aquamarine and aid the planet in fighting the calamity and fending off the enemies, is it because this is your home planet?" Hearing that, Han Xiao's eyes glowed, and an idea popped up in his mind. "That is only one of the reasons. Can you tell us the other reasons?" the reporter asked. Han Xiao chuckled and said, "Of course. Planet Aquamarine isn't only my home planet. The Black Star mercenary group also plans to expand to planet Aquamarine and set up a branch division on the planet. This will also be one of the bases of the Floating Dragon Arm division. A while back, the Dragon Emperor came to planet Aquamarine to assess the location, and my job is to fight off all incoming enemies." The eyes of all the reporters lit up, and they were overjoyed. This was another juicy piece of news. It turned out that planet Aquamarine was a planet under the protection of Black Star and Floating Dragon. From that day onward, planet Aquamarine would no longer be a low-grade planet without anything special. The brand of Floating Dragon would be marked on it, and this brand would be a protective talisman for the planet. At the very least, 90% of those with ill intentions would be deterred. After all, he would not remain on planet Aquamarine forever, and this was beneficial to both planet Aquamarine and his own base. Apart from raising the level of security, the fame of Floating Dragon would attract merchants and investments to the planet. Some financial groups would invest in the planet, and this would speed up the process of planet Aquamarine becoming connected to Galaxy. Since planet Aquamarine was the territory of Floating Dragon, even if it was a backward planet for the time being, the financial groups would still be willing to carry out some investments and transfer some technological knowledge over to aid the 6 nations in their development. This way, he would be able to fulfill his promise to the 6 nations. At the same time, stamping planet Aquamarine with the brand of Floating Dragon was a precautionary measure. Even if the 6 nations developed in the future and became independent, they would not dare go against their contract with him. They would be extremely clear about the outcome of losing the brand of Floating Dragon. As such, even though the regime controlling planet Aquamarine was the 6 nations on the surface, the true ruler of the planet was actually Ames. It naturally was not him. However, with Ames' lazy nature, he would have an extremely large say. Of course, Ames would not reject. As for the head butler Jenny, who was in charge of operations, loving colleagues like them should clean up after each other. This trip of theirs was filled with rewards, and they all returned with satisfaction. The next day, the various news agencies of the Garten Star system released detailed coverage of the true story of the battle on planet Aquamarine. It was coupled with photos of the circular-shaped mountains being the main headline. After taking a glance at the article, Han Xiao almost puked blood as he strangled Herluz and roared with anger. "Didn't we agree to tell the truth? Just what did you tell the reporters? Did I ask you to brag? Did I?" Herluz was filled with grievances. "I really did tell the truth. Who knew that reporters would be so good at fluffing things up?" This incident was spread far and wide in the galaxy. Not just the Garten Star system, even the other star systems of the Shattered Star Ring who were paying attention to the chaos created by DarkStar knew about a character called Black Star, who fought 3 Calamity Grade Supers alone and tanked the main cannon of a DarkStar mothership. Even a star cluster-level civilization remembered Black Star's name. The entire Shattered Star Ring was shaken. Chapter 577 Attention from Everywhere, Black Star Army. Chapter 577 Attention from Everywhere, Black Star Army. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Ghidorah paid close attention to the coverage. Nagakin had already reported Han Zhao's personal strength, so the focus of the upper echelons was on another problem. Han Zhao had already declared to the galaxy through the reporters that planet Aquamarine was a part of Floating Dragon. Despite Floating Dragon being a neutral organization with no regime, its influence was not to be underestimated. With the brand of Floating Dragon labeled on them, even though planet Aquamarine was in Ghidorah's territory, it would be difficult for them to control or manage planet Aquamarine. This planet would then become a special region within Ghidorah's territory. Floating Dragon's value had far exceeded the value of a low-grade planet like planet Aquamarine. As long as there was no conflict between the two, Ghidorah could only choose to close one eye. Of course, compared to DarkStar, planet Aquamarine was a tiny problem. After the news got out, Ghidorah's official media team also came forward to join in the fun and spread the news. As long as they could dampen DarkStar's momentum, it would not matter who it was that defeated DarkStar. As Jenny watched the news, her face turned dark, and she immediately contacted Ames. Ames was currently roaming the galaxy, and Jenny's holographic figure appeared on her communicator. "What's the matter? Go and take a look at the news. Black Star is creating trouble again." Jenny pressed a few buttons on her communicator and sent the news over. After watching it for a while, Ames smiled calmly. "He's not too bad. That isn't the point." Before gaining my approval, he announced to the galaxy that planet Aquamarine is a division of Floating Dragon. Jenny looked as though she was about to go crazy. "But I agreed." Ames blinked innocently. Jenny had no choice but to force all her curses back down her throat. "I took in 2 disciples recently, and they are both from planet Aquamarine. Black Star will be bringing them to Floating Dragon Island soon, and you should look after them." After saying that, Ames cut off the line. "Arg! Black Star!" The employees outside the room heard Jenny's enraged roar, and all jumped out of their seats. In some random place within the Shattered Star Ring where a Beyond Grade A organization was located, tanking the main cannon. He does have my style. Ames finally has a powerful officer. In the darkness, a giant who was 7 meters tall sat on his throne and watched the news with a look of deep thought. Floating Dragon has begun to expand, and Ames is finally interested in building her organization. I should find some time to propose to her again. Maybe I will succeed. The DarkStar mothership that had ambushed planet Aquamarine was currently floating in space, and the 3 Calamity Grade Supers also saw the news. Bullsh *T. When did he beat us up? Degulish flew into a fit of rage. It was obviously Black Star who was beaten to the point he couldn't fight back. These reporters really know how to Bullsh *T. The truth is, we weren't able to kill him, Terry said helplessly. Ember snorted but did not comment. He was thinking about how he could get rid of Han Zhao. He must have a weakness. We have to quickly plant spies within his mercenary group. We will only be able to find his weaknesses by coming into close contact with him. Then what should we do next? Terry asked. Degulish frowned and slowly said, Black Star's ability was out of our expectations, and our mission has failed. The leader said that this isn't our fault as none of us knew how much strength Black Star is hiding. He ordered us to regroup with the main fleet and prepare for the next step of the plan. Next step of the plan? I am not aware of the exact details, but since he is gathering all the motherships, it will definitely be a large mission, Degulish said. DarkStar was still planning their next attack. However, DarkStar did not know that Han Zhao had already snuck into their backyard. All the hidden motherships were exposed under Rista's surveillance, but DarkStar was still in the dark. With the news being spread throughout the entire Shattered Star Ring, Black Star's name was being discussed everywhere. His name spread far and wide, and Han Zhao received plenty of bonus renown points. DarkStar had finally paused for a moment after failing twice. However, this was only the calm before the storm. The large storm that was being directed by Han Zhao was currently brewing. Every now and then, Han Xiao would send the coordinates of the DarkStar motherships to the upper echelons of the War Bureau through Nagakin. Ghidorah intended to destroy DarkStar in one fell swoop and secretly mobilize their forces without making any rash moves. At the same time, Ghidorah kept the mercenary groups on the payroll as insurance but did not reveal their exact plan to them. Ghidorah only got Sky Ring, Purple Gold, Blades, and the other large mercenary groups to await their orders. Han Xiao was still on planet Aquamarine carrying out his plan to recruit the players. The plan was now at its most crucial phase. By making use of this event, Han Xiao changed the name of his faction through the faction interface and mercenary alliance. The Black Star Mercenary Group was renamed to Black Star Army. Only large mercenary groups would dare have the word army in their name. Because of the addition of a large number of players, Han Xiao's faction had more than 10,000 members. His faction was already at the right level, and the mercenary world probably would not have any complaints about it. Regarding this decision, Han Xiao gave a speech to all the players and emphasized the fact that their faction was only able to change their name thanks to the players. He wanted to make the players feel as though they were contributing to the growth of the faction. By changing their name because of such a reason, Han Xiao would be able to cultivate a stronger sense of belonging and team spirit among the players. The players would then feel as though Black Star Army was a faction that belonged to them. At the same time, this was a signal to the players that they were about to leave planet Aquamarine and start the next phase of their journey. This was so that the players would have some mental preparation. The way the players saw it, a change of name in the faction meant that they were about to enter the galaxy. Of course, all his plans would only work if there were sufficient benefits provided to the players. Han Xiao had to make sure to launch new products from time to time. Through the exchange center in the galaxy, Han Xiao spent more than 100,000 anas to purchase new pugilist and esper knowledge and place them in the faction store. What shocked the players the most was that the new knowledge did not require money like in the past but experience. At the same time, there were no favorability requirements to fulfill. With respect to this incident, Han Xiao made an explanation through Philip. The Black Star Army will provide these two advanced knowledges free of charge to groom and train the new mercenaries. This action of his immediately drove the players mad with excitement. Han Xiao sold his own mechanic knowledge using the skill importation method, but he sold the knowledge from the other two classes through the faction store. This meant that as long as players joined the Black Star Army, they would be able to learn those two advanced knowledges for free. This immediately became a beginner benefit for those in the faction. It was just like how the players who joined the Godaran faction would be able to acquire knowledge if they accumulated sufficient merit. It was just that Han Xiao had removed all those restrictions and allowed the players to spend experience points to learn the knowledge without spending any money. The players were overjoyed and felt as though they had made a huge profit. The players who had entered the galaxy in version 1.0 shared the price of that advanced knowledge in the galaxy. If they did not join a faction, the advanced knowledge would cost them tens of thousands of anas to purchase. In comparison, the Black Star Army seemed to be the kindest of saints. The way the players saw it, this was all due to their contribution. It was because of them that the faction could grow to such a size. It was because of them that the faction could change its name and provide such benefits. This was truly a faction that could grow. Han Xiao intentionally made it so that only experience was required to learn the advanced knowledge. His target customers were the players of the other two classes, and his intention was to accumulate experience so that he could quickly hit level 140. The great mechanic Han had over 10 million anas in his account, and the 100,000 that he had spent was peanuts in his eyes. In fact, he was even too lazy to collect a symbolic fee. Even if he only collected 1 ana, the effect would have been grossly different from providing it for free. Advanced knowledge was a necessity, and the market was essentially all the planet Aquamarine players of the two other classes. After spending 100,000 anas, if Han Xiao could not harvest a good amount of experience, he would be going against his conscience. This was the only shop where they could purchase advanced knowledge at such a good price. None of the players hesitated in the slightest, and the experience points on Han Xiao's interface rapidly shot up. 300,000, 600,000, 1 billion. The effect of it being free was truly frightening. Looking at the explosion of his experience points, Han Xiao was in a great mood. After this harvest of experience, apart from being able to reach level 140, it will probably last me a long while. In just one day, the amount of experience accumulated was enough to bring Han Xiao up to level 140. In order to get to grade A, Han Xiao did not even bother repairing his mechanic army. This ambush had allowed him to understand that it was best to harvest the vegetables when they were ripe. If he had already been at the Calamity Grade when facing the encirclement of the 3 Calamity Grade Supers, it would not have been so dangerous for him. Han Xiao then walked into the training room of his second base and locked the door. Taking in a deep breath, Han Xiao opened the interface and channeled his experience into increasing his level. I can finally reach the Calamity Grade and step into the ranks of the powerhouses. Han Xiao was truly excited. Chapter 578, Stepping into the Calamity Grade. Chapter 578, Stepping into the Calamity Grade. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. The difference between a Grade B and Grade A lay in the level of their life form. After entering Grade A, one's genes would be optimized to become even more perfect. The body would become more adapted to the release of energy, and the energy loss would also be greatly reduced. At the same time, even the energy output would also be transformed. In layman's terms, endurance and attack power would increase. Thus, Grade A was known as the Calamity Grade. As its name suggested, as long as they released power, a Grade A super would definitely be able to wreak havoc akin to a natural disaster on a planet in a short time frame. Before the emergence of beyond Grade A supers, Grade A was the strongest level in the galaxy. Even then, Grade A remained a significant milestone. In his previous life, the level of the players had at most reached Grade A, so Han Xiao was acutely aware that once someone passed through the threshold of Grade A, their strength would immediately experience a great improvement. This was a new phase. Currently, he was at level 136, and his main class was at level 11. With excitement, he began to pump in his experience. Virtual Mechanic has been upgraded to LV.15. Plus 150 energy, plus 3 END, plus 6 INT. You have received 6 free attribute points and 1 potential point. Your total level has reached 140. Complete the promotion mission to continue leveling up. At this level, there would not be sort of easy missions given. Han Xiao glanced at it, and immediately knew that he would not be able to complete it in a short amount of time. He unhesitatingly used up the last mission completion card, and the promotion mission turned from the uncompleted gray color to the bright gold color, symbolizing completion. This was the fastest time taken for the great mechanic Han to have completed a promotion mission. Just one word. Soothing. Level 140 promotion mission has been completed. END has been increased. 1 END equals 80 HP equals 90 stamina. The last time I advanced at level 120, my endurance increased by 15, reaching a ratio of 1 hour 65 minutes, whereas prior advancements only increased it by 10. Now that I've promoted to level 140, it has increased by 15 again to reach 1 hour 80 minutes. After my race evolution, my next promotion should increase my endurance by 20. Han Xiao slowly recalled his past experience. From level 60 onward, every 40 levels would result in a race evolution. Level 140 would be the third race evolution for Han Xiao. At that moment, the interface popped up with many words like a waterfall. After a long time of existing with energy, your genes have been optimized once again. You can now go further on the route of evolution. You have been awarded with a sublimation of life level. Detecting race. Void Prowler, human form. Randomly drawing 7 matching evolutionary directions. Drawing complete. Please choose one of the following 7 options for your race evolution. Warning. The evolution process is irreversible, so please choose carefully. V-type Galaxy Human Race, 74% compatibility. Void Symbiote, Human Form, 88% compatibility. Void Corruptor, Human Form, 75% compatibility. Void Hunter, Human Form, 77% compatibility. Chaos Observer, Human Form, 72% compatibility. Eye of the Void, 42% compatibility. High Energy Entity, Soul-based creature type, 35% compatibility. Out of the 7 options, 5 of them belonged to the Void evolution system. The Void system was a rare evolutionary chain that was difficult to obtain. A normal race evolution would only have a small chance of drawing the chance to evolve in the direction of the Void system. Because Han Shao had injected himself with the bone marrow of the Void Dragon and managed to obtain a portion of the Void gene's fragment, he had been able to draw the Void Prowler race in his previous evolution. After becoming a Void Prowler, his evolutionary chain had shifted from being part of the human race to being a branch of the Void system while retaining some of the characteristics of the human race. The Void system was a variant evolution and had a high degree of integration of many different species. Therefore, he was offered many evolution options, marked with the characteristics of human form. Of course, he still had options that did not retain his human form, such as Eye of the Void. If he selected that, he would become a large eyeball with a tentacle attached to it. It would have an innate ability of void gaze, which could inflict fear onto anyone. High-energy entity was another state of an energy life, where they existed as soul-based creatures, similar to that of a lich. As long as their soul core was not damaged, the energy body could be repaired at any time even if it was destroyed. This was a species suitable for those who were mages. Han Shao naturally wanted to retain the potential evolutionary direction of his void system. However, he also needed a human form to complete mechanical manufacturing. Some of his expertise could only be activated in human form, so only 4 of the void evolution options that preserved his human form would meet the requirements. I have a high level of tankiness, so I don't need to worry about HP. What I lack now is attack power. I'm also a mechanic, so the higher my intelligence, the higher my bonuses. After pondering for a moment, Han Shao made his decision and solemnly confirmed his evolutionary route. Selection complete. Undergoing race evolution. Evolution complete. Your race has been changed to Chaos Observer. Human form. Molecular structure is improved, organ structure strengthened, metabolism changed, and adaptability enhanced. Your potential aptitude has been improved. You have received attributes in the following: +0 STR, +40 DEX, +94 INT, +72 MYS, +56 CHA, +840 energy. Energy level bonus attributes have been changed. An avalanche of pain exploded from deep within his body. Han Shao had long prepared for it and gritted his teeth as he endured the pain that would make an ordinary person faint as he tried to feel the changes in his cells and genes. His body uncontrollably phased in and out of its void form, and his void vision flickered and disappeared constantly, as though looking through dozens of frames per second. This time, the pain in his brain was the strongest, and it was as though thousands of needles had stabbed into his head, giving him some sort of brain acupuncture. The Chaos Observer's attributes were biased toward intelligence, which was one of his reasons for picking that route. The second reason was that Han Shao recalled that this route would have a chance of evolving into a high-level void entity in the future, with more potential than the other 3. Luckily, the pain this time was not as severe compared to when he had evolved into the Void Prowler. Han Shao was already considered a void creature, and the reaction to changes in the genes was not so drastic. Hugh. After a long period of time, the pain gradually faded. Han Shao took ragged breaths, covered in sweat as though he had just been dragged out from a lake. The world in his eyes was much clearer, and the thoughts in his brain spun much faster, like bubbles in boiling water. After appreciating it for a few seconds, Han Shao looked at the interface to access his new race talents. Your race specialty has been altered. You have received the race specialty Advanced Void Travel. You have received the race specialty Void Vision Observer. You have received the race specialty Observer's Mark. You have received the race specialty Chaos Entity Release. For talents. Han Zhao's face lit up. This was one more than Void Prowler provided. After trying them all once, he got a rough idea of them. The one that he was most familiar with was the Advanced Void Travel. It was just an upgraded version of the original Void Travel, lasting up to 3 minutes. The phasing was also increased, meaning that he could now phase longer distances and complete more things during that time. However, The cooldown remained at 5 minutes. The other 3 talents were the special talents of the Chaos Observer, of which Chaos Entity Release was the core. The other 2 required Chaos Entity Release to be activated before they could be used. The moment Han Zhao's thoughts moved, his entire person suddenly dispersed, turning into a gray fog. This was a weird field of energy, where light was swallowed up by it, but it retained its gray color instead of being displayed as black. It was as though space was used as the canvas, with a touch of gray paint applied on it. In addition, his sensory organs also morphed along with his appearance. He no longer needed eyes to see things, no longer needed ears to hear things. The chaos fog provided him with sight, hearing, touch, smell, and more. In fact, its acuteness was increased many folds, and even his movements were no longer consistent with human actions. The chaos fog served as the core, drifting around, and could even shift into many shapes, akin to a cloud moving by itself. Its speed was quite fast and even had the ability to phase through walls. Not only that, but the new sensory organs were hard to describe. Simply miraculous. This is a chaos body? Han Zhao thought to himself before realizing that he did not have a brain anymore. So how could he think? After pondering for a while, he suddenly came to the realization that after forming a chaos body, he had technically changed from a physical life form into an energy field. Inside this field, the chaos fog constituted his organs and body parts at a microscopic level. It was precisely all these molecular and atomic structures that formed a circuit of thinking, conducted through bioelectricity. Since he could create artificial intelligence, it was not surprising to have an alternative path of thinking. He then tried out the other 2 talents. Void Vision Observer utilized his chaos body that could phase between the void dimension and the physical world. This was unlike void travel, where time was almost static. When he utilized this ability, time flowed as per normal, but he could hide within the gap to observe changes in the outside world and with a larger field of vision. He could also place Observer's Mark, which was related to his new sense organs. As long as the markers were set around a certain person, place, or spatial coordinate, they could be observed across space synchronously, akin to a split-screen mode with a maximum of 5 markers at any one time. The markers could also be replaced. Wait a minute. This is simply akin to voyeurism. Han Zhao was rendered speechless. Could it be that I've become a sentry war? This is getting more and more perverted. I like it. After turning into a chaos body, his interface was also refreshed accordingly, displaying the status of his transformation, which included a 95% immunity to damage. The energy possessed in his human form would turn into the HP level of the chaos body, meaning that energy was required to maintain this state. Most skills and abilities were frozen, but advanced void travel would be greatly enhanced, and the cooldown reduced from 5 minutes to 15 seconds. If the HP of the chaos body was fully depleted, it would force the human form to take shape once again. However, his energy would be completely depleted, and there would be a negative status of severe injury. At the same time, Chaos Entity Release would enter a 48-hour cooldown period. This also means that the Chaos Body does not have much combat capability and is mainly used for its observation and scouting. It's an auxiliary function. Deactivating the Chaos Entity Release skill, the fog rolled and shrank toward the center, condensing back into a human body. The color of his skin regained its original human-like color as Han Zhao returned to his normal shape. Taking out a mirror, Han Zhao took a look. This time, it was not his wishful thinking, but he seemed to have grown more handsome. In addition, he had grown taller. His eyes in particular were breathtaking, giving people a mysterious urge to dig them out. Those were the changes brought about by the race evolution. In his interface were more notifications. Your combat capability has broken through 10,000 ONA. You have been promoted to Grade A. You have received a special rank bonus. A special rank bonus was a privilege one could only obtain when they arrived at Grade A. With the baseline of 10,000 ONA for their energy level as a gauge, for every 10,000 ONA increased, they would receive a new rank bonus. However, the distance from Grade A to beyond Grade A was still too far apart. Within the Grade A range, it was also divided based on strength. The easiest way was just to compare one's combat capability or to distinguish the difference in level, attributes, skills, and expertise. A grade A+ super could easily deal with a newly promoted Calamity Grade Super, probably even steamroll them. Your END has been increased by 10. Currently, 1 END equals 90 HP equals 100 stamina, plus 8% all resistances, plus 10% highest stats, plus 5% other stats. You have received an additional 30 free attribute points. You have received an additional 5 potential points. You have awakened the skill, mechanical force field. You have awakened rank talent, superhuman. These were the 2 exclusive talents that would only be awakened when one reached grade A, of which the skill superhuman was fixed, and the other skill would suit one's profession. Han Xiao had played a few different professions previously, so he was quite clear on this. Mechanical force field. When you apply a mechanical force bonus, a machine will be used as the center point, forming a force field around it. Machinery within this range will randomly have a 40 to 80% bonus effect, non-stackable, which only consumes the strength of one machine. The range of said force field is dependent on one's INT attribute. This was an ability limited to mechanics, which would serve as one of the core skills of the army style. Just by adding another machine without a change in consumption, the surrounding machines would be able to enjoy a bonus effect, enhancing their longevity on the battlefield. Using the language of players, it was called a splash effect. Superhuman. You have awakened the ways on how to perfectly control your own abilities and how to increase your strength, including but not limited to various types of weapons and equipment, mechanical creations, summoned entities, and other means of combat that you possess. The bonus effect depends on the character's total level. From level 100, plus 2% attack power every 10 levels. From level 160, plus 3% attack power every 10 levels. Above level 160, plus 4% attack power every 10 levels. Thus, his current ability strength increase was 32%. If the previous ability was meant to increase one's stamina and endurance on the battlefield, superhuman was the main reason for the great increase in damage dealt by Calamity Grade Supers. The ability strength was basically equivalent to one's attack power. This bonus was independent of all talents and skills. No matter how high one's attack power was, it would take that as the base and increase in percentage based on that. The stronger one's attack, the greater the increase. The higher one's level, the greater the bonuses. This explained the terrifying attack power that Ames had displayed the other time. Of course, the main reason was also because Floating Dragon was durable enough. With all the notifications having come to an end, Han Xiao used his remaining experience to improve his mechanical force field skill, raising it another 2 levels, before allocating all his free attribute points to intelligence. Having reached level 140, the experience consumption was even greater. Just rising 2 levels required nearly 2 billion experience. If Han Xiao only used the mission rewards given at version 2.0 as the standard experience gain, then God only knew when he would next be able to level up. The player's mission rewards naturally rose with the versions. At that level, experience reward would start from tens of million at the very least. I finally stepped into Calamity Grade, filling his body full of a surging strength. Han Xiao revealed an expression of excitement as he clenched his fists. He felt as though he could now destroy Harmon with just one punch. Looking at his interface, he observed the overall changes that had occurred. Level 142. Main class, Mechanic. Race, Chaos Observer, Human Form. Attributes, 201 STR, 518 DEX, 485 END, 1500 INT, 200 MYS, 102 CHA, 1 LUK. Free attribute points, 0. Potential points, 62. Health, 64,020. Stamina, 64,250. Energy, 12,410. LV.10. LV.10 energy bonus stat, plus 81 STR, plus 113 DEX, plus 122 END, plus 144 INT, plus 91 MYS, plus 16,020 stamina limit, plus 97% machinery affinity. Power level, 11,237 ONA. Grade A. Grade A ranked bonus. Plus 10 END, plus 8% all resistances, plus 10% highest stats, plus 5% other stats, plus 30 free attribute points, plus 5 potential points. You have entered the Calamity Grade, becoming a top-rate combat power in the galaxy. From now on, you will always have a spot in any star field. Chapter 579, It's Time. Chapter 579, It's Time. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. After checking the changes from entering the Calamity Grade, Han Xiao tidied up his clothes before walking out of the training room. As he walked down the corridor of the base, he met Aroshia. Where are you going? Back to my room. Aroshia was prepared to walk past Han Xiao, but suddenly paused beside Han Xiao and began sniffing him with a strange look in her eyes. What's the matter? Do I smell good? Han Xiao then looked down at his own body. Aroshia shook her head, and a look of uncertainty could be seen on her usually calm face. When she walked past Han Xiao, she could sense something different about Han Xiao's aura, and she thought that her senses were wrong. What kind of change have you undergone? Aroshia would never beat about the bush and went straight to the point. Oh, you have felt it? I achieved a breakthrough in my strength, and I am already at the Calamity Grade. Han Xiao did not bother hiding anything. His officers would find out eventually anyway. Aroshia nodded indifferently in response. To her, regardless of what Han Xiao did, she would never doubt him in the slightest. Besides, Han Xiao had just survived a huge battle, and it was extremely normal for him to achieve a breakthrough. To NPCs like them without an interface, battling was indeed the best way to raise their strength. Han Xiao suddenly thought about something and smiled. Don't be in a rush to leave. Let me show you a little trick. As he said that, Han Xiao activated his chaos entity, release, and his entire body turned into a grayish fog. Aroshia looked at the fog before her with her eyes wide open in shock. Such a domain-like transformation was extremely similar to her energy body. As she stretched out her hands to touch the fog, her entire hand passed through the fog, and she could not feel anything. The grayish fog before her was no different from an ordinary fog. Aroshia transformed her own body into her energy form and entered the grayish fog. The glowing golden energy body was tangled together with the grayish fog, and she could feel a warm sensation that she would only feel when present in the energy furnace. Upon thinking about charging, Aroshia subconsciously attempted to absorb energy from the grayish fog. However, the chaos body was maintained by Han Xiao's energy, and this energy was controlled by Han Xiao. Thus, it could not be absorbed by Aroshia. Feeling Aroshia's action, Han Xiao released a small portion of his energy for Aroshia to absorb. Aroshia suddenly turned into a bright ball of light that began flickering. Absorbing the energy from the chaos body made her feel a great sense of comfort, and she could not even be bothered to maintain her human form. If not for the fact that she did not have vocal cords in her energy form, she would have let out a groan of satisfaction. The energy of a Calamity Grade Super was far thicker, and it had the brand of Han Xiao's genes. Thus, it naturally felt extremely different from an energy furnace. Energy was the HP of the chaos body, and with a small portion of his energy being absorbed, Han Xiao's HP decreased. Han Xiao was then surprised to realize that he could send a telepathic message with the chaos body and sent Aroshia a message. He asked her to channel some of her energy into the gray fog as well. Theoretically, the both of them should be able to exchange their energy. A golden streak of energy was then transmitted into the gray fog, and the HP of his chaos body was filled up to the brim. Han Xiao was suddenly struck by a thought. Because the majority of his talents were locked up in his chaos body form, Aroshia was not only his battery, but was also a moving HP potion for him. He then sent another thought to Aroshia, and Aroshia transformed into the chaos body form to merge together with the gray fog. The gray fog immediately shone with a golden tint, and the two of them were able to have a deeper connection, which increased the efficiency of their energy transfer. This was akin to Aroshia becoming one with the chaos body. After experimenting for a moment, Han Xiao deactivated the chaos body and transformed back to his original body. Arosia also separated from his body and cancelled her energy form. "Is this your new ability?" Arosia could not help but ask. For some reason, her beautiful face had a slightly red hue. "Yeah, I have acquired void abilities." Han Zhao's expression was a little odd, and he felt as though he had just done something strange. Shaking his head, Han Zhao disposed of all the strange thoughts in his head. He then tried to think back about what he had just felt. Because his chaos body was a domain-type life form that also had energy as its lifeline, he had tried experimenting with Arosia. In the end, things were as he had expected, and as long as they were connected and consciously willed it, they would be able to transmit energy to each other. However, while Arosia could take the initiative to absorb energy, the chaos body could not. The chaos body could only passively absorb energy from its surroundings. Arosia's Esper ability had another defining feature. She could make use of energy in almost every form possible. The talents of the Chaos Observer are special, and there should be many more ways to use it, Han Zhao thought to himself. After entering the Calamity Grade, Han Zhao had many new abilities that he had to familiarize himself with. He then casually threw an Observer's Mark onto Arosia before parting ways. Along the way, Han Zhao thought about Rista's request. He did not intend to go back on his word. When Rista completed his mission, he would aid Arosia in regaining her memories. In any case, Han Zhao could already more or less guess what the final mission requirement of Reboot would be. He just had to ensure that he did not need to face Manison from the Mechanic Empire. Over the next few days, the various officers of the mercenary group found out about Han Zhao stepping into the Calamity Grade. Compared to Arosia's calmness, they were all shocked. That was the Calamity Grade. Before their captain reached the Calamity Grade, he could already tank the attacks from 3 Calamity Grade Supers. Now that he had joined the ranks of the Calamity Grade Supers, just how powerful would he be? The person who was most shocked was naturally Herluz. He had joined the Black Star mercenary group before Han Zhao had entered Grade B, and had personally watched how Han Zhao caught up to him, exceeded him, and left him in the dust without any hope of catching up. Han Zhao had gone from Grade C to Grade A in just a short few years. Herluz had only touched the boundary of Grade B+. He had never heard of such a growth rate before. Just what did Han Zhao eat when growing up? Sylvia was the happiest. After living together with the mercenaries for the past few years, she treated the Black Star Army as her second home. There was finally a Calamity Grade Super to prop up the Black Star Army, and Black Star was also her own teacher. Thus, she naturally felt it a great honor. However, the officers of the Black Star Army had not seen Han Zhao much over the past few days, as he had locked himself up in the machinery modification room. Entering Grade A was the prerequisite to merging a few blueprints, and Han Zhao could upgrade his equipment again. He did not need to change the type of equipment that he equipped but could use more powerful equipment of the same type. Han Zhao had lost a large number of machines during the battle, and this was the best time to make up for the gap in his weapons. The Void Dragon had already been destroyed, and the only thing left of it was the core material Void Dragon Bone. Han Zhao merged a new blueprint that was of a higher grade and was prepared to construct a new and more powerful battle suit to keep up with his Calamity Grade strength. There were 3 core materials to the new mechanical suit: Kyle Alloy, PR909 Super Nanopolymer Fiber, and refined Overga Metal. These were all military-grade materials and were extremely pricey. Furthermore, the ones controlling these materials were civilizations of the Star Cluster grade. These 3 materials were considered strategic military resources being used for transactions between civilizations and could not be found on the market at all. As long as it appeared on the black market, it would be purchased anonymously within seconds. Just a kilogram of Kyle alloy would be the same price as a small spaceship. It was a market with demand but no supply. Even if one had the money and wanted to purchase it, it was impossible to do so. However, as the ruler of a galactic civilization, Ghidorah would have some in stock that they had bought from Star Cluster grade civilizations. When he was selling the mutation source, one of the conditions was for Ghidorah to allow him to purchase these restricted materials. However, while Ghidorah did agree to his condition, they added one of their own. The amount of restricted materials that he could purchase annually was limited. Ghidorah would not allow too much of those restricted materials to enter the outside world. Taking out his communicator, Han Shao wanted to contact Nagakin to purchase the materials. However, he never imagined that Nagakin would be the first to speak when the call connected. "Black Star, it is time," Nagakin said in a solemn tone. As Han Shao heard that, he placed the matter of purchasing the materials aside and said with his eyes narrowed, "Is Ghidorah ready? The fleet has been deployed, and all the DarkStar motherships are within our grasp. The head will command an attack very soon. This is a confidential mission, and its code name is Operation Hodel Loss." This code name was a direct translation from an ancient Goddern language, which meant uprooting the enemy and cutting the weeds at the root. Han Zhao's face was solemn. From the day he sold the intelligence to Ghidorah, he knew that such a day would arrive. Ghidorah was currently starting their retaliation against DarkStar, and this was all caused by him. Such an event did not happen in his past life. "Black Star, we need you," Nagakin said. Hearing that, Han Shao became slightly excited as he said with a teasing smile, "Heh, you must know that providing intelligence and personally joining the battle are two different things. Are you officially hiring me? We will give you remuneration that will make you satisfied. It will be of the same level as the large-sized mercenary groups like the Sky Ring Army." Han Shao intended to join the battle anyway and was only casually mentioning the matter of remuneration. However, he never imagined that Ghidorah would be willing to pay him the same amount as the other large mercenary groups. It seemed like Ghidorah wanted to get rid of DarkStar at all costs. After causing them so much trouble for so many years, Ghidorah was already thoroughly enraged at DarkStar. As long as they had an outlet to vent their anger, their attack would be akin to the avalanche of a snowy mountain. Without their ability to remain hidden, DarkStar had to suffer the rage of Ghidorah without being prepared in the slightest. It was finally time for both parties to resolve their many years of hatred and enmity. This was also an opportunity for Han Shao to complete the Ghidorah's ally mission and perhaps an important part of the Bloodline mission. Hanging up the communicator, Han Shao stroked his chin and called Herluz over. "Her, we have a job to do. Gather all the mercenaries and prepare to set off." "Including the new Inhumans?" "Yes, everyone." Han Shao revealed a smile. This intergalactic battle would be the opportunity for him to take the players into the galaxy. It did not seem too bad. It was time to let the galaxy have a new understanding of the Black Star Army. Chapter 580 Depart. Chapter 580 Depart. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. Dusk approached. The clouds seemed to have caught fire, painting the sanctuary that was under reconstruction in a pale yellow color. Above the base, a fleet of mercenary ships was quietly docked, causing those on the ground to constantly turn their heads up to glance at it, a sense of envy and respect appearing in their eyes. What had happened in the past few months had completely subverted the worldview of planet Aquamarine's people. It was like a dream, where one would wake up the next morning feeling dazed as they recalled the happenings of that day. It would always take a while before they regained their senses. The suspended spaceships resembled a banner, constantly reminding them that this planet had entered a new era. It was not about the exchange of power from an old era to a new era, but rather a brand new age as a result of the breaking down of barriers, truly connecting them to the interstellar regions. In the eyes of planet Aquamarine's inhabitants, the past few months had heralded an unparalleled change in the times, subverting all their old patterns and ideologies. However, in the eyes of those from the galaxy, it was just another indigenous planet that had been baptized with a new worldview. For the Black Star mercenaries, this was merely another mission. In the eyes of the players, everything happening on planet Aquamarine was just another storyline event. The players were more concerned by when they would truly step foot into space. All signs pointed to the Black Star Army being the faction that would guide them into space. Furthermore, it was a faction that showed promising growth and lots of benefits. Hundreds of thousands of players had already joined the Black Star Army. Players were still passing the assessment every day. In the base's square, with Herluz call, the players arrived one after another, resulting in a mass of bobbing heads. When Han Shao returned, he had taken out a mechanical throne for his speech that had been used to showcase his power. He had floated in the middle of the square to allow all the players to be able to see him. Now that they were leaving, in order to improve his image in the players' minds, he planned to give a speech to end the storyline on planet Aquamarine. At the same time, he planned to give an opening about the new phase to increase the expectations of the players. This, he felt, would make the whole process more complete. As he thought, Han Xiao spoke. A few months ago, I returned to planet Aquamarine to fulfill my promise, helping planet Aquamarine overcome its disaster. Now, I've completed my promise. The disaster has been resolved, and the enemy has retreated. Today is the day I leave. Now that the mutation disaster had been resolved by him, and the civilization of planet Aquamarine had survived, he had saved hundreds of millions of living beings, ensuring their safety. Compared to his past, this result was much better. It was time for him to continue his journey in the galaxy, and the players in front of him would be the best warriors to do so. Not out of his expectations, all the players began to get excited, their eyes glowing. We can finally step into the interstellar region. We've been waiting for so long. To the point the flowers are already withering. Looking over everyone present, Han Xiao continued. The Black Star Army will follow alongside me in leaving. In the past few months, tens of thousands of you have passed the assessment, becoming a part of my team. I'll join you in the battles to come, and we'll carve out a corner for ourselves in the galaxy. As for those that have yet to join, if you guys are willing, I've already set up a base on planet Aquamarine. You can apply to join at any time you wish, and no matter your identity, as long as you can pass the test, the Black Star Army will welcome the strong. There will be spaceships on standby to welcome new recruits at all times that will bring you to our base in the galaxy, making you an official member. The objective of his recruiting was not just to the players. Even normal civilians from planet Aquamarine could participate. After all, there would always be people aspiring for a higher stage. The hundreds of thousands of players in the faction revealed expressions of joy. Indeed, only by joining the Black Star Army would they be able to enter the galaxy. The selections were just to select the first batch of interstellar explorers. This was the greatest benefit of being in his faction, which was that they would be ahead. The other players were a little depressed, but there was no way to go around it. Who told them not to be capable enough to win in the selection? But they did not need to feel too uncomfortable. While they did not obtain the chance to be the first batch to leave for the interstellar regions, Black Star had left behind a channel for further admissions. As long as they continuously took the assessment, they would have a chance to enter the second batch or even the third batch. In addition, planet Aquamarine now required a large amount of manpower for post-disaster reconstruction, and remaining meant that they would obtain lots of profits. At present, joining Black Star would be the most cost-effective way to travel to the interstellar regions. Furthermore, in the eyes of the majority of players, there were many hints showing that joining Black Star was akin to following a potential main storyline. In other words, it was the prior requirement for them to open the storyline of interstellar exploration. At this point, Han Xiao's words took a turn. The size of the Black Star Army has expanded many times over. We've received our first large-scale employment, which is to have us participate in a war. This will be the first battle after the expansion of our army, allowing the universe to see our strength. As he spoke, he sent out a faction mission to the players through the interface. Tens of thousands of players received the notification simultaneously. You have triggered faction mission, Black Star Army. The first battle. This is the first large-scale mission for the Black Star Army. There will be a war in the interstellar regions, and those who fight with the army would be awarded 500 faction favorability. The rewards that he could hand out were limited, so Han Xiao only chose to issue a reward related to favorability. However, this was only the first mission, and when he met with the Godaran troops, he would naturally get a formal war employment mission. At that time, the players would also trigger submissions through him, receiving experience and monetary reward. That would be the true substantial benefit. This was also the original intention of Han Xiao adopting the mercenary regiment model. As his own reward quota was not enough, he would borrow the tasks of the employer to supply his faction with resources. Basically, he was akin to a human resource intermediary or even a pimp. Only the first batch of players would make it in time for the war. There's a battle the moment we enter the interstellar region. This is going to be fun. What a unique coincidence! The crowd could not help but burst into excitement, discussing fervently. Han Xiao finally surveyed the entire area. Bennett, standing by his side, expressed his gratitude to Han Xiao. He had decided to stay there to continue managing the sanctuary. As for Gila and Aurora, they had already decided to leave planet Aquamarine. After this incident, Han Xiao would be sending them over to Floating Dragon Island for further studies. Thus, they would leave together. The two sisters did not have any luggage, just whatever was on themselves. Emerald Grass had also decided to join Black Star to see the galaxy. However, she was different. She brought hundreds of boxes of her medicinal ingredients with her, with the group of prisoners from Bell of Death Island who had finished the training helping her carry them. They were almost totally covered by the boxes. Han Xiao paused for a moment before saying aloud, "Now, let us depart." The spaceships suspended above slowly lowered themselves, unfolding the gangway. The tens of thousands of player mercenaries stepped onto the spaceships with boiling blood. Almost all the clubs and professional players were within the first batch of players leaving. They secretly cheered to themselves. "While you guys are still building sandcastles here on the planet, we are off to explore space." The officers also boarded the Blacklight Stealth, with Han Xiao being the last on. As the hatches closed, with the Blacklight Stealth at the head, the 20 or so mercenary spaceships took tens of thousands of players as they disappeared into space. The last rays of sunlight disappeared with the spaceships, signaling the end of dusk and the heralding of the night. The people on the planet raised their heads, looking at the fleet until they disappeared from view. Black Star. The emotions of countless people were surging wildly. It was as though they had witnessed a legendary departure. Nagakin's spaceship had been waiting outside the atmosphere for a long time. They would take the Black Star mercenary group to join with the other mercenary groups, which would require a few days. This was the first time that most of the players had entered the galaxy, and they were extremely excited. Through the interstellar communicators, they learned more about the structure of the galaxy. Because the spaceship was equipped with sufficient facilities, the players were able to familiarize themselves with everything, repeating the actions that Frenzied Sword and the others had done in the past. However, on the forums, this event was sensational. The first batch of players to reach the interstellar regions raised a huge ruckus, and numerous foreign players came over to watch the news, curious and envious. This group of players were a key part of Han Zhao's plans. By bringing players into the galaxy in advance, it would allow them to quickly develop their own forces, further enriching his own pockets. The Godaran War mission was an opportunity to allow the players to understand the mercenary industry and the forces that occupied the galaxy. At the same time, the ability of the Black Star Army would allow them to refresh their impression of him, improving his reputation. The Black Star Army was no longer the small-scale mercenary group of the past but had been promoted into a large-scale legion. As long as their reputation spread, the missions would flow in ceaselessly. This first battle was also good to allow the players to familiarize themselves with the playstyle of interstellar battles. A few days passed, and the spaceships of the Black Star Army as well as Nagakin arrived at the meeting place. The combined fleet of the mercenary group was watching as they moved slowly through the universe. Han Zhao's spaceship was ushered in, and he immediately received a communication request. The other party was the Sky Ring Army commander, Gureja. The two of them had cooperated many times before, and their relationship was not too bad. "Black Star, why are you here as well?" Gureja, complete with a beard that resembled steel bristles, asked in a surprised tone. "Ghidorah also hired me to take part in the war." Han Xiao laughed. "Haha, I thought you only acted as a middleman. To think that you would come here personally. It seems like we'll be fighting side by side again." Gureja let out a loud laugh. Their last mission on planet Golden Gate had been a success because Han Xiao had helped in the dark. He remembered this favor. Han Xiao shrugged in response. "Ghidorah can afford the expense, so I'm here." "That's right. You've gotten quite close to Ghidorah recently. Do you know what this strategic operation is about?" Gureja asked. Ghidorah had prevented any information from leaking, only keeping the mercenary groups on standby. They did not disclose the fact that this was a complete offensive against DarkStar, so all the mercenaries there were in the dark. Since Godora did not tell you guys, I can't either. It's a secret. Ha, you indeed have close relations with them. Ureja did not press the issue, instead changing topics. All of the captains are having a meeting on Sky Ring at the moment, assigning tasks. You've come at the right time. Then I'll head over now. After hanging up the communicator, Han Shao piloted the Blacklight Stealth to enter the array leading to the Sky Ring army. Sky Ring was a flagship, built to resemble a mountain. After docking the spaceships, Han Shao led his officers to board Sky Ring. There were already mercenaries from the Sky Ring army stationed at the entrance to greet them, taking them into the Great Hall. The Great Hall was spacious, with a circular sofa placed in the middle. A dozen army commanders sat on the sofa, each occupying a position. Their respective officers would stay behind their faction's leader. The moment Han Shao walked into the Great Hall, everyone turned around. Aurora pulled on the clothes of Gila, carefully whispering, "Sister, the life force of all these people is really huge." The mercenaries present came from various star systems and star zones and were all outstanding in their own regions. For example, the Sky Ring army had Ureja and another Calamity Grade Super, whereas all the other commanders were at the Calamity Grade as well. Furthermore, those officers that were selected to come along with them were also all strong. This could be described as a gathering of the strong. Gila's expression was grave. The gazes of those mercenaries gave her huge pressure, as though everyone present could easily deal with her. However, at this point, a few of the army commanders smiled and passionately greeted them. The atmosphere calmed down. It's Black Star. We've not seen you for a while. Brother, come, sit beside me. At least half of the commanders there had ties with Han Shao or had worked with him before, so they were familiar with him. There was a smile on Han Zhao's face as he replied to each and every one of them. Situated in the midst of powerful allies, he felt more secure. Herluz and the rest also began to greet the mercenaries whom they knew. The two sisters did not know anyone, so they did not speak a word. Gila secretly scrutinized the group of mercenaries. Are all these people Han Zhao's counterparts? They look formidable. As Han Shao walked toward the sofa, one of the commanders, code-named Underworld Feather, shifted before patting the seat beside her, gesturing for him to take a seat. Just as Han Shao was about to sit, a commander who was short in stature opened his mouth, his tone harsh. Black Star, with just a small number of people in your mercenary group? You've come here to have fun? The laughter of everyone present suddenly halted. Han Shao paused for a moment before looking over. The speaker was foreign to him, and they had not worked together before. Most likely, he had been called over by another mercenary group. Who was he? True, his own expansion had happened not too long ago, so it had only just been filed with the Mercenary Alliance. News had not yet spread. Han Shao now understood. That was to say, in the eyes of all those large mercenary groups, he was just a small-scale group with little over 100 members. Chapter 581, Refreshing Everyone's Understanding. Chapter 581, Refreshing Everyone's Understanding. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Philip Scan quickly located the origins of this person. The person talking was an army commander called Justin. He was a mage, and the expeditionary army that he led was a large mercenary group in one of the star systems within the Colton Star Cluster. He was a comrade who had been called there by the Purple Gold Army. The top-notch mercenary groups within the Shattered Star Ring had their own circle, and Han Shao had paid close attention to the various famous mercenary groups in the region. In the past, he did not have any dealings with the expeditionary army. As Floating Dragon's field team, Black Star had gained a place within this circle because of the Dragon Emperor's fame. Justin had also heard about Black Star before and knew that despite the small size of the Black Star mercenary group, they were a special bunch. While the other large mercenary groups were willing to network with Black Star due to Floating Dragon, he did not have such an interest. When roaming in the mercenary world, he had seen far too many things. So what if the Dragon Emperor was powerful? Justin felt that both of their jobs were completely different. He did not wish to provoke the Dragon Emperor but was too lazy to network with her. To him, Han Shao was no more than a fellow mercenary who he had heard of before. He did not have anything against Han Xiao but could not help but speak the truth and doubt the size of Black Star's mercenary group. While Black Star had a large network, they were about to take part in a war which carried a huge risk. As an experienced mercenary, Justin doubted that his comrade had the strength to fight alongside him. If a third-rate mercenary was hired and caused the battle line to collapse, everyone would be affected. The way Justin saw it, Black Star was no more than a third-rate mercenary who was there to join in the fun. All of them had to shoulder the burden of the war, but what kind of a burden could Black Star shoulder? Their remuneration was earned through placing their lives on the line, but Black Star would be able to earn his by slacking off at the back. Thus, Justin was not too pleased. Since we are going to participate in a war, every army present has over 100 battleships and a few 10,000 mercenaries invested into the battle, Justin said with a deep voice. How many troops can you bring out? The other army commanders looked at Justin before looking at the standing Han Xiao and did not interrupt. None of them present were aware that the battle in which they were about to participate was a result of Han Xiao's actions. With a lack of information, they naturally thought that Han Xiao was only making use of his network to earn a quick buck. While they did not say anything, all of them felt this way. Army Commander Justin, your doubts are justified and understandable, Han Xiao replied with a calm expression. Everyone present had some kind of status, and it was not wrong for them to voice their doubts. It was also the best opportunity for him to refresh the understanding that those army commanders had of the Black Star Army. Since they were about to fight together, he naturally had to display sufficient strength to put all of them at ease. All of your understanding of me is a little outdated. My Black Star Army has already expanded, and we are no longer the same as before. We now have more than 10,000 mercenaries, and they all have the strength of grade C at least. More than 10,000 supers. Justin's eyes widened in shock, and the other army commanders were also dumbfounded. Such a scale was something that even they found frightening. Just a while ago, the Black Star mercenary group had only been a middle-sized mercenary group. How did they grow so rapidly? Many of them doubted the validity of Han Xiao's words, and Han Xiao immediately got Philip to pull up the registration file of the Black Star Army. Justin did not say another thing. Black Star did indeed have the right to participate in this war with those numbers. At this moment, Han Xiao's gaze swept past everyone present and said, Everyone knows about the immortals under my charge, right? Everyone nodded. It was no secret that Black Star had a couple of immortal mercenaries under him. Han Xiao smiled and added, These new recruits are all immortals. The entire room fell silent. They are all immortals. Eurasia stood up abruptly and broke the silence. All the other army commanders also snapped back into their senses. All of them understood the significance of those words. This meant that the mercenaries would never be expended, and the Black Star Army would always maintain its size. Furthermore, they would be able to take on risky missions without the slightest bit of hesitation and would not need to worry about deaths or compensation. This was like their dream team. More than 10,000 low-grade supers would be enough to rank any mercenary group at the top. If those supers were immortals, they could only imagine what kind of a stir this would create in the mercenary world. They would be the best cannon fodder. No partners. Many of them could not help but think about Han Xiao's other identity. The Black Star Army was also the field team of Floating Dragon. These immortals would be the strength of Floating Dragon after their expansion. Just when Justin was tongue-tied, he heard Han Xiao's voice. Army Commander Justin, these are the forces that I have brought for the battle. Are you satisfied? Han Xiao asked. Justin's mouth cramped up and had nothing to say. Or do you doubt my personal strength? If you have any doubts, we can have a little spar. Han Xiao raised his brows. He was not angered by Justin doubting him, but since he wanted to display his strength, it was best for him to take on a harder stance. Eurasia coughed and resolved the situation. Black Star single-handedly fought off 3 Calamity Grade Supers recently and tanked a main cannon. While the news may have been exaggerated slightly, I believe that the majority is still the truth. I believe no one here will doubt your combat capability. Justin then stood up with a solemn expression with his height only up to Han Xiao's waist. Raising his arm out toward the sofa, he invited Han Xiao to take a seat. I apologize for my doubts previously. Please take a seat. Just when Han Xiao was about to take a seat, he interrupted Han Zhao's actions with his words. Now that he understood the strength of the Black Star Army, Justin naturally admitted his mistake and invited Han Xiao to take a seat. The moment Justin took a step back, the other army commanders nodded in agreement, and the atmosphere became lively again. Han Xiao sat beside Underworld Feather, and Herluz and his other officers sat behind him. After he sat down, Underworld Feather handed him a bag of snacks. "You want? What is this?" Han Xiao looked into the bag, which was filled with a pile of black dried meat. "Dried lizards. I made it myself," Underworld Feather said with her brows raised. Han Xiao hesitated for a moment before picking up a piece and eating it. He then asked curiously, "What kind of lizards did you use to make this?" "I once completed a mission to wipe out an entire lizard tribe." Underworld Feather picked up another piece and ate it merrily. Han Xiao placed the second piece that he had just picked up back down. She was truly too ferocious. Underworld Feather was a female dark elf and had all the characteristics of one. Her chest and ass were well developed, and she had the beauty of an elf. Her physique was strong and healthy, and she looked like a lazy panther. She had inherited the cold-blooded and blood-thirsty nature of the dark elves. Despite looking tender and flirtatious, no one dared underestimate her. She was like a female dragon. The dark underworld army that she led had the background of a civilization, and her backing was a magic civilization led by elves belonging to the Colton star cluster. In the universe, elves were also known as the Long Ears clan and had the ability to hear the sound of nature. They had many different species such as Child of the Forest, Tall Elf, Dark Elf, and so on. The elves were not considered common in the universe, but they were not especially rare either. It was not too strange for a mercenary group that was half run by a civilization to exist. Because of the agreements between civilizations, any movement of a civilization's army was extremely sensitive. As such, it was much more convenient to grow a private army. Completing their mercenary missions was no more than a cover for their private and more sensitive missions in the dark. Many civilizations would groom such an army in the dark, and there were many such examples within the top mercenary circle of the Shattered Star Ring. In fact, Han Zhao's Black Star Army was also Floating Dragon's field team in name. The higher one climbed in the universe, the more complicated things would get. The universe was far too large, and no single organization or individual would be able to dominate it. Guraja led the meeting ahead of their battle to allocate everyone's role clearly. Han Xiao kept quiet throughout the entire meeting and did not say a word. "Black Star, what role are you going to take?" someone asked. Han Xiao thought for a while before saying, "I will take care of them if a melee fight breaks out." He did not wish to participate in the battle between spaceships at all. He would have to repair the spaceships if they were damaged, and it would not be worth it. Furthermore, he only had 20 or so spaceships with him, and the spaceships were mainly used for transportation, not battle. Since the players were not afraid of death, they would be the best choice to deal with the Darkstar warriors. After a short discussion, the jobs of the various armies were decided, and the army commanders dispersed. Han Xiao boarded the Blacklight Stealth and returned to his own fleet. Looking out of the window, his 20 or so spaceships were currently following the troops of the Alliance. The players had just entered the galaxy, and everything was still extremely fresh to them. However, Han Xiao understood that if they got rid of Darkstar now, many of the future storylines would disappear. In his previous life, the players could only join Ghidorah or Darkstar. After entering the galaxy, both parties would be in opposing factions. However, this was completely changed because of Han Zhao's presence. As such, this meant that all the players no longer had this main storyline. The way Han Xiao saw it, while he did not want to give up the missions, getting rid of Darkstar was a must. The storyline between Darkstar and Ghidorah has been replaced by me. To the players, joining the Black Star Army has become their new main storyline. This is the best time to cultivate the player's sense of belonging. If I can borrow the strength of the players to expand, I will also be able to let them feel a sense of honor. It seems like I need a few big events to let the players feel a sense of accomplishment. This attack on Darkstar can be the beginning. Han Xiao was extremely concerned about the players. The accumulation in version 2.0 was extremely important, and it was akin to building a strong foundation. The players formed the core of his plan in version 2.0 because the next version refresh would only take place 10 years later. While it was still a while before the end of version 2.0, Han Xiao was used to making preparations early. However, he had to first take care of the battle before him. Opening his communicator, Han Xiao looked at the message sent by Rista. DarkStar's troops were scattered around the different regions of the Garten star system, and the largest cluster had gathered a total of 6 motherships as though they were planning another attack. The other motherships were roaming the galaxy independently. The location of the 6 motherships would probably be the main battlefield for the mercenaries. The war was about to begin. At the same time, on a DarkStar mothership, Degulish and the others were in a meeting again to discuss their next plan. This time, their leader had given the order for them to attack the Rainbow Prison. Their previous 2 assaults had failed, and they were not able to increase Ghidorah's losses or get rid of Black Star. Before they could find a way to get rid of Black Star, DarkStar had decided not to touch the Calamity planets but attack the Rainbow Prison instead. They wanted to save their former comrades. There were even a few Calamity Grade Supers locked up in there. DarkStar took action without any fear or wariness. With Ghidorah being in the light and them in the dark, DarkStar was confident that their ambush work. However, DarkStar did not know that they had already lost the advantage of being hidden, and their locations had been exposed by Han Xiao. A calamity capable of wiping DarkStar out was brewing silently, and they were completely unaware of that. Freeobnovel.com. Just as Degulish and the others were planning their next mission, Ember suddenly frowned and pressed down on his chest. For some odd reason, he had a bad premonition. Chapter 582, The Counterattack Begins. Chapter 582. The Counterattack Begins. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. In an empty area of the universe, not far away from the large army of the 6 DarkStar motherships, a huge Godaran fleet was hidden behind a barren planet. Various battleships were densely packed to form neat rows. This was one of the temporary formations created for Operation Hodolos. On the screen of the command ship, the coordinates of all the motherships of DarkStar were marked in red on the star map. The 6 motherships were slowly moving toward the ambush area, and it was those enemy troops that were the objectives of the Godarans. Target is approaching ambush site. Estimated time of arrival is 11 hours and 25 minutes. The fleet commander reported the situation to the upper echelons, and he was one of the members in the War Bureau who was aware of the identity of their target. In order to prevent any leaks, every commander responsible for Operation Hodolos had been thoroughly screened. Only those that were absolutely loyal knew the target of their operation. The fleet commander was also secretly excited at the thought of launching a counterattack against DarkStar. He was an old-fashioned, pure-blood Godaran official with deep-rooted hostility toward DarkStar. He looked forward to removing this tumor every day. This was an important operation, and to be selected as one of the commanders by the upper echelons was undoubtedly an honor. The sense of responsibility on his shoulders was also extremely heavy. After completing his report to the upper echelons, the fleet commander then contacted the leaders of all the other formations to exchange information. Their strategy was to perform simultaneous strikes on all DarkStar units, so there was a need for communication. After confirming the operation time, another commander raised a topic within the encrypted military communication channel. Do all of you know the source of intelligence for this operation? When I asked about the relationship with the party, I was actually told that it was labeled as a secret of the highest level. Highest level secret? Seems like the channels our superiors have for obtaining information are really mysterious. In the eyes of those senior officers, Ghidorah had already been warring with DarkStar for so many years to no avail. To suddenly obtain a set of coordinates for the DarkStar motherships, there was some strangeness to this whole situation, so they could not help but wonder about the source of this intelligence. However, no one could inquire about the specifics. I do have some information, though. I heard that this counterattack was organized by Ghidorah because they managed to buy some information from a mysterious person. Otherwise, the War Bureau would not have been able to stop DarkStar leading them by their nose. Mysterious person, freewebnovel.com. That person can actually monitor the coordinates of DarkStar. Haha. Could it be that there's a traitor among the upper echelons of DarkStar? Everyone shared their views, secretly curious about the mysterious person who provided the intelligence. Who was this sacred person who single-handedly provoked such a huge war? They were the hero of Ghidorah. After ending their communications, the respective commanders began handing down their new orders. It's about time. Inform the mercenary fleets on standby. Tell them to cooperate with our attack. During this standby period, there was little to do, but the players were not idle, often looking for the mercenaries to improve favorability, trying out new tasks, as well as discovering new and interesting gossip. They did not require Han Shao to pay close attention to them. Han Shao took the chance to visit the different spaceships in the fleet, interacting with the players and continuing to harvest experience from them. He also looked for the various heads of the large mercenary groups to exchange pleasantries. The rest of his time was used to make machinery. In such a manner, a few days passed, and Guraja called over all the commanders. The orders from Ghidorah had been passed down, and it was finally time for them to start the mission. The mercenary fleet sped up, arriving at the predetermined location for the ambush. The Black Star army followed as well. Returning to his blacklight stealth, Han Shao accepted the private communication from Ghidorah. Black Star, the operation is about to begin. We need you to control your artificial intelligence that has snuck in to create chaos for the enemy. Got it? Han Shao nodded in response. To have the whistleblower cause a ruckus within, that was a simple task. The remuneration for this employment has been notarized with the Mercenary Alliance and the official employment mission sent to the file of the Black Star Army. Opening the Mercenary Group interface, the official employment of Ghidorah had been authorized with the name Operation Hodolos. A war employment was not a private transaction and needed to be recorded in the Mercenary Alliance. After it was completed, a large number of credibility points would then be added to raise the credibility rating of the Mercenary Group. Furthermore, the mission details would be added to their mission files. This was also the first war-level employment for the Black Star Army. The interface popped up a notification of the corresponding hire, with a total of 18 million experience as well as 1,500 favorability for the Ghidorah faction. As the army commander, his remuneration was the highest, receiving 3.4 million anas. In addition, the officers and mercenaries would be remunerated individually. This was especially so for the players. Other than Black Star's mission of Black Star Army, the first battle, all of them also triggered the mission Operation Hodolos War Employment. They all received substantial experience and monetary rewards, although they were a far cry from his own. This was a war-level employment, so while the players only got to drink a bit of soup from the pot, the rewards were far beyond their current standards, which was extremely generous. On the forums, the tens of thousands of players were in high spirits, posting to show off the many rewards of their first battle upon joining the Black Star Army. This piqued everyone's interest in the Black Star Army further. This large-scale employment allowed players to understand that they shared common interests with their faction, thus helping them strengthen their sense of belonging. Han Shao had led them to participate in the war for this purpose. Because most players desired to take on a role, the various influences in the game allowed them to fulfill their dreams and fantasies. In order for the Black Star Army to become the faction akin to their first love, Han Shao had to utilize plotlines, feelings, interests, and other means. When Han Shao first set up his faction, he had already made this plan. In the vast universe, the mercenaries stayed by their ambush point. It would only take a short jump for them to reach their battlefield position. During this time, the enemy's actions were monitored through the coordinates on the star map, which were shared by Ghidorah. The formation of the Black Star Army was placed behind the rest, as they were not participating in the frontal attack of the DarkStar motherships. Inside his blacklight stealth, Han Shao watched the actions of DarkStar through the feedback provided by Rista. His monitor was different. While others could only see the coordinates on the star map, he could see the internal conditions of the mothership. At this moment, the members of the DarkStar fleet were still unaware of their impending doom, conducting their businesses as usual. Attacking planet Aquamarine and giving me such huge losses. It's time for you to pay your debts. Han Shao narrowed his eyes. As time progressed, the 6 DarkStar motherships finally entered the ambush site. They're here. Han Zhao's eyes gleamed. Attack! Courageous command spread through the entire army in an instant. The next instant, the joint mercenary fleet jumped simultaneously. The universe outside of their spaceships turned into flowing streams of light as they activated their hyperdrive. In just a few seconds, the fleet had crossed a long distance, and the undefended DarkStar motherships appeared in front of their eyes. On the other side, streams of light appeared as the Godaran fleet emerged. They attacked from both sides, instantly surrounding the DarkStar fleet. The ambush sites for both were out of DarkStar's radar detection range, and they appeared at the same time, catching them off guard. Without another word, Ghidorah and the mercenaries began to open fire, and countless cannons and lasers bombarded the 6 DarkStar motherships. With such deliberate calculations, the troops in the mothership were immediately thrown into chaos. Inside the mothership where Degulish was located, the lights turned red as they sounded the warning alarms. The people on the ship were shocked, immediately rushing to their positions. The mothership was being rocked around from the explosions, causing people to fall from time to time. What's happening? Degulish had an expression of anger as he called for the observation equipment. When he saw that the attackers were from Ghidorah, he lost his composure immediately. How could it be Ghidorah? Did Ghidorah plan to ambush us? How could they know our location? The projection of their head of intelligence appeared on the screen, with a face of worry. Degulish, we're being ambushed, and the enemy is well prepared. Not just our fleet, the other DarkStar motherships in the other star zones are also under attack. Ghidorah has planned this for a long time. They've cracked our stealth equipment and grasped our movements. This was the first time that DarkStar had been attacked by Ghidorah while in stealth mode. This ability to go into stealth mode was DarkStar's biggest reliance. Now that it had failed, Degulish immediately realized the seriousness of their situation. Send orders to all fleets. Do not engage and seek opportunities to break through. This is Ghidorah's trap, and it is an important life or death situation. We cannot fight head-on with them. Degulish issued the order. There was no warning of Ghidorah's attack, and the incident happened too quickly. The upper echelons of DarkStar had no time to react, and they did not even have time to think about how Ghidorah had managed to grasp their whereabouts. Right now, their top priority was to escape. If Ghidorah had come with a plan, DarkStar would not be able to stand up to the attack and could only escape. However, the command was not sent out. A notification on the communication interface showed that the link had been cut off. Not only Degulish, but the entire DarkStar motherships had their connection cut off from the outside world. This was because Degulish was residing in the mothership that Rista was controlling. Rista had totally cut off their connection to the outside world. The whistleblower had begun his actions. Chapter 583. The ending is usually decided before the battle even starts. Chapter 583. The ending is usually decided before the battle even starts. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. The battle entered the climax as soon as it started. Outside the porthole, the Godaran fleet, mercenary fleet, and DarkStar fleet blasted at each other. The light from the cannon fire brought multiple colors to this space in the universe, along with countless deaths. Cannons shot through the armor plates of one spaceship after another, turning the people inside into ashes. Since Degulish could not send out any orders, the DarkStar fleet lost command and unity, fighting for themselves. Only after quite some time did they start to unite into groups under the orders of other furious DarkStar superiors and tried to break through the situation. Sadly, as the initial order did not arrive on time, so DarkStar lost their best chance to escape. The way they pushed forward under the heavy fire was like trying to move in mud. Looks like we don't even need to do anything. Han Xiao shook his head as he looked at the situation of the battlefield. With Ghidorah and the mercenaries working together, the strength of their fleets completely outpowered the 6 DarkStar mothership fleets. It was highly likely that there would not even be a need to enter the melee battle stage. They could turn these DarkStar armies into wrecks floating in space with just non-stop cannon fire. Black Star Army's mission was handling the melee battle, so they had no chance to showcase their abilities and could only stay back and wait. DarkStar started to show signs of collapsing. Some of the DarkStar frigates became deserters, wanting to escape from the slow mothership. Unsurprisingly, they were turned into fireworks midway. Han Shao thought for a while. Doing nothing did not fit his goal of building a name for Black Star Army. So he decided to create an opportunity for himself. Rista, can you control the movement of that mothership? Sure. Drive the mothership and carry out a short-distance hyperdrive, crashing into the closest planet. I will convince Godorans to let you go. As he was saying, Han Shao contacted the War Bureau through a private channel. This is Black Star. I'm going to control a mothership to crash into the surface of a planet and carry out land battle. The deputy leader of DarkStar is on that mothership. This is a chance to capture him alive while simultaneously seizing a DarkStar mothership. Degulish was also a mission target of Ghidorah's ally, so capturing him alive and giving him to Ghidorah would result in a reward just like killing him. Also, giving them a mothership also had a high reward. Fruobnovel.com. Ghidorah had come prepared. This war might be DarkStar's last struggle, so Han Shao wanted to increase the mission rating as much as possible. The War Bureau had been paying close attention to the battle. With how things turned out, the superiors had no reason to doubt Han Shao. Besides, capturing Degulish alive and seizing a mothership was very useful. After some discussion, the superiors decided to try Han Zhao's plan. They were confident in controlling the situation, so they took the risk and quickly sent orders to the fleet commander. This order made the fleet commander very confused. Nonetheless, he was used to obeying orders as a soldier, so he quickly did as he was told. Rista controlled the DarkStar mothership and deviated from the fleet, speeding up as the attacks targeted at it became scattered. The other motherships, of course, did not receive such treatment. They faced heavier fire as they watched Rista's mothership slowly move away. Before the passengers on this mothership knew what was going on, they entered hyperdrive and arrived at the nearest planet, the barren planet that the Godoran fleet had hidden behind previously. Boom! The mothership immediately crashed through the atmosphere and toward the ground, forming a crater as dust shot into the sky like a fountain. The DarkStar members inside the mothership were thrown about from the impact. Degulish was the only Calamity Grade Super on that mothership. With his body strength, he was not injured, but his face was filled with surprise. As soon as the communication was cut off earlier, he had already started to be suspicious, and the fact that the mothership had moved on its own proved his suspicion. Clearly, the mothership was under the enemy's control. No wonder their whereabouts had been exposed to the enemy. Even their mothership belonged to them. When did the enemy do that? Degulish was furious and shocked. The intelligence of the mothership crashing into the planet's surface reached the mercenary fleet, and Guraja quickly contacted Han Shao. Black Star, it's your turn. On it. Han Shao nodded. The Blacklight stealth turned around, followed by the rest of the Black Star fleet. They diverged from the Alliance fleet and entered hyperdrive, arriving at the planet where the mothership had crashed in the blink of an eye. All the DarkStar members, including Degulish, were trapped on the planet's surface, and a ground war was a stage exceptionally suitable for the players. Touchdown! Deploy the mercenaries! Han Shao ordered. The spaceships slowly descended toward the planet's surface. The players inside the spaceship were already waiting behind the hatch, ready to strike at any time. There should be tens of thousands of DarkStar members inside a mothership, with quite a number of them being Grade B Supers. Of course, the strong ones would be dealt with by the officers. The players only needed to deal with the normal soldiers. This time, Hila, who was standing beside Han Shao, frowned and asked, "What about us?" Han Shao turned around, pondered for a moment and said, "You guys can join the battle this time, too." Hila and Aurora would not die so easily. Furthermore, they would eventually need to familiarize themselves with the feeling of a space battle, so they needed training. This was a rather safe chance to do so. Hence, Han Shao did not plan to stop Hila. Feeling Han Zhao's trust, Hila's brows loosened, and she nodded. She did not like to always be protected and had always hoped to be of use. The DarkStar soldiers on the surface guarded the mothership closely as the mercenary spaceships carrying the players surrounded them from all directions. Whoosh! Hatches opened one after another. Players walked out of the spaceship, and hundreds of thousands of them surrounded the DarkStar warriors. The Blacklight stealth hovered in midair, and Han Shao jumped down. He did not need the standard superhero landing. Mechanical force surrounded his body and created a repulsion force when he was about to land on the ground. He hovered just less than 20 centimeters above the ground. Black Star, it's you again. Degulish clenched his teeth. With a poker face, Han Shao slowly said, "Last time, the three of you fought me together. Now it's only you, and no one will come to save you no matter how loud you scream." Now that he was Calamity Grade just like Degulish, their strength difference was tremendously reduced. There was only one ending for Degulish if they fought one-on-one. Defeat. A tint of nervousness flashed within Degulish's eyes. He indeed dreaded Han Zhao's tankiness, so he quickly thought of what he could do. However, the more he thought about it, the more hopeless he got. He could not think of any possibility in which he would be able to escape. The fleet could barely hold on. No one would come to help him. His only advantage was that, although it was extremely difficult to kill Black Star was just grade B, so he might be able to stall for a very long time. Just as Degulish had this thought, electric sparks shot out from Han Zhao's body, and compressed orbs opened one after another. This was the first time that he had used his full power since he entered the Calamity Grade. Thick, dense energy splashed in all directions, showcasing the energy level that belonged to the Calamity Grade. Noticing the energy rank, Degulish's face changed drastically. "Yo, you've achieved the Calamity Grade. When they fought not long ago, Black Star had been grade B. How could he improve so fast?" Without saying another word, Degulish turned around, turned into a stream of light, and immediately escaped, disappearing into the horizon and leaving the DarkStar warriors behind. Before Black Star was Calamity Grade, he had already been unkillable. Now that he was Calamity Grade, how was he supposed to fight him? "I'll chase him. You guys deal with DarkStar's army." At this point, the new mechanical suit was not yet built. Han Shao wore the backup mechanical suit, turned the thrusting module up to its full power, and dashed toward Degulish like a bolt of lightning, disappearing before everyone else's eyes. Not long after, the deafening sound of fighting came from afar, and the ground trembled. As if this was a signal, the battle erupted. DarkStar warriors fiercely fought back against the horde of players coming from all directions. Boom! Countless abilities and bullets covered the sky, bringing chaos to the battlefield. Players fell onto the ground like wheat being harvested. After all, DarkStar members were galactic warriors. Their average strength was much stronger. However, as the battle continued, DarkStar warriors' faces changed as well. First, they were fiery, then tired, and after some time they became numb. Finally, the DarkStar warriors noticed the fact that the players were immortal. The enemies would not die, so no matter how many times they kill them, it was useless. Realizing this, the minds of the DarkStar warriors were instantly defeated. From having the upper hand in the battle, the DarkStar warriors slowly began to get defeated. Tens of thousands of people could not hold the line of defense anymore. They were eaten up bit by bit. Not long after, the entire DarkStar army was drowned by the players. Ember, whose Esper ability was extremely powerful against crowds, was not here, so the players had no nemesis. The stronger DarkStar officers were held back and defeated by Herluz and others, and the rest of the DarkStar soldiers were no match for the players. Sometime later, the chaotic battlefield gradually quietened down, only left with scattered screams of agony. The battle was ending, and the ground was covered in the corpses of DarkStar soldiers. The remaining DarkStar members surrendered and were tied up and thrown aside. The players excitedly cleaned up the battlefield. The DarkStar warriors' equipment was everywhere. There were even players who fought for them once in a while. Herluz did not stop them. According to the rules of the mercenary industry, that equipment all belonged to the mercenaries. "How's Han Shao doing?" Gila wiped off a bloodstain on her face and walked to Herluz. She had taken part in the battle and had experienced the strength of regular galactic warriors firsthand. Tiny streams of red flew out from the tens of thousands of dead DarkStar warriors and were absorbed by Gila. Living creatures that had recently died could provide energy to her. Gila could increase the strength of her Esper ability through large-scale slaughters. In Han Zhao's previous life, she had slaughtered many races and used this method to increase her strength. Now that she was not that extreme, of course, she would not choose that method anymore. The captain could deal with 3 grade as even before. There will definitely not be a problem. Haluz was not worried at all. He took out the communicator and contacted Han Xiao. Captain, you done? What a coincidence. I just finished up with the battle. Wait there. I'm on my way back. Hanging up the communication, Han Xiao looked at Degulish, who was not far away. Degulish was breathing heavily and in a very bad state. He had almost 0 stamina left and was staring at Han Xiao. The marks from their battle extended hundreds of miles. The ground was dented everywhere, covered in craters created by them. Some places had even become trenches. Han Xiao had used his Calamity Grade strength without holding back, enjoying his destructive powers. The aftermath of a full-on Calamity Grade battle could easily change the terrain. Degulish could crack the surface with just a punch or a kick, but he could not penetrate Han Xiao at all. Han Xiao was also Calamity Grade, so Degulish could not overwhelm him like he did when he attacked planet Aquamarine. He could not defeat Han Xiao, nor could he run away. His situation was very frustrating. He would get battered if he did not fight back, but if he did fight back, he would unavoidably waste his energy without even being able to hurt Black Star. High-intensity battles were highly draining. As his energy levels fell, his strength continuously diminished. Han Xiao's attacks dealt more and more injuries, and the vicious cycle repeated. A battle of stamina was where Han Xiao excelled. Although the mechanical army had yet to recover and he had yet to update his own equipment, with his talents and rare abilities, he wore Degulish down steadily. Degulish coughed, clenched his teeth, and started to activate the energy that he had only just recovered. Stop it! Do you even have the strength to fight anymore? Han Xiao was speechless. Degulish was a Calamity Grade pugilist after all. Even though his stamina was completely drained, he could recover it in a matter of seconds. Seeing Degulish was still trying to regain energy, Han Xiao pondered and asked, "Do you know why your location was exposed?" Degulish's face drastically changed. His movement became stiff, and his just recovered energy disappeared. Could it be? Before you people attacked planet Aquamarine, I had already invaded your mothership when you attacked planet Golden Gate. The person that gave Ghidorah intelligence and started this war was me. Degulish's face turned black. This time, the communicator rang again. It was a message from Giraja. Black Star, the battle here is almost finished. All the DarkStar motherships have been destroyed. Only a few DarkStar members escaped through the gaps created by the mothership in small spaceships. The Ghidorans are chasing them down. We still don't know if any of the DarkStar upper echelons are among them. We are preparing to fetch you. Are you done over there? Yes, the mission is complete. Come over. The war was a complete victory just as he expected. The intelligence provided by Rista was extremely detailed. Not only did they know DarkStar's location, they also knew the number of DarkStar troops. Plus, Ghidorah had more than enough time to gather enough troops to attack them when they least expected it. Ghidorah controlled an entire star system, and if they still could not achieve an overwhelming victory with such an enormous advantage, it would have been way too embarrassing. Without their stealth advantage, DarkStar could not match a star system civilization that attacked them with all they had. If not for their stealth ability, DarkStar would have been destroyed a long time ago. What Han Xiao had provided was what Ghidorah needed most. He could very well be considered the main reason that DarkStar had been destroyed. Han Xiao did not mind that Degulish was just beside him. He ended the communication in front of him. Degulish kneeled onto the floor with a plop and stopped resisting. He closed his eyes with agony and whimpered, "DarkStar is done for." Chapter 584, Escaped Fish. Chapter 584, Escaped Fish. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. DarkStar is done for. At the last moment, Degulish realized that it was the end for the warriors he led, and he had nowhere to run. He lost the will to fight and gave up resisting. His exhausted and enormous body fell to the floor, facing down. Han Xiao did not have an easy time dealing with Degulish, and many of his adorable machines had been destroyed. Since he did not have enough time to recover the machines that he had lost during the planet Aquamarine battle, He was using the backup machinery that he built before, and Degulish had destroyed 2/3 of his stash. Nonetheless, after this battle, Han Shao had a very clear understanding of his own strength, so it was well worth it. His current battle mode was rather impressive, and the synergy between his talents and abilities were quite perfect. For regular grade Supers, he was basically undefeated just with how strong his body was. After he recovered his mechanical army, he would even be on par with Calamity Grade Supers who were 3,000 to 4,000 energy rank above him. The strength differences between Calamity Grades were exceptionally large. Han Shao had only just stepped into this territory, so there were still many who were a threat to him, such as those above level 200 who could overpower him. However, given how tanky he would still be quite a pain to deal with. Comparatively, opponents who used psychic attacks were a bigger threat to him. Psychic attacks were not included in the damage types that could be absorbed by intermediate energy absorption. Only attacks that landed on his physical body would be turned into energy. Psychic attacks could break his health mana cycle. Some mages would be quite difficult to deal with as well, such as those who excelled in curse magic and abilities that could suppress life regeneration of sorts, also espers that had psychic abilities like Gila. There are countless abilities in the universe. I am far from the top of grade A. He was very self-aware of his strength, so there was no way he would get arrogant. Seeing that Degulish did not have the will to fight anymore, Han Shao said, "Anner had a stronger spine than you. I thought you would fight me to death." Degulish clenched his teeth and said, "Black Star, don't get ahead of yourself. You've not won yet." He still had one final shred of hope. The DarkStar army had been annihilated, but the superiors were not all caught. The DarkStar leader had yet to return and was not in Garton's star system. This was his hope. As long as the leader was still alive, DarkStar was not completely obliterated. Therefore, he had chosen to surrender. He wanted to keep himself alive and useful, even if it meant that he would be sent to Rainbow Prison, so that he could wait for his leader to come and save him, to give himself to the cause once again, rising for his leader. DarkStar's leader. The DarkStar leader was a very remarkable man. He had avoided this disaster out of luck. However, even if he wanted to start all over, he would have to keep an exceptionally low profile for a long time in order to escape from the Godorans. Hence, he would not be much of a problem anytime soon. Furthermore, Ghidorah wanted to kill the DarkStar leader more than he did, so there was no point worrying about it. Dragging Degulish along, Han Shao returned to where the others were. Seeing the corpses that were piled up and scattered across the ground, he nodded with approval. The players did very well. The effect that he wanted had been achieved. Shortly after, the mercenaries and the Godorans landed together. The DarkStar captives were handed to the Godorans. Degulish was escorted onto the ship by 2 Calamity Grade Godoran government officials, heading to the dreamy life of free housing for the rest of his life in the marvelous cell of Rainbow Prison. Rista completed his mission and returned to the Blacklight stealth, pushing Philip out. This DarkStar mothership was handed to Ghidorah as part of the deal that had been discussed with the Godoran War Bureau. The notification of 2 missions in Ghidorah's ally being completed popped up on the interface. Deputy Leader, Degulish complete. You have received 24,200,000 experience, 1,500 Godoran civilization favorability. Character summon card, Degulish. Seize mothership complete. You have received 30 million experience and 1,800 Godoran civilization favorability. Other than that, Operation Hodolos War Hire was shown to be completed as well, despite him not doing much. Nonetheless, after Han Shao thought about it and realized that in order to even receive these benefits, he had to be qualified for it. After all, Ghidorah would not hire just anyone for this. Furthermore, Rista had played a rather large part in it, so it was counted toward his contribution. The initial reason that Ghidorah hired him back then was to let him control the mothership. Capturing Degulish and others was a pleasant surprise. These 3 missions brought Han Shao more than 70 million experience. Although it was not comparable to harvesting the players, it was still quite profitable. Hence, despite the players' mission being the shrunk version, they still made quite a fortune. The players were happy, and Han Shao was happier. Sadly, the players did not have the Ghidorah's ally mission and could not receive the other 2 rewards. Shame. With the boost of 3 continuous missions, Han Zhao's god aura favorability rocketed past 6,000 and reached the highest relationship status, reverence. It was well-deserved. He had provided intelligence to god aura to counterattack, captured Deputy Leader Degulish alive, and seized a mothership. If he was a civil servant in god aura, he would have been promoted more than 10 times. Hell, he might even have become a candidate for top positions in the War Bureau. As Han Xiao was about to have a conversation with the god aura superiors Gureja, Underworld Feather, Justin, and the other army commanders stared directly at Black Star Army that were cleaning up the battlefield. Defeating tens of thousands of Darkstar warriors was an easy feat. Their army could do it too. However, they would never have achieved the result that Black Star Army had. Almost 0 casualties. Their speculations about Black Star Army had become a reality. Those army commanders knew full well that as soon as word about this spread, Black Star Army's name in the mercenary world would shoot up into the skies, completely overturning their past image and officially becoming one of the top mercenary groups. Other than this seized one, all the other Darkstar motherships were destroyed. Very few escaped, and their identities are yet to be verified. In the communicator image, the War Bureau Superior explained the situation. Is that so? Han Xiao contemplated. Darkstar did not have a fixed base, the motherships were their base. Now that these had been destroyed, it was basically the end for them. The Darkstar organization was no more. What Han Xiao cared more about was if Ember was alive. Ember's Esper ability was very destructive, and he had immense hatred for him. Plus, his brain was the most developed. If he escaped, there would be quite a problem. Maybe he could use the Destiny's Child card to foresee Ember's whereabouts? The Destiny's Child character summon card only had 2 more uses left, and Han Xiao had yet to decide whether to use one of it here. This time, the War Bureau Superior said, after some time, God Aura will announce this victory to all of the star system. Following your request, Serbia the Fifth will publicize your achievements personally, telling everyone that you're the hero of Darkstar's destruction and that you're a valued ally of God Aura. Darkstar had threatened the Garten star system for many years, causing countless disasters. Now that they had finally been dealt with, God Aura would certainly make an official announcement, streaming to all the channels in the entire star system, listing Darkstar sins and promoting their profound victory. That would boost the confidence of their people, making it known that Darkstar no longer existed, that they had saved the world, and so on. Back then, when Han Xiao sold his intelligence, one of the requirements was to publicize his contributions after the plan succeeded. This was to tremendously increase his fame. For such an enormous feat, it was almost a definite that he would receive star system level legendary points. By the way, you will be needed at the scene. Serbia the Fifth will personally give you the honors, and you will be a friend of God Aura forever. After the ceremony ends, we will pay you the rest of the reward as discussed. 50 medium battleships and 1 large main ship, the remaining 15 million payment, and some super knowledges. Han Zhao's eyes sparkled. Finally, he was about to receive the remaining payment, but receiving the honors was unexpected. God Aura was very generous, so being honored by the leader of the nation was a huge honor. This was not his request but Ghidorah's decision. With some thought, Han Xiao roughly knew what God Aura was thinking. Their appreciation was indeed sincere, as were his achievements, but a part of it was definitely because he was part of Floating Dragon. Thus, they wanted to improve their relationship with the Floating Dragon. If Floating Dragon's field team officer was Ghidorah's honored hero, their relationship would be closer. This had no negative impact on him, so of course Han Xiao would not reject it. Before bringing the players to Base 1 to officially start their mercenary career, showing them a cutscene of me being honored is very beneficial for my personal image. This will all increase my reputation. Marvelous. Han Xiao was very content. When Han Xiao ended the communication, the battlefield had almost all been cleaned up. The Godaran fleet dragged the Darkstar mothership from the ground like pulling up a carrot. They then moved it outside the atmosphere and were planning to take it back. On the galactical battlefield on the other side, there were also many Godaran spaceships cleaning up the wreckages of Darkstar fleets. This was an overwhelming victory. Joy was on the face of every Godaran soldier. Not only Han Xiao, But all the mercenary groups were also invited to Ghidorah's mother planet to attend the government ceremony not long after. Showing their faces was a free advertisement, so no one rejected the offer. The Black Star Army and Alliance fleet took off and headed toward Ghidorah's mother planet together. After just experiencing a war, all the players were excited. All kinds of screenshots and recordings were being posted to the forums. Haluz was extremely excited. Han Shao had promised to get rid of DarkStar, and he had always thought that there was little hope. He had stood behind Han Shao and watched his every step. He had never thought this promise would be fulfilled in just a few years. At this point, Black Star's promise only had one outstanding condition: sending hundreds of thousands of supers to deal with the problem on planet Sunil. Even though DarkStar was destroyed, Black Star would definitely not go back on his word on this one. The highly risky bet that he placed on trusting an unknown mercenary back then had paid off. Inside the Blacklight stealth cockpit, Han Shao did not pay attention to the player's actions as he would usually. After a long consideration, he had made a decision. He would foresee Ember's whereabouts. Although he might waste one use of the character summon card, he wanted to be mentally prepared in case Ember was still alive. You have used character summon card, Destiny's Child. Usages, 4 of 5. The familiar fog covered his vision once again. Passing through the fog, a blurry image appeared before his eyes. A mini DarkStar assault ship was speeding through the universe, escaping. Ember was the only one on the ship. Long before the ambush, he had felt uneasy and kept his alert up. When it happened, his reactions were the quickest. Realizing that there was no possibility of winning, he had abandoned the mothership, taking a small, fast assault ship. With a bit of luck and all his might, he had successfully escaped. Hundreds of assault ships had tried to escape, but he was the only one that had succeeded. Ember had seen the mothership shattering into pieces under the barrage with his own eyes, and countless DarkStar warriors had turned to ash, floating in the cold universe. DarkStar was finished, and Ember realized that. Where should he go? Piloting the spaceship, the dim light from the star map illuminated Ember's face. He was lost without purpose. As a wanted man who had slaughtered tens of millions of Ghidorahs, Ghidorah would never give up chasing him. It seemed like there was only one path ahead of him. Leave Garten star system or even Colton star cluster, go to another star cluster in the shattered star ring, hide his name and start a new life. Thinking about this, veins filled his eyes. He did not want to escape anymore. DarkStar still had him. It was not the end for DarkStar. I am destined to become Ghidorah's nightmare. With slaughter, I will make them reflect on their traditions that are countless years behind. The bloodline belief they have is against the nature of reproduction. This twisted mindset is exactly what created us. After their confession, I will make them swallow the fruit of their thousands of years of the pureblood belief. DarkStar will build a new Ghidorah above their ruins. Then, there will be no more pure blood. No one will feel superior for their blood. Discrimination will no longer exist. No one will be born lower than another. Those were the DarkStar leader's hopes for him when he was young, and he had always remembered them in his heart and made them his faith. Ghidorah will definitely host a ceremony to announce to the entire star system that they have defeated DarkStar, and that the purebloods' reign is still strong. Ember clenched his teeth. When you people think that everything has ended and are celebrating your victory, I will tell the entire star system that DarkStar has yet to disappear. He decided to go to Ghidorah's mother planet. When Ghidorah was holding their ceremony and was watched by the whole star system, he would use his Esper ability and start a slaughter, destroying Ghidorah's victory announcement. However, Ghidorah Mother Planet was very dangerous, so he had yet to figure out a way to get in. There would definitely be a lot of Calamity Grade Ghidorah government officials at the ceremony as guards, so him doing so might cost his life. As Ember was having 1,000 thoughts and was about to make a decision, his communicator suddenly rang. It was a communication request from the DarkStar leader. That's right, the leader is still alive. He came up with a better idea. Ember's mind recovered, and he was overjoyed that he had found someone whom he could rely on. Chapter 585 Mastermind. Chapter 585 Mastermind. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. Ember, are you the only one who escaped? What's the situation now? The projection of the DarkStar leader appeared. Not too long ago, he had received many emergency messages from the upper echelons of DarkStar and found out that all the DarkStar motherships were being ambushed by Ghidorah. If Ghidorah was able to lock onto their coordinates through some unknown means, DarkStar would not have anything to rely on anymore, and the situation would definitely be grave. He had tried contacting the various upper echelons to find out the news of the battle, but many of their numbers did not even respond. After waiting for a long time, the DarkStar leader finally managed to contact Ember and immediately asked about the situation. All the motherships have been destroyed, and only a small number of people managed to escape. Our fleet is already gone. Ember described the situation honestly with his fists clenched tightly and his teeth clenched. The DarkStar leader fell silent before letting out a long sigh. Their organization did not have any territory to their name, and those motherships were DarkStar's moving bases. All their production, research, and training capabilities were concentrated within those motherships. Their many years of accumulation had been destroyed in a single battle. Their losses were incomparably heavy, and their foundations were completely destroyed. Their entire organization no longer had any armed forces and was only left with the leader and a few escapees. When the mutation disaster was resolved before the expected timing and they were forced to make a change in their plans, the entire plan was no longer within their grasp. Even if their plan was stopped midway, Ghidorah would still be the loser, but now, Ghidorah had actually managed to turn the tables around and launch an all-out attack to thoroughly destroy them. As such, Ghidorah's losses had not been suffered in vain, and they had become the outright winner. Who would have thought that the mutation source plan would become the final plan of their organization? After pausing for a while, the DarkStar leader asked, "What are your plans?" Ember hesitated for a moment before saying that he wanted to unleash a massacre at the Ghidorah ceremony. Ridiculous! The DarkStar leader immediately rejected this plan. With our fleet completely wiped out, we have to make further plans. Leave the Garten star system first and meet up with me. Does this mean that I have to escape? All right then. Ember was reluctant in his heart but could only swallow that feeling. He adjusted the course of his spaceship and set course to the nearest planet on the border of the Garten star system. As long as the leader is still around, we have a chance to rise up again. In the Colton star cluster, in some star system, the spaceship of the DarkStar leader was currently drifting in space. After getting off the line with Ember, the DarkStar leader tapped on the spaceship's control panel in deep thought. After pondering for a long time, he stood up and left the control room. He then came to another walkway that was made from an alloy. When he walked to a specific location of the walkway, he knocked a few times on the wall. The spot that he knocked on did not seem any different from the wall around it. Gotcha. The alloy panel slid open and revealed a secret chamber. An odd-shaped communicator was located within it. viewabnovel.com. An ordinary galactic communicator had many different designs. They could be worn or the wrist or even shaped in the form of glasses. There were some that were extremely simple spherical designs, and others followed civilian wristwatch designs. However, the communicator in the secret chamber was an old-fashioned design from many years back that seemed bulky and unwieldy. Upon activating the communicator, lines of complicated encryption could be seen on the screen. The DarkStar leader keyed in many different passwords and confirmed his DNA before he could turn on the communicator. However, it seemed as though all the functions of the communicator were blocked, and he could only dial a single number. DDD. The time spent waiting for the transmission to go through seemed extremely long. The screen of the communicator then turned black, and a hazy, mosaicked face appeared on the screen. The other party remained silent, and the DarkStar leader was the first to speak. Ghidorah destroyed my fleet, and all my subordinates are dead. Only Ember is confirmed to be alive. The hazy figure on the screen moved, and a mechanical voice sounded from the communicator. Got it. I need a sum of money to build a new fleet, the DarkStar leader said with a deep voice. This isn't the time. Since you have failed, lie low for a while. You haven't been caught yet, so Ghidorah will be on guard against you. You cannot restore DarkStar to its former heights anytime soon. If not, there will be a risk of exposing the source of your funds. How long will I have to wait for? The day Ghidorah forgets the name of DarkStar will be the day for you to make a comeback. I do not wish to continue waiting, the DarkStar leader said in a depressed tone. I have already been under your control for a very long time. When will it end? All of you are extremely clear that I can only create destruction and cannot truly destroy Ghidorah entirely. Just when will all of you be satisfied? You will know when the time comes. Humph, you guys provided me with resources very willingly in the past. Now that my organization has almost been wiped out, you are starting to shrink back. Do you think that I have lost my value and wish to go back on our agreement? The DarkStar leader raised his voice slightly. Are you threatening us? The hazy figure fell silent. I think that you are getting your target wrong. The face of the DarkStar leader changed slightly, and he said humbly with his head lowered, My apologies. I spoke wrongly. We will evaluate whether or not the transaction has been completed. Do not rush us. Remember, you were the one who chose to make this agreement with us. We did not choose you, the hazy figure said. Even without you, we can have a second DarkStar. At that time, the agreement will naturally be cancelled. So you'd better watch your attitude. You'd better wait if we tell you to. I understand, the DarkStar leader said with a soft tone. The hazy figure paused for a moment before saying, In any case, this isn't the time for us to make an appearance. You should leave the Shattered Star Ring and rebuild your forces in other star fields. The DarkStar leader nodded. We can introduce you to another big shot in a different star field. If you can gain his aid, you may not need to lie low for too long. However, you have to prepare a sacrificial offering for him. Sacrificial offering? A super who has a sufficiently powerful Esper ability, the hazy figure said slowly. You should understand what I mean, right? The DarkStar leader was startled. He understood what a sacrificial offering meant. At the same time, he could also faintly guess the identity of that big shot. I heard that he is a crazy man who wants to form the super high-risk Esper ability restriction treaty. There are some rumors that the Crimson Empire is dissatisfied with the peace treaty, the hazy figure said. While they are located far away, if trouble really breaks out in the Crimson Empire, the Shattered Star Ring will be affected as well. That may be the best opportunity for you to stage a comeback and also a chance for us to complete our agreement. You will only be able to complete your side of the agreement if the situation is sufficiently chaotic. The eyes of the DarkStar leader lit up. While this might only be an excuse from the other party to console him, he did indeed regain some confidence. Don't contact us again before you are prepared. After cutting off the communication, the DarkStar leader closed the secret chamber and returned to his room. Every time he contacted the other party, he would feel a sense of pressure that came from the other party's strength, status, and authority. I hope that they will fulfill their end of the deal. The DarkStar leader shook his head. What he was doing was no different from making a deal with tigers. However, even if he was worried, he could only choose to make a transaction with the other party. The DarkStar leader had stepped onto this path very early on. No one in DarkStar was aware about this matter. In his eyes, this was the only hope for the mixed bloods. Many years ago, he had come to understand that it was no more than a pipe dream if he wanted to overthrow the rule of the purebloods and create a new Ghidorah for the mixed bloods. While it seemed to be an extremely moving slogan, it was not a practical reality. The discrimination toward the mixed bloods would never disappear. Regardless of the policies that the regime attempted to push forward, the long scales or tails of the mixed bloods were things that the purebloods just could not accept. Regardless of how good an upbringing they had, as long as the differences existed, the deep-rooted discrimination would never disappear. With the purebloods forming the middle and upper ranks of society, the outcome of this discrimination was not that simple. The future of the mixed bloods was not in Ghidorah. If DarkStar was not the terror organization that it was but a kind organization that took in the mixed bloods to build an empire of mixed bloods, he would only die a faster death. Without a sufficiently powerful backer, they would not only have to face the Ghidorah army but also the alliance of different regimes. Their only way out would be to gain support from an even higher place. Just DarkStar alone would not be enough to accomplish all that. Right at that moment, these individuals had come up to him with an irresistible offer that gave him hope. In the end, The leader of DarkStar had become a pawn for the other party to fight for another opportunity. The DarkStar leader had once asked the other party why they chose him. The other party had said that just creating destruction and a systematic plan of destruction were two entirely different affairs. In most cases, only the latter was a threat. Thus, they had chosen DarkStar. The initial goal of an organization would always initially be clear, but as time went on, their path slowly strayed from their original one. The focus of the DarkStar leader had already shifted to how they could create more destruction for Ghidorah and incite hatred between the purebloods and mixed bloods. By pushing the mixed bloods to stand against Ghidorah, it created disharmony within Ghidorah and supplied him with fresh troops. DarkStar had already become a blade in the hands of others. However, the entire organization apart from himself was unaware of this. However, the DarkStar leader believed that this was the only path that would give him a chance of building a homeland for the mixed bloods. If he wanted to reap the rewards, he would have to first pay the price. The mother planet of Ghidorah was a gigantic planet. Even outside the atmosphere, traces of modifications could be seen. The more developed a civilization was, the greater the modification to their mother planet. Spaceship after spaceship docked at the various ports of the planet, and the mercenaries all disembarked from their spaceships. The Black Star Army was mixed among the people, with the players forming the largest group. The officers following behind Han Shao looked around curiously as though they were tourists. The only thing that they were lacking was a tour guide at the front hoisting up a flag. Han Shao walked at the very front and was chatting away merrily with the other army commanders. All of them were invited to participate in the victory ceremony, and the officials of Ghidorah were already waiting by the dock. Chapter 586, Payment in Hand. Chapter 586, Payment in Hand. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. Ghidorah sent out one of their leaders, who said with respect, "I welcome all the army commanders on behalf of Ghidorah to participate in this celebration ceremony. The ceremony is currently in preparation, and we will be in charge of all of your lodgings and needs during this period. Please feel free to inform us if you have any requests. Everyone follow me. We have already arranged your lodgings." The millions of mercenaries made a majestic appearance. If not for Ghidorah being a star system level civilization, they would not have been able to make proper arrangements for all the mercenaries easily. They needed a few days to prepare the celebration ceremony, and the mercenaries could only wait for the ceremony to begin on the mother planet. The ceremony was being held in the capital, and everyone's lodging was also arranged in the capital. All the army commanders stayed in the same place, but their subordinates were to stay in a separate location. Furthermore, only the army commanders were invited to participate in the ceremony, and their subordinates could only watch the live broadcast on screen. The players who were scattered all around the capital definitely would not stay in their rooms obediently. Furthermore, Han Shao did not intend on restricting their freedom. The players would not feel a sense of belonging to a faction that tried to restrict their movements. The only way to go was using benefits to entice them, which was what he had been doing. The treatment of the players was like the other mercenaries. They were free to do whatever they wanted when there were no missions, as long as they did not break the law. Besides, the only way to create a warm sense of belonging for the players was to expose them to the prices of the galaxy. Han Shao was split up from his officers and followed the other army commanders to a government guest house. This guest house was used to host visitors and was not open to civilians. Along the way, Han Shao chatted with the different army commanders, and the few like Justin who were not in cooperation with the Black Star Army took the initiative to form an alliance with him. Han Shao enjoyed Ghidorah's scenery as they traveled. The sky was a beautiful shade of dark blue, and the pedestrians who were making use of their flight devices stuck closely to the prescribed flying routes. They formed a long human bridge that extended up into the skies. Every building had a landing point at the top of the building, which made it look as though the crowd was being sucked in. This scenery was exactly like how he remembered it to be. The luxurious government guest house was located on top of the mountain, and their guide led Han Shao and the others to their rooms. Every room had identical designs, and they were two-story rooms with huge, full-length windows and a balcony. The view on the outside covered half the capital, and the air was extremely fresh. When Han Shao got into his own room, the guide left and did not disturb him further. This is truly luxurious. Han Xiao looked around the place and opened up the fridge to take a look. The fridge was lined with all of Ghidorah's specialties as well as many different kinds of drinks. Having picked out a frozen piece of red meat, Han Xiao placed it into a simple reheating machine that looked like an oven. He then set the flavor to Ghidorah's traditional taste before turning the machine on. After a short while, a plate of steaming hot diced meat was served. It was topped with thick golden gravy that looked like honey and gave out an irresistible aroma. I can finally save my taste buds, which crave nutritious and high-energy food. Han Xiao took a deep breath of the aroma, and his appetite was whetted. He then ate the diced meat as though he was snacking. The sweet, juicy meat bounced around in his teeth as though he was eating jelly. Ghidorah was a magical civilization, and its mother planet had once had countless magical beasts roaming the planet. Now, all those beasts were locked up in zoos for exhibition, with a portion of them being turned into everyday delicacies. After all, beasts who had magic in their bodies usually had extremely fragrant meat. Han Xiao grabbed a red fruit that looked like a baboon's ass and a light gold liquor that had not been opened yet. He then walked to the balcony and sat down in the deck chair, enjoying Ghidorah's beautiful scenery while enjoying the fruit and wine in his hand. In his past life, DarkStar had bothered Ghidorah for a long time, but DarkStar had been destroyed much earlier in this life. The billions of lives that would have been harmed by DarkStar had been saved. The greatest threat to him had already been wiped out, and Han Xiao no longer had an enemy to be wary of. A period of peace would follow this, and Han Xiao could finally develop his Black Star army in peace. Before the release of the next version, there should not be much danger. Since the danger was already over, it should be alright for him to relax for a moment, right? Not too long ago, Han Xiao had used the Destiny's Child card to prophesize about Ember's situation. Ember was indeed still alive, but the outcome of the prophecy was actually Ember's death. Ordinarily speaking, the prophecy should have been about how Ember would bring him a bloody calamity in the future. A prophecy could also fail, but it was a pity that he was not able to determine Ember's location and give chase. While he was not able to personally get rid of Ember, it seemed like Ember would not have a good ending. Han Xiao was truly curious about what kind of dangers Ember would meet. The most likely scenario would be him being chased by Ghidorah and being beaten to death. However, it was a pity that the prophecy had been too hazy, and Han Xiao could only make a wild guess. The DarkStar storyline has been changed by me, and all future events will no longer happen. The fate of these DarkStar members will also be different, Han Xiao mused to himself. From version 1.0, the main boss of the Garten star system had been DarkStar. Now that DarkStar was no more, there would not be another enemy capable of threatening him in the Garten star system anytime soon. Together with the fact that he had a good relationship with Ghidorah, his main camp would be more or less safe. Thus, Han Xiao was in a pleasant mood and felt that the sun was warm and the flowers red. I have been in the galaxy for a few years now. As he sipped his wine, Han Xiao could not help but reminisce about his experiences in the galaxy. He had set up the Black Star mercenary group and completed missions all around. He had become a subordinate of the Dragon Emperor and made use of her as a backer to build ties with the various organizations. He had begun his accumulation since version 1.0 and returned to planet Aquamarine after version 2.0 was launched. He had carried out his plan to recruit players and initiated deeper cooperation with Ghidorah. He had resolved the mutation disaster and caused the destruction of DarkStar. Now, he had finally accumulated enough strength to stand his ground in the galaxy. The next step will be my uprising. Han Xiao swallowed a large mouthful of wine as many ideas sprouted out in his head. After a short rest, an upper echelon of the War Bureau arrived at the guest house and invited all the army commanders for a meeting. Han Xiao also received the notice and made sure that his hair was done nicely before walking to the conference room while singing. He saw Underworld Feather and Gureja the moment he entered the conference room. He then sat down and made some idle chatter with the two of them. Gureja liked to touch his own thighs when talking, and Underworld Feather liked to eat non-stop. After talking for a short while, the other army commanders also arrived. When everyone was present, a Godaran dressed in old-fashioned attire walked into the room. He was an upper echelon of the War Bureau, and Han Xiao had talked to him through the communicator before. The War Bureau upper echelon then began his speech about how he was grateful to everyone present before moving on to the things that they should take note of during the ceremony. The majority of the upper echelons of Ghidorah would appear during the ceremony, including the current highest leader, Serbia V. The ceremony was an official event, and there were many rules that needed to be followed. The 10 or so army commanders seated in the room were all local tyrants of their respective regions. However, this was also their first time attending an official galactic civilization ceremony. Despite their strength and unbridled nature, they did not dare do as they pleased in such an official event. The meeting ended very quickly, and the various army commanders stood up to take their leave. Right at that moment, the upper echelon of the War Bureau called out to Han Xiao. "Black Star, follow me. Serbia V invites you to meet him." Pa! All the army commanders froze on the spot and looked back at Han Xiao in shock. The highest leader of Ghidorah was the leader of a star system-level civilization and was a true big figure. His status and influence were not something that they could match. They would only be able to encounter Serbia V during the actual ceremony. However, such a figure was about to meet Black Star in private. "We are all army commanders here. Why are you the only one getting special treatment?" Han Xiao's brows were raised, and he did not think that this was anything strange. Nodding, he said, "All right, let's go." The army commanders looked at their departing backs before looking at each other with puzzled looks. There was definitely something behind this. Ghidorah had not made an official announcement, and the army commanders did not know that Han Xiao was their true key to victory. The merit that he rendered was on a completely different level from theirs. After taking a long and winding path, they entered the core building of the regime. They then went through many different security checks before finally arriving at the office of the highest leader. Serbia V took the initiative to stand up and extended his hand. "Black Star, how was your rest?" "Pretty good." Han Xiao shook his hand, and the two of them began exchanging pleasantries. The three of them then had a casual conversation for a while before finally broaching the main topic. "Black Star, your intelligence helped us to wipe DarkStar out." Serbia V did not display a lofty attitude and spoke with a solemn expression. "I thank you on behalf of the Ghidorah citizens. Ghidorah will always remember what you have done. As a citizen of the Garten star system, this is something that I should do." "It is just a small matter," Han Xiao said humbly. "Your award ceremony would be grander, and we are going to award you with the Golden Gal Badge. This is Ghidorah's highest honor, and only 32 badges have been given out to date." "I am truly overwhelmed," Han Xiao replied. "This is something you deserve. We have already prepared the conditions that you have requested." The moment Serbia V completed his sentence, the War Bureau upper echelon beside him took out his communicator and flashed the image of 2 different spaceships. 50 violent Falcon-grade battleships that have the ability to attack and defend. 1 Fortress-grade flagship that is made from a powerful alloy. These 51 battleships are brand new, and they are currently being stored in the Army's warehouse. They can be handed over to you at any time. According to his request, those battleships were in their base form and not special Ghidorah variations. Together with this batch of battleships, his fleet now had about 70 battleships. Han Xiao looked through the data of the spaceships and nodded in satisfaction. Ghidorah did not go back on their word and try to toy with him. Those 2 spaceships were truly decent, especially the Fortress-grade flagship, which had a selling price of over 10 million anas and cost price of a few million. Of all the different spaceships, flagships and motherships were the most expensive kind. Just these 51 battleships would be a hefty price. After confirming that there was no problem with the spaceships, the War Bureau upper echelon continued. 15 million anas have been deposited into your account. Please take a look. A bank transfer message had indeed appeared on his communicator. After taking a glance, Han Xiao needed to exercise all his willpower to ensure that his face did not break out in a wide smile. Together with the 3,400,000 anas from being hired in the war, Han Xiao now had over 28 million anas in his account. He was truly a wealthy tycoon. As for the super knowledge that you have requested, we can provide 5. This is the list. As Han Xiao took a glance, the The super knowledge that a civilization had was indeed more complete than the black market. There were even some that could not be found on the black market. Now that they were being placed before him for him to choose, it saved him a great deal of time. However, the highest grade knowledge on the list was only a high-end knowledge. Without any hesitation, Han Shao immediately chose to learn the mechanic high-end knowledge that he had not learned. Armed branch, high-end material technology. Core mechanic knowledge to research materials with high resistance. The most obvious result would be an increase in armor for all machines. Energy branch, super nanometer force. Strengthens the basic attributes of all armor and machines. When used in tandem with super nanotechnology, high-grade memory alloys that have the ability to automatically restore armor can be researched. If the blueprint for nanorobots is learned, machines may even have the ability to transform. Energy branch, high-energy weapon control. When used together with high-class energy control, many different powerful weapons can be created. freewebnov.co. Control branch, interstellar navigation technology. Prerequisite knowledge to building a spaceship. Control branch, advanced applications for quantum entanglement. Greatly increase the transmission range of energy and messages. Increases the range and efficiency for virtual intrusion. The upper echelon immediately brought up the data from the knowledge bank and sent it to Han Zhao's communicator. Han Shao suppressed the urge to throw in his potential points immediately. The benefits from the trade had basically been obtained by him, and the only thing left would be for Ghidorah to announce his contributions at the ceremony and increase his renown. Could be said that this was truly a happy ending for their cooperation. After a short conversation, Han Shao stood up to take his leave. Right at that moment, an idea suddenly came to him, and Han Shao threw an observer's mark on Serbia V. The highest leader of Ghidorah would come into contact with top-secret information every day, and he could obtain some unexpected intelligence from spying on Serbia V. It definitely was not because he wanted to spy on the lifestyle of the highest leader. The next day, Han Shao rented out a machinery modification room. Since he was currently on the mother planet of Ghidorah, the time taken for shipping would be negligible. He immediately bought the core materials required for his new mechanical suit. Despite Ghidorah only charging him the cost price of those 3 materials, he spent more than 100,000 annas. At the same time, of the 5 new knowledges that he acquired from Ghidorah, high-end material technology, super nanometer force, and advanced applications for quantum entanglement were raised to the max level, which cost him a total of 51 potential points. Han Shao could finally feel a lack of potential points. The moment he started to level up his knowledge, his potential points would also be expended rapidly. Han Shao made use of his new knowledge to complete his mechanical suit blueprint and also increased the blueprint up to level 10. This was to ensure that he could create the most perfect mechanical suit. This time, Han Shao was prepared to create a mechanical suit that could keep up with his new grade as strength. Chapter 587 Berserk Ape. Chapter 587 Berserk Ape. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. In the machinery modification room, the core module is complete. Running an automatic scan. Automatic scan complete. Everything is in working order. Assembling the periphery modules. 10 or so mechanical arms quickly assembled the various parts of the mechanical suit, and a holographic screen displayed the various stats of the mechanical suit. Philip played the role of an assistant throughout the entire assembly process and used his superior processing speed to oversee the entire process. He detected all the microscopic defects within the various parts so that Han Shao could make continuous adjustments and ensure perfection to raise the grade of the product. Above the purple grade was the pink rare grade. The higher the quality of a machine, the more difficult it was to increase its grade. However, a problem that could be solved by money was not a problem at all. Han Shao spent more than 100,000 annas on the core materials, and he had even made use of the pink grade Void Dragon bone in the mechanical suit. With so many rare materials being used, it was extremely simple to increase the grade of the final product. When comparing 2 different equipment of the same level, the difference between the pink and purple grade was not small at all. Now that he was in the Calamity grade, he had abundant mechanical force, and his machinery affinity was also raised. Together with the aid of all his talents and skills, Han Zhao's construction efficiency was increased a great deal. Even if he was constructing a high-grade mechanical suit, it did not take him too much time. Whoosh! The mechanical arms quickly assembled the remaining modules of the mechanical suit, and after the assembly was complete, the mechanical arms sprayed out a chilly gas that had the ability to cool down and combine the modules. This was the final step. The white cool gas dissipated in all directions, and a black and gold mechanical suit was displayed before Han Zhao. Han Zhao then pressed his finger on the chest portion of the mechanical suit and released a trace of mechanical force to activate the suit. Suddenly, waves seemed to have appeared on the surface of the mechanical suit, and countless black nano-robots sprung to action. The various modules of the thin mechanical suit began to surface, and the mechanical suit bulged out as though it had put on a great deal of muscle. Han Zhao made use of the super nanometer force on the new mechanical suit, and there were many nanomachines in the mechanical suit that had the properties of a memory alloy. The information of the various weapon modules were programmed into these nanomachines, and these nanomachines could transform into different weapons at any time. While the design of the mechanical suit seemed simple, it was actually filled with weapons all over and had many different functions. Apart from that, these nanomachines had the ability to self-repair, produce energy, and many other functions. This mechanical suit is much more powerful than Void Dragon, and is the most powerful mechanical suit that I have created to date. Han Zhao opened the interface and looked at the attributes of the mechanical suit. Berserk Ape. Type: Nano Transforming Mechanical Suit. Grade Pink. Requirements: LV.135. Mechanic Class: greater than 10,000 energy. Basic Attributes: Armor 86000/86000. Defense 580. Power level 3,400. Energy 27,500. Height 1.96 meters. Weight 260 pounds. Control method: middle grade artificial intelligence assistance plus nerves connection, plus 10% to all attributes. Power source: mini concentrated nuclear reactor self-charge. Recovers energy at 480 per minute. Energy conversion rate from user 40:90. Stationary mode energy usage 45 per minute. Combat mode energy usage 110 per minute. Core power capacity Tube 375/2700. Skeleton module PR909 Super Nano Polymer Fiber, dark purple, plus nanoparticle array. Largely increases the attributes of the mechanical suit. Plus 125 STR, plus 131 DEX. Power usage 350. Nanoparticles can be activated to provide additional attributes. Energy cost 50 per minute. All attributes plus 45%. Armor plating module Kyle alloy, dark purple, plus Void Dragon bone, pink, plus refined Overga metal, purple. Weapon module transforming nanoparticle weapons. Expand/collapse. Power usage 725. Thrusters module anti-gravity electromagnetic engine plus elementary grade galactic thrusters. Power usage 500. Shield module super tough electromagnetic shield. Provides 18,000 shield durability, 150 defense. Energy cost 150 per minute. Recovers 600 shield durability /S. Shield can only be used again after 8 seconds if it breaks. Power usage 300. Additional ability nanoparticle repair. Nanoparticles have the ability to repair independently. Energy cost 200 per minute. 5% armor repaired /min. The effects will be multiplied if out of battle. Additional ability Berserk Throw. With the boost from the concentrated nuclear reactor and nanoparticles, plus 80 STR during the throw. Throws the target away, and damage is broken down into parts. Damage calculation is determined by total STR. Point of throw will be first damage taken, and point of contact with the ground will be the last. Every time the target collides into an object along the way, a new round of damage will be taken. The collision damage will be calculated by the size and hardness of the object. If the collision object is a living being, the living being will also suffer collision damage. Energy cost, 60. Cooldown, 15. Additional ability, power detonation. 1000 energy would be immediately used up and channeled into the next attack. If the attack is a long-ranged one, plus 320%, 360% power, AoE effect and sustained damage plus 300% shooting range. If the attack is a close-ranged one, plus 650%, 700% damage, power detonation damage and sputtering damage. 65% chance of critical damage. Able to inflict status effects like knock-up, knockback, suppression and dizziness. Cooldown, 90s. Special ability, nano transformation, 3 different forms. Giant ape form. Transform into a heavy armor form between 4m to 8m tall. A portion of the weapons will be unusable. In this form, plus 150 STR, minus 100 DX, plus 130 defense, plus 20,000 armor. Close range attacks have an additional 16% vibration damage. Plus 20% damage from Berserk Throw. Fruobnovel.com. Shuttle form. Transform into a space shuttle. Unable to use any close-ranged attacks. Speed is largely increased in this form and capable of flying in space. Berserk Overload form. Energy core will enter an overload state. Energy cost, 2000 per minute, minus 25% armor, plus 180% damage to all weapons, plus 30% to all attributes, minus 40% cooldown for power detonation, and Berserk Throw. Remark. It would be suicide for a weak super to put this suit on. Compared to his previous mechanical suits, the greatest difference would be the different class of the suit. In the past, the Snake and Dragon series belonged to the light battle mechanical suit class, but the Berserk Ape belonged to the nano-transforming mechanical suit class. It had the ability to transform and did not need additional components to be mounted. In fact, many of the transforming mechanical suits were of the Ape series. Could it be that the origins of this suit were the Scion Ape? The new mechanical suit was extremely powerful, and it met Han Zhao's expectations. His mechanical suit was finally stronger than his own body, and its damage was also powerful. Furthermore, with the intergalactic engine that he had built into it, it was akin to a one-man spaceship. He would be able to attack battleships in an intergalactic battle. It was an extremely useful function. Compressing the Berserk Ape into a compressed orb, Han Zhao hung it around his neck. He could not help but feel his hands turn itchy, and he was looking forward to finding someone to spar with. However, his own officers would only be bullied by him one-sidedly, and it would not be too convenient for him to find the other army commanders or Ghidorah. The ceremony is about to begin, so I'd better not create any trouble. There will be chances in the future. Han Zhao temporarily suppressed that urge. The new mechanical suit was only a part of his plan to upgrade his equipment. There were still various new weapons and machines that he needed to construct. When he built up his new mechanical army again, his combat capabilities would then reach the peak. The date of the ceremony was finally decided. Before the ceremony, Ghidorah revealed the news of DarkStar being destroyed, and the entire star system was shaken. DarkStar was infamous in the Shattered Star Ring, and it had actually been destroyed. This was truly earth-shattering news. Numerous galactic residents were completely dumbfounded. After so many years of no progress in eradicating DarkStar, Ghidorah was actually able to get rid of DarkStar in such a secretive and thorough manner. This was truly too sudden. Many organizations had still been guessing what kind of a storm DarkStar would kick up next and were shocked by the news. Ghidorah only revealed a simple report of the process and would only announce the entire process in detail during the ceremony. It was akin to a media press conference. As such, all the citizens of the Shattered Star Ring focused their attention on Ghidorah's ceremony. The galactic reporters were like sharks who smelled blood and all swarmed toward the mother planet of Ghidorah, anxiously waiting for the beginning of the ceremony. The galactic media agencies came to an agreement with Ghidorah and would broadcast the entire ceremony. As the date of the ceremony drew near, countless galactic residents became even more eager for the ceremony to begin. They truly wanted to know exactly how Ghidorah destroyed DarkStar. In the midst of anticipation and eagerness, the day of the ceremony finally arrived. Chapter 588, Award Ceremony. Chapter 588, Award Ceremony. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Boom! The Guard of Honor squad opened fire toward the sky, and ceremonial fireworks burst open. In the capital of the Goddard mother planet, the plaza in the center of the city was filled with splendor. This was the most prominent landmark of the capital. The plaza was large and grand with the statues of various historical figures in the center of the plaza. Those statues were enchanted with magic to make the statues glow with a golden light. Many large-scale Goddard events would be held in this plaza. At that moment, the sky above the plaza was a no-fly zone, with many Goddard patrols making the rounds. On the ground, the center of the plaza was cordoned off, and only those who were granted access could enter. A large platform was situated at the center of the plaza with seats being placed on the platform. These were the seats for the upper echelons of Ghidorah. At that moment, the various leaders were there yet, and their seats were still empty. Below the platform were rows of neatly arranged seats that were there for the various members of society invited to participate in the ceremony. At that moment, the seats were already filled up. Outside the plaza, golden-skinned individuals were packed like sardines as they watched the ceremony from afar. In truth, they did not need to be present physically to watch the ceremony, as Ghidorah would project the entire ceremony into the sky. A holographic screen was currently floating in the sky of the capital, and they only needed to raise their heads to be able to watch it. Everyone in the streets and alleys of the capital stopped and looked up at the screen as they waited for the ceremony to begin. The screen in the sky looks like a gigantic theater. This effect is truly stunning. Many of the players also went onto the streets, and this sight was truly a fresh one for them. Over the past few days, all the players had been freely exploring the capital, and they could experience a new culture of a different race. This fresh experience was like tasty candy for them all. Apart from the prices of goods being frighteningly high, everything else was extremely interesting to them. The players who had followed Han Shao into space in the previous version were used to the various sights in the galaxy. Frenzied Sword and the others could not help but describe the significance of being brought to Ghidorah's mother planet to others. According to their experience, their Black Star army being on the mother planet was significant. Maple Moon made a conjecture. I think that a new storyline may be waiting for us here. Think about it, the mutation disaster has just ended, and the organization behind it has also been wiped out. The players are starting to enter the galaxy on a large scale, and I think that there will be a new goal for us. Frenzied Sword shook his head and said, "No. I think that the Black Star Army itself is a main storyline mission. Don't forget that we accepted many different missions previously and went to many different planets with different races. Every planet had their own storyline, so the next main storyline mission should be an exploration one. With the Black Star Army as the guide, we will be able to encounter more planets and races to allow the players to get used to the galaxy. Makes sense. If the Black Star Army is the next main storyline mission of version 2.0, then the significance of the ceremony is to create an impactful beginning. This is the smell of wonderful material." Bunhit Dog's eyes lit up. A military aircraft stopped outside the guest house, and this was the vehicle that was going to take all the army commanders to the ceremony. Everyone got onto the aircraft, and Han Shao picked a random spot to sit in. It is finally time for the ceremony to begin. None of the army commanders were too excited about the ceremony. They had personally participated in the war and were extremely clear about what had happened. The ceremony would just be for Ghidorah to announce the process of how they ambushed all of DarkStar's motherships and defeated DarkStar in one fell swoop. This would definitely result in people questioning how Ghidorah locked onto DarkStar's location. However, this had come from one of Ghidorah's top secret sources, and it was impossible for them to reveal it. All the army commanders understood this, so the ceremony did not interest them greatly. All of them only intended to make use of the ceremony to spread the fame of their army. All of them chatted casually, and while they had intentionally restrained their aura, the pilot who was in the same aircraft as 10 or so Calamity Grade Supers had a pale complexion with his entire back covered in sweat. Although he had known that this was an aircraft full of big shots in advance, it was still frightening. Underworld Feather sat beside the pilot and asked in a gentle tone, "Are you afraid?" The pilot gulped hard and stammered, "No, not at all. Don't be nervous. Eat something." Underworld Feather took out some suspicious-looking dried meat and fed it to the pilot with a friendly look. The pilot gritted his teeth and ate the piece of dried meat and was surprised to find out that it was actually pretty tasty. He thus asked curiously, "What kind of meat is this?" Just when Underworld Feather was about to reply, Han Xiao interrupted helplessly. "Don't ask if you don't want to puke." Over the past few days, he had come to understand Underworld Feather's personality. She would pretend to share her snacks warmly but intentionally fed people strange items so as to satisfy her sadistic urges. This little lass was still extremely good at feigning innocence. Tisk, Underworld Feather turned around. Han Xiao and the others arrived at the ceremony grounds and sat in their seats. Their arrival immediately resulted in a huge wave of commotion from the galactic reporters. They seemed to be the captains of the various large-sized mercenary groups, right? That's right. They are all famous mercenaries. They should have joined the war as well. Below the platform, the reporters chatted among themselves. After a short while, a couple of aircrafts flew over from the direction of the government buildings. The leaders of Ghidorah were finally there, and they all got into their seats. Serbia V was the last to appear, and the moment he made his appearance, the entire crowd burst into loud cheers with the citizens watching from afar also cheering at the top of their lungs. Han Xiao casually glanced at the VIP seats below the platform. Apart from the reporters, those in the VIP seats were the various leaders of the Ghidorah planets. Almost all of them were purebloods, and even the few mixed bloods were not too different in appearance. Serbia V raised his hand, and the entire crowd became silent. He then began his speech, which was projected far and wide by the magical loudspeaker. This was the official beginning of the ceremony, and it was broadcast live. The ceremony would naturally begin with some usual pleasantries like thanking the citizens of the various planets for their contribution, emphasizing on the efforts of the government, and so on. After a long speech, the Ghidorahs were still sat up straight as they listened with seriousness. However, Han Xiao did not have the same patriotism as the Ghidorahs and almost fell asleep from that long speech. At this moment, Serbia V finally changed the topic and got to the main point. "I have something important to announce. DarkStar was a terrorist organization that made use of discrimination as an excuse to create chaos and destruction. For years, DarkStar committed many atrocities, and their hands were covered with blood. We will never be afraid of any provocation and have always done our best to stop DarkStar. 13 days ago, we finally made a huge breakthrough and wiped DarkStar out. Boom! Despite Ghidorah releasing a simple report of the matter before this, the Ghidorah citizens still could not hold in their excitement upon hearing it from Serbia V personally. The Ghidorah citizens burst out with excitement upon hearing the news. The cheers were deafening to the point one could not help but feel one's body shake. Right at that moment in the VIP location of the platform, Underworld Feather looked at Han Xiao and softly said, "Can you hear me?" Han Xiao turned around and replied, "Yes, I can." "What's the matter?" "I am just making sure that you aren't deaf," Underworld Feather said expressionlessly. Han Xiao's mouth cramped up. Underworld Feather then ignored the cameras around her and took out a bag of melon seeds to munch on. She even shot out the shells of the melon seeds onto his back like a machine gun. Han Xiao's mouth could not help but cramp up even more. The Dark Elves truly are a petty bunch. After cheering for a long time, the Ghidorahs gradually quieted down. The reporters knew that it was time for Ghidorah to announce the process of the raid. They all became extremely attentive and focused their attention on Serbia V. Their pens were gripped tightly in their hands, and they were prepared to write down everything that he said. This time, we received help from a key individual and locked onto the location of DarkStar, thus allowing us to deal with the DarkStar fleet in one fell swoop. Serbia V described the battle slowly. The content of his speech was as the mercenaries had expected. He briefly narrated what had happened and emphasized greatly on their victory. All the Ghidorahs listened carefully, and the reporters jotted down the details in their notebooks. When this speech was broadcast across the Shattered Star Ring, Many galactic residents were extremely curious about this key individual that Serbia V talked about. This key individual should probably be their intelligence source. After Serbia V finished his speech, he indicated that he would take questions. The hands of the galactic reporters all shot up extremely quickly. One of the reporters was then chosen, and he said, "Your Majesty, I would like to ask if the identity of this key individual can be revealed." Upon hearing that, viewers across the star system all rolled their eyes. While they were also interested in the source of the intelligence, this was obviously top secret, and Ghidorah definitely would not be willing to reveal it. At that moment, Serbia V smiled and suddenly changed topics. In truth, there is another major event planned for the ceremony. I will be performing an award ceremony for an individual to award him with the Golden Gal Badge. Golden Gal Badge. The Ghidorahs and the majority of the reporters present were completely dumbfounded. Their minds blanked out from this piece of news. Compared to those from other star systems who were puzzled by this announcement, they understood the significance of the Golden Gal Badge. The Golden Gal Badge was the badge of highest honor in Ghidorah, and it had only been given out a total of 32 times. This was despite the millions of years of Ghidorah's history. This badge was extremely rare. Only those who made a significant contribution, such as world-renowned scientists, triumphant generals, or wise and peerless rulers, would be able to receive this badge. All the recipients of the badge could be called heroes. Furthermore, at least half of the recipients had only received the badge after they passed away. It had been an extremely long time since the badge was last given out. Who would have thought that someone would receive the badge of utmost honor again that day? This was truly earth-shattering news. All the reporters regained their cool, and their faces were flushed red from excitement. Serbia V turned and looked at the VIP area, and many heads turned to follow his vision. Han Zhao's mouth twitched, and he had no choice but to stand up. In the face of Serbia V's friendly gaze, he gritted his teeth and walked over. It was not because he was nervous, but because his back was still covered with the shells of melon seeds. Let me introduce to all of you the recipient of the Golden Gal Badge, Black Star. All of a sudden, everyone took a deep breath. Everyone was stunned. All the army commanders were completely dumbfounded, and Underworld Feather was shocked to the point her jaw dropped. The players that were watching the live broadcast were dumbfounded. The Black Star Army officers who were playing cards while they watched the broadcast were also dumbfounded, with many of them dropping the cards in their hands. In fact, there were many Ghidorah officials who had not been made aware of this matter who also revealed looks of shock. This was the Golden Gal Badge. This was the first time that it was to be awarded to an outsider who was not a Ghidorah. Chapter 589 recorded in history. Chapter 589 recorded in history. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. How come Black Star is able to obtain the Golden Gal Badge? At this moment, countless galactic residents were shocked, their faces full of doubts. The intelligence that Han Zhao had provided had not been disclosed yet. Furthermore, many people still remembered Han Zhao's identity as well as his deeds. If the medal was issued to an unknown character, most people would only have felt that the person was mysterious and be curious about them. However, giving the medal to someone who had already formed an impression in their hearts instead resulted in a great amount of shock for the community. Pairs of dumbfounded eyes stared at Han Zhao, only to see him walk to stand side by side with the leader of Ghidorah, Serbia V. Serbia V changed to a solemn tone as he proclaimed, "Black Star is the key person who provided the coordinates of the DarkStar motherships. He is the biggest contributor to the elimination of DarkStar. His boldness and caution allowed him to infiltrate and crack the stealth system of DarkStar, foiling their survival efforts and allowing us to monitor their movements. Without him, we would not have been able to obtain victory. Black Star was the linchpin that provided the intelligence." Hearing this news, everyone present came to their senses. The skepticism in the Ghidorah's eyes was immediately replaced by surprise, admiration, gratitude, and even reverence. The various army commanders suddenly burst out into conversation. It was no wonder Black Star was favored by Ghidorah. Everything could be explained now. It turned out, This war employment of theirs was actually a deal facilitated by Black Star himself. Their armies were just the party enjoying the benefits. Justin blushed, feeling that he had become a laughingstock. That time he had asked Black Star if he was worthy. Most likely he would be mocked till he could not show his face. On the other side, the various reporters froze for a moment, realizing the key issue here. DarkStar was ephemeral, coming and going like ghosts, but Black Star was actually able to track their coordinates. In truth, he was the root cause of DarkStar's demise. He single-handedly supported the war. He rewrote the power structure of the Garten star system. Rather than saying that Ghidorah had borrowed the intelligence of Black Star to defeat DarkStar, it could even be seen as Black Star borrowing the knife that was Ghidorah to kill the villains who destroyed his hometown, DarkStar. Such a character. How scary. Many of them were struck by inspiration. The reporters were in a frenzy, burying their heads and scribbling hastily. Han Xiao accepted the stares as he stood on the stage. The camera broadcast his handsome face onto the virtual screens of every Godaran family. The impact caused by this news further propelled the reaction that the residents had toward Han Xiao, repelling the DarkStar elites a while ago. The effect could only be described as sensational. Han Xiao's appearance and deeds had been imprinted on the hearts of the countless viewers, and they could not forget him even if they wanted to. It was a pity that the award ceremony did not arrange for him to give a speech, or else he would have been able to utilize his skills. Right now, he could only be a mascot to receive praise on stage. The ceremony of awarding the title had a grand and formal process. After going through the ceremony, Serbia V received a golden medal from the attendant beside him. The medal had an image of God Gal carved on it. He personally awarded the medal, pinning it solemnly on Han Xiao's chest. "I represent Ghidorah in thanking you for your contribution." Han Xiao suddenly had the impression that he was an Olympic champion being bestowed the gold medal. He reached out to touch the golden Gal badge and had an urge to bring it up to bite on it, to check if it was real gold. After receiving the highest honor of Ghidorah, he could not just remain passive. In theory, it was time for him to state a phrase of thanks to Ghidorah. However, Han Xiao thought about it before stretching out his hand and giving a firm handshake to Serbia V before putting on a sincere smile on his face. It was a great cooperation. Our Black Star Army will accept all legal employment, and we operate with integrity. Please do not hesitate to choose the Black Star Army, and you can rest assured. Oh, and I hope that the friendship between us will continue. In Han Xiao's mind, the bigger the occasion, the more suitable it was to advertise. Since they were not subordinates of Ghidorah, just giving out pleasantries of thanking each other would be too boring for the viewers. As the saying goes, as long as one has the guts, even wheat can have a yield of 18,000 kilograms per acre of land one. Besides, could Ghidorah still take back the medal in front of everyone watching? F***ck me. At such a grand and formal occasion, you actually came out with an advertisement. The smile on Serbia V's face instantly froze, the phrase MP1 almost coming out from his throat. He forcefully swallowed it and maintained his slight smile with difficulty. "I am the leader of the Godarans. I cannot be seen uttering any profanities." Pa! The various army commanders face-bombed on the spot. "We're all colleagues, but to dare use such a venue to make an advertisement, your courage surpasses all of us here. Truly my teacher. Even his shameless mannerisms are still so handsome." Sylvia was staring with sparkling eyes. Gila suddenly had a sense of relief. This guy indeed had not changed and still had that nasty streak within him. Gotcha! Countless cameras captured the moment of the duo shaking hands, as though carving this memory into the river of time. In the eyes of the players, this scene seemed to have a significance on par with an epic tale. Looking at Han Xiao, who had mentioned the Black Star Army, many players suddenly felt inexplicable excitement and pride, as though it was their honor. Galaxy Calendar, Year 692, the 25th day of the 5th month. Ghidorah had launched a comprehensive counterattack on DarkStar, annihilating them. Black Star was revealed as their key source of intelligence, and his actions had practically rewritten the power structure of the Garten star system. The Black Star Army had also participated in the counterattack, codenamed Operation Hodel Loss. In the 6th month of the same year, Black Star was awarded the Golden Gal Badge by Ghidorah's supreme leader, Serbia V. He became the first non-Ghidoran to have received this honor in history. Time seemed to stand still as all the events were written into history. The shattered star ring was thrown into chaos. After the formal ceremony was a celebration for the civilization. The people applauded and cheered for the destruction of DarkStar. At the end of the ceremony, Han Shao, under the aggrieved stare of Serbia V, took the official hovercraft for the reception and returned to the guest house with the other army commanders. On the way, Guraja, Underworld Feather, and the other army commanders were all cozying up to Han Shao. After the award presentation, everyone knew in their hearts that the Black Star Army was the one that had benefited the most and had successfully made a name for themselves. They would obtain a continuous flow of tasks in the future, so Han Zhao's position in their hearts had gone up a few notches. The moment they had the opportunity, they would try to connect more with him. When the hovercraft stopped at the guest house, Han Shao, who was already frustrated from all the talking, hurriedly pried himself away from everyone, returning to his room. Once he closed the door, Han Shao drank some water and caught his breath. Only then did he take out the Golden Gal Badge, holding it in front of his eyes to analyze. An introduction popped out on his interface. Golden Gal Badge. Highest level of honor awarded by Ghidorah. Your relationship with the Ghidoran civilization is fixed at reverence. If faction favorability falls to a negative level, the relationship will change. The favorability of all citizens toward you is at respect, and the relationship with all of Ghidorah's allies will reach friendly. Remark. When a small piece of metal that costs less than 1 ana has the meaning of honor attached to it, its perceived value rises tens of thousands of times in the eyes of some people. Han Zhao's eyes sparkled. This metal has changed my favorability levels so much, probably saving me at least 4 or 5 years of time. The improvement of his relationships meant that people would show him more respect, and the Black Star Army would receive more employment, allowing them to expand their business. The default model of his Black Star Army would require a lot of resources, and the thing that he needed most would be NPC-provided resources. With the increase in faction favorability provided by the metal, it would help him to save a lot of energy. Looking at the interface, in addition to the effects provided by the metal, there were more notifications. With the official announcement of DarkStar being annihilated being broadcast, the interface had also sent out a pop-up showing that the mission Ghidorah's Ally had been completed. Mission Ghidorah's Ally has ended. The objectives completed consist of Deputy Chief, Degulish, Wind Demon Anner, Captured Mothership, Assault Ship Destroyer, Mission Rating, Unbelievable. You have been awarded 75 million experience, 3,000 Ghidorah favorability, 2 potential points, 4 free attribute points, 1 random reward, and 4 special items. This was a grade A main storyline, and one of the 4 special items was a Medal of Honor. However, Han Shao had already obtained 3 and combined them to obtain the special medal that would give a 12% bonus to all attributes. This item was a one-of-a-kind, so there was no need for his newly obtained Medal of Honor. He gazed at the other 3 special items instead. Character Summon Card, DarkStar Leader. Heart Malediction. Collapse. Causes the effect of mind collapse on a single target. If successful, the target will lose control of their body and will not be able to perform any actions. Effect and duration will be determined based on the MYS attribute. Number of times used, 0/2. Character Summon Card Ember. Carbon Deconstruction, Intermediate Damage. Inflicts a large amount of true damage to all enemy targets within 400 m. Specific damage value is based on the difference in level between the targets and user. The larger the value, the higher the damage, and the higher the probability of inflicting serious injuries, disabilities, internal bleeding, and other negative statuses. Number of times used, 0/3. Character Summon Card, Nagakin. Secret Skill. Muscle is Truth, plus 250 STR, plus 40% damage to melee attacks. Lasts 3 minutes. Number of times used, 0/7. Muscle is Truth? What a weird skill name. Han Zhao's mouth twitched. What sort of philosophical ideology is this? You might as well have put Whoever has the strongest fist dictates the truth. He left his random reward untouched. Without reaching a certain amount, he did not wish to draw them. Moreover, he did not have any problems that required the testing of his luck. Following which, Han Shao scrolled down the interface. By completing the mission rating with a high mission rating, he had produced a new dungeon crystal. God Aura vs. DarkStar. The new dungeon crystal was the same as the previous Six Nations and Germinal organization. It comprised all the main storyline battle episodes and condensed them to form the dungeon crystal. It would basically just be parts of the mission of Ghidorah's ally, sending out enemies to challenge the players. Weakened copies of Anner, Degulish, and a fixed number of DarkStar warriors and elite warriors would appear, along with the assault ships. The number of copies present would almost be equivalent to the number of enemies in DarkStar that he had defeated. However, the players now would only be abused if they used the dungeon crystal, so they would not be able to utilize it. His gains this time were still good. After sorting out his rewards, Han Shao then looked toward his other notification prompts. Unsurprisingly, this sensational ceremony had awarded him with new legendary points. Not 1, but 2 points. Galactic Legendary Point, Garten Star System, Destroyer of DarkStar. DarkStar was the nemesis of God Aura, a terrorist organization that did whatever they liked. The two have clashed for many years, but you have managed to bring about an opportunity, rewriting the power structure. Because of your help, God Aura managed to annihilate DarkStar. DarkStar has become part of history, and your legends will exclaim and astound everyone. The world will respect you, and those who are against you will fear you. Galactic Legendary Point, Garten Star System, Ghidorah's ally, you have made a huge contribution to God Aura and have been conferred the highest honor, the Golden Gal Badge. Your achievements will be recorded in the history of God Aura, remembered by all its people. What an unexpected surprise. Han Shao rubbed his hands in glee. Legendary points were hard to obtain. He initially only had 1 point. To think that he got 2 points in one go, which, if converted, would give him a bonus of 24% when receiving rewards. The improvement was considerable, and this showed the potential benefit of obtaining legendary points. Destroyer of DarkStar title naturally came from annihilating DarkStar, and Ghidorah's ally was obtained because of the Golden Gal Badge and the Ghidorah's ally mission. They were divided into separate titles. After another few days of fermentation in the media, my renown will skyrocket. The Black Star Army will see its reputation rise to a scarily high level. People will flock toward me, be it employers with or without money. Han Shao was quite satisfied. He had obtained explosive fame in the Garten Star System and could probably roam unhindered through this part of the galaxy. His next goal would be to consolidate his reputation while expanding his mercenary group, allowing the players to officially start their mercenary careers. Since the ceremony has already ended, there's no need to stay on the God Aura Mother Star any longer. After a night's rest, I'll receive the 51 spaceships and take the players over to Planet Golden Gate, our first base. Han Shao set down the plans in his mind. At the edge of the shattered star ring, on an unmanned, desolate planet, a spaceship was suspended in the air, collecting gaseous fuel from the planet. There were only 2 people on board, the DarkStar leader and Ember. At that moment, in the cockpit where they were seated, the virtual screen in front of them had just finished broadcasting the celebration of God Aura. Han Zhao's award ceremony had also been taken in by the eyes of them both. There was a deathly silence. The expressions of the DarkStar leader and Ember were stiff as they finally understood why they had lost so miserably. Chapter 590 Influence. Chapter 590 Influence. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. I did not lose to God Aura. I lost to him. The DarkStar leader had a complicated expression on his face. Back when Black Star first entered his sights, he had still been a small-time mercenary. After Black Star killed Anner, only then did he take him seriously. He had never expected Black Star to rise like a rocket, making 3 Calamity Grade officers swallow a shameful failure. In the end, DarkStar had become a stepping stone for Black Star. Terrifying person, the DarkStar leader did not feel angry but helpless. Why did we mess with this guy at the start? Ember was sulking. A few years ago, when he first fought Black Star, he would never have thought Black Star would become the one to destroy DarkStar. Black Star had almost become his nightmare. Although he had taken Black Star's potential much more seriously than his colleagues, it was too late. The DarkStar leader was about to take him away from Shattered Star Ring to find someone to rely on in another star field. Ember believed in the leader's judgment. Hence, even at this time, despite knowing that Black Star was the mastermind behind everything, they were not going to turn around and deal with him. Furthermore, troops that were after them were everywhere in the Garten star system, so going back was basically giving themselves up. Nonetheless, Ember was frustrated. The DarkStar leader glanced at him and said indifferently, "Don't think too much. A loss is a loss. Before we recover our forces, we have no ability to get revenge. I know. The matter of the utmost importance now is to look for the person you said we could rely on." Ember nodded solemnly and suppressed his anger and frustration deep within his heart. He knew that before they had the ability to, revenge was just an empty dream. He paused and asked, "Who is this person you're talking about?" "A Beyond Grade A, you will know by then." Joy appeared on Ember's face. "You managed to find a Beyond Grade A? That's amazing. This way, we won't have to hold back because of Floating Dragon." The DarkStar leader glanced at Ember and suddenly asked, "Ember, what do you think the best future for hybrids is?" "Best future? Overthrowing the reign of the purebloods and becoming the new god Aura." "Of course," Ember replied without hesitation. The DarkStar leader expressed neither approval nor denial. "And what does it mean to have overthrown the reign of the pureblood? All the government officials becoming hybrids? Killing all purebloods? If we successfully control the government, the fixed bloodline society levels can't be changed overnight. Even if the government is overthrown, the remaining god Aura purebloods will request help from the ally civilizations. By then, there will both be exterior and interior problems. Even if we overthrow the reign of the purebloods, it might not last for long. Furthermore, the Colton star cluster's star cluster civilization will not approve of our legal position." Ember frowned. "Despite the obstacles, there will be a chance. What if there's a better way, where the hybrids leave God Aura, get away from the rule of the purebloods? We build a home belonging to the hybrids in another star system, where everyone is a hybrid. There will not be the problem of bloodline anymore. We will rule ourselves, free of Ghidorah's label, becoming a new civilization, a new race." Thinking of that image, longing appeared in Ember's eyes. He then shook his head. He had thought of this before. If we openly split from God Aura, we will have nowhere to hide. God Aura will attack us immediately. Furthermore, in order to create a new civilization, there are way too many difficulties. Territory, diplomacy, manpower, production, population, and many more. Plus, the obstacle in the political aspect is too strong. The other star system civilizations or even star cluster civilizations will not sit and watch us create a civilization without doing anything. We will have almost no support at all. Yes, no civilization will support us, unless a higher power interferes. The DarkStar leader stopped this conversation and changed the topic. "You pilot the spaceship. I have something important to deal with." The DarkStar leader then left the communicator, took out the hidden communicator, and sent a communication request. The blurry image appeared once again. "We will be able to leave Shattered Star Ring very soon. Everything is prepared. All right, we have introduced you to that person already. He's very interested in your offering and is waiting for you." The DarkStar leader nodded and said, "One more thing about Black Star. He's an obstacle. You don't have to worry about Black Star. If needed, we will find someone to provide him with a mission at a price he cannot refuse." The blurry shadow faintly smiled. "After all, he's a mercenary. Being killed on a mission is the most common way for mercenaries to die." After a few more words, the DarkStar leader hung up the communication and returned to the cockpit. The spaceship continued on its journey after harvesting fuel, heading toward outside of Shattered Star Ring, turning into a stream of light and disappearing into the universe. On Floating Dragon Island, Black Star is probably Floating Dragon's strongest officer. Ames really found a treasure. "Did you guys know that I once fought Black Star on Floating Dragon Island? You were the one being beaten up, right? The Goddard ceremony had been broadcasted there too. The numerous scavengers and galactic pirates chatted at the dock. At this time, a small gray metal spaceship slowly landed. On its body was a special mark, crossed arms on top of a cross, surrounded by a ring made up of different shapes. Upon noticing this spaceship, the volume of these galactic pirates suddenly softened. Their faces turned horrified. This mark represented another beyond Grade A force in Shattered Star Ring Bloodshed Land. Tyrant Heber, a person who had achieved beyond Grade A on the path of the pugilist. He was known as the Walking Fixed Star, the one who stepped into the forbidden zone of life. Unlike Ames, who was neutral, he was a VIP of a star cluster civilization. The Bloodshed Land under his command was an enormous organization that ruled an area. Compared to the size of Floating Dragon, it was like the difference between an adult and an infant. A group of people disembarked from the spaceship, led by a tall, muscular man wearing heavy plate armor without a helmet, showing his face with the features of the demon race. His skin was red. A pair of curved horns extended from his forehead, and half of one was missing. His pupils were white, and two dark black lines slashed across his face from his forehead all the way down to his jaw, giving off a strong feeling of hostility. With every step he took, he left a shallow footstep on the ground behind him, showing the tremendous weight he carried with him. That's one of the Bloodshed Land's 8 frontiersmen, a corps officer, Broken Horn Malekith. Bloodshed Land's men coming to Floating Dragon? Could these 2 beyond Grade A supers have some plan? The people on the dock held their breath and whispered. Malekith from Bloodshed Land told his subordinates to stand by and ran toward the palace in the middle of Floating Dragon alone, disappearing from everyone's sight. Not long after, a stream of light suddenly rose from the palace, drawing a parabola in the sky over the entire city area extremely fast, and fell right near the dock. Boom! Like a meteor, a deep crater formed on the ground. The galactic pirates around were startled and hastily looked over. In between the dust created by the impact, Malekith climbed up from the deep crater and dusted off the soil from his body. The Dragon Emperor had always been hostile toward Bloodshed Land's people. When he met Ames, he was thrown out by her force field before he could say much. However, Malekith was unhurt despite what had happened. The invitation letter has been delivered. Let's go. With an indifferent face, Malekith ordered his subordinates to board the spaceship. The spaceship took off and disappeared into space. On planet Aquamarine, in the middle of the reconstruction after the disaster, the sanctuary and the 6 nations were visited by uninvited guests. Spaceship fleets landed on planet Aquamarine one after another. These people were all from the financial groups operating in the Garden Star system. After Bennett discussed with the 6 nations leader, they decided to use the base that Black Star had left on planet Aquamarine as a landing spot to meet all visitors from space. The personnel of the various financial groups gathered and conversed with Bennett and the 6 nations leader together. Why are all of you here? With the instructions that Han Shao had left behind to communicate with visitors from outer space, Bennett and the 6 nations superiors were much calmer. Hi! Government authorities of planet Aquamarine. I'm the Senior Director of Lauren Financial Group. I'm Shine Financial Group's manager. The financial group personnel introduced themselves one after another, followed by their purpose. We hope to sign commercial partnership treaties with you to invest in planet Aquamarine. Simply put, we will pay the money to modify planet Aquamarine for you in exchange for business licenses and permission to build businesses here. With the background of Floating Dragon in addition to the sensational Golden Gal Badge event recently, planet Aquamarine became a hot target for many galactic financial groups. Not only were there commercial opportunities, but there was also a chance to get on the good side of Floating Dragon. The return was very valuable. Hence, many financial groups decided to invest in planet Aquamarine's development. Usually, advanced civilizations were not allowed to interfere with the developments of lower civilization. However, what would be considered interference was very blurry. The investments from galactic financial groups hardly had anything to do with advanced civilizations. Furthermore, whether or not any advanced civilizations were behind this was even more difficult to clarify. Also, this was Shattered Star Ring, the edge of the known universe, far from the authorities. Bennett and the 6 nations superiors were overjoyed. What they dreamt of was indeed to become a galactic civilization from a surface civilization. Although the path they took was not exactly the same, it was an effective path. All of this was brought about by Black Star. Having someone on the same planet doing so exceptionally well in the universe was a blessing for planet Aquamarine. Relying on Han Shao was indeed proven to be better than relying on Ghidorah. After agreeing on the idea, the authorities of planet Aquamarine discussed the partnership with the galactic financial groups for the very first time in history. This planet was gradually taking steps toward the universe. Planet Aquamarine's galactic era had begun. The day after the award ceremony, Han Shao bade farewell to the Ghidorah superiors and the army commanders. He received 50 Violent Falcon battleships and a Fortress-grade flagship. The improved fleet carried all the members of the Black Star Army and left the Ghidorah mother planet. This was a remarkably profitable trip. With the size of their fleet, it was more than enough to even fight a small-scale galactic war. After many days, planet Golden Gate finally appeared in their sights. Finally, we've reached the headquarters. Inside the Blacklight stealth cockpit, Han Shao looked at the outline of planet Golden Gate and smiled. Chapter 591 Changing Main Cities. Chapter 591 Changing Main Cities. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. After informing them of his identity, the attitude of the planet Golden Gate guards became immensely respectful, and they were immediately allowed to proceed. With the Golden Gal badge, he had a transcendent status in the eyes of the Ghidorahs and could move almost unobstructed through the Garten star system. Countless players swarmed to the portholes, taking in the grand appearance of the base number 1. The base number 1 that had taken a whole year to build resembled a castle coated in alloys. Han Shao was deeply aware that this was an era where looks mattered, so he had made the exterior especially beautiful, full of technological impressions. If not for the fact that it would result in him being judged by the players as narcissistic, he would even have liked to paint a portrait of himself on the castle walls. The fleet successfully landed in base number 1. During its construction, Han Zhao's blueprint had reserved a huge section of space to serve as a hangar, which would be more than enough to accommodate 60 to 70 individual spaceships. Even the largest flagship-level spaceship had a personalized hangar for it. The air vents sounded as the ships were depressurized. The doors of the cabins slid open, and tens of thousands of players stepped into the hangar, curiously looking around. They were packed closely together, looking like a sea of bobbing heads. At this point, Philip's voice sounded in the hangar area, cutting through the hubbub of noises as it was clearly transmitted into everybody's ears. Welcome to base number 1, I would like to ask the new mercenaries to open their communicators and manually accept the verification procedures. As he spoke, the communicators of the players suddenly rang all at once. Frenzied Sword took his out, only to see that there had been new programs added to the communicator. After opening it, he found out that it was the mercenaries' identity verification program for the Black Star Army. There were additional functions, such as searching for a particular area of the base, database query information, and so on. Basically, it was a guide meant to simulate an AI in certain ways. This was a subprogram made by Han Shao for Philip. The players would be able to find out about their own tasks and credits within the Black Star Army through this program. Since the players were also free mercenaries, there had to be a separate account for their accumulated credit, so it would be convenient for management and overall planning. This would also make it convenient for players to check their current accomplishments. To enhance the sense of accomplishment within the players, there was a need to allow them to see that each task they completed would be reflected real-time in the records of the Black Star Army. There would be no underhanded moves, and everything was transparent and open. Because the players obtained rewards through the Operation Hodolos War employment mission, they had all bought their own communicators during their trip to the Ghidorah mother planet. Because the market price for such communicators was dirt cheap, there was no way for Han Shao to earn by being the middleman, so he did not even bother to dabble in this business. Base number 1 had been built after Frenzied Sword, Hao Tian, King Admiral, and the rest left during the patch from version 1.0 to 2.0, so they only received the subprogram at this point. So this is the base of our Black Star Army. Pretty cool. Strange, in the last version of your video, There wasn't such a huge base. Someone stared at Bun Hit Dog, causing the latter to quickly cover his face and leave. Hey, it must be the change in timeline along with the update in the version. It's not the first time this type of thing has happened. Including Frenzied Sword and the others, this was the first time any player had ever set foot on base number 1. They were all excited. The purpose of base number 1 was to allow the players to treat this place as their main city. With this faction camp, people would feel that their faction had influence and was reliable, generating a higher sense of belonging. With the subprogram present, Han Xiao did not need to explain things personally any longer. He did not bother managing the players, allowing them to move about as they wished. Once upon a time, these players' main city had been on planet Aquamarine. However, they had now shifted to base number 1, and thus they needed to be familiar with the current main city to dispel their confusion. Back in his room, Han Xiao took some time off to clear his backlog of work, such as the applications for free mercenaries to join his group, as well as some new employment invitations. After the ceremony where he showed his face, the amount of business cases showed an exponential surge. There were even cases that invited him, a mercenary, to be their endorser for an advertisement. They had to be crazy. However, upon closer inspection, he realized that the other party was an arms company. That made more sense. By recruiting the tens of thousands of players, following word of mouth and his spike in popularity, Han Xiao thus decided to recruit as many free mercenaries as possible. Although the players were good, they had a restriction, the version updates. As such, he had to plan ahead. To use players to expand his Black Star army, improve word of mouth to attract more free mercenaries. This also worked as a chain of interest. The backlog of employment tasks was endless. Philip sorted them according to the difficulty, and the entire layout became clear at a glance. The majority of the employment tasks would be provided to the players themselves. Only a few high-paid, difficult, or high-level tasks would require his officers or even himself to be involved. Due to the mercenary model of borrowing chickens to obtain eggs, the players would be sent to different places throughout the galaxy to carry out their missions, which would allow them to explore the area. The place where each mission was to be completed would have their own events and plots, which could make up for the lack of knowledge the Black Star Army had, as well as giving the players some additional benefits. Furthermore, the players had just entered the interstellar region not too long ago and required a stable flow of activities to allow them to familiarize themselves with the environment, as well as a storyline that could guide their actions. To this end, areas with rich NPC resources such as Planet Sunil would have most of the functions that the players need, including a storyline. If the players were seen as seeds, then the NPC resource areas would be the soil with fertilizer. Planet Sunil was the first pilot test that Han Xiao had prepared for the players, and it was also time to complete his promise to Herluz. Han Xiao looked deep in thought. From now on, the plan will enter a new chapter. Black Star, were you looking for me? Herluz pushed open the door before entering the room. Compared to the past him, when he had just followed Han Xiao to be a mercenary, Herluz's aura had become calmer and more stable. As a mercenary, they had no shortage of opportunities to fight, and Herluz's strength was slowly increasing with each battle. Herluz, I promised that I would bring tens of thousands of supers to solve the problem of the Sunils once and for all. Han Xiao paused and smiled. In the name of the Black Star Army, I'll loan 200,000 mercenaries to you with the most basic remuneration. During this mission, they can be dispatched to Sunil. Herluz paused in shock before his face showed unbridled joy. This was why he had followed Black Star and was also the reason he had believed in Black Star's promise. The day had come. At this moment, he was extremely touched and would gladly pull out the knife for Han Xiao. As for what he would pull the knife out for, even he had no idea. Reluctantly holding back his excitement, Herluz spoke quickly. I'll inform my people immediately, allowing them to issue a formal invitation to hire the Black Star Army. Sure, but I have an additional condition. Han Xiao nodded. As long as it is within our capabilities, I'll promise you, it's nothing too serious. I would just like to have permission to build an offshore base of Black Star Army on planet Sunil. Han Xiao smiled harmlessly. Each NPC resource area was a great place to provide players with benefits. So long as there was a subbase established in the location, it would be indirectly counted as the territory of Black Star himself. No problem, Herluz straightforwardly replied before pausing a while and adding on, "This is good for us as well. The upper echelons will not reject your idea." Because of the award given by Godora, Han Zhao's face was akin to a golden signboard. He estimated that if he went out to buy fruits from a stall, he would probably obtain a 5% discount. After sending away the excited Herluz who was getting irritating, Han Zhao opened his communicator and activated Philip's feedback interface. All players who had installed the subprograms were immediately shown as red dots and displayed on his map in real time. With Han Zhao's expertise being in virtual technology, this was just simply surveillance in disguise. It was not that he could not be assured by having players around, but he did not wish for them to mess up themselves. Inside the map, the players had spread to every corner of base number 1, with the majority being clustered in the store area. Seeing the situation, the corners of Han Zhao's mouth curled up, showing a pleased smile. The old inventory finally has a pathway to go. Base number 1 was divided into many different areas, with the store area sector allowing players to obtain products from the existing inventory. After paying the required amount, Philip would draw out the respective item from the warehouse. This whole process was automated. At this moment, there was a long line of players lining up in front of the stores. Because the production of the assembly line had never stopped, it had resulted in a huge stock of equipment and machinery being stored. The machinery had all been carefully selected by Han Zhao and was very suitable for players at this stage. It would be ideal for players to replace their current equipment. For the players other than Frenzied Sword and company that did not have the NCO-class armor, they had an even greater demand for more advanced equipment. As long as there was a demand, there would be a market. If there was no demand, he just had to create some. Set after set of equipment was quickly sold, and the fully stocked warehouse was just like a beautiful love scammer, slowly sucking dry the players' wallets. This turnover has caused the anas in Han Zhao's inventory to raise at a staggering rate. 1 million anas? A mere fraction. Although the equipment was all assembly line products, their quality was not low at all. Furthermore, because the equipment required a higher level of technical skill, the base price could not be set too low. Hence, even if the players spent all their money, they simply did not have enough to replace all their current equipment. This was especially so for the expensive full-body armor, which gnawed on the stomachs of the players like parasites. The moment the players lacked money, the first thing that would come to their mind would be to complete more tasks. For this, the subprogram of Philip showcased a dazzling list of acceptable employment tasks. Most of those missions had considerable rewards. According to the procedures set by Han Zhao, Philip explained that this was a benefit brought by the reputation and connections of the Black Star Army. Only mercenaries who had joined the Black Star Army could enjoy such a good employment task. If it was a free mercenary, they would probably have to risk their life for a meager reward. The reason Han Zhao had requested that Philip emphasize this was to ingrain in the players the benefits they could enjoy by being in the Black Star Army. Furthermore, being a growing faction, helping the Black Star Army in its missions would make it such that both parties benefited. The rewards are plenty. The best missions will definitely have a lot of people fighting over it. However, the failure compensation is also equally high. The majority of players discovered the benefits of being a mercenary. The most obvious thing was that the reward for these interstellar missions far exceeded that of the missions on planet Aquamarine. Furthermore, they were now free to choose their missions and had great freedom in completing them, which made those players who were frustrated over triggering mission enjoy this new process. Each employment mission could have multiple people participating, although the maximum number would vary. Players that wished to accept a mission would first have to submit an application through the subprogram, and then Philip would operate to access their qualifications. If the player met the requirements, the application would be approved. Only then could the player be officially counted in the mission. Because the requirements also included the difficulty of the employment missions, the difficult missions would definitely be more rewarding. Many players wanted to grab the high-paying employment missions, but all their applications were rejected. Philip explained all this to the players. Han Zhao had set up a faction-level system to provide players with a way to advance within the system. with the base level as 1 star, the higher one's level, the higher one's authority and standing. That personal level was also used as an application standard for employment missions, which served as a gauge to the difficulty they could handle. Players had to first complete enough low-difficulty tasks to raise their credibility points in order to be eligible for the more difficult tasks. This was to protect their reputation. Han Xiao knew the players too well, they loved to fool around. If every mission ended in failure, this would hurt the reputation of his faction, and all the glory obtained thus far would be lost. Thus, such a safeguard was needed. In addition, Han Xiao also set up another system. Players could browse the employment list anywhere, but they had to return to the base to accept a mission. The reasoning provided was that there was a need to verify the identity of the mercenary and to prevent theft of the communicator. In actual fact, it was to prevent players from staying outside for an extended period of time, ensuring that they returned to the main city and cultivated their feelings, as well as to spend money. If they did not come back, how could he earn money from them? On the other side, the players whom had originally followed Black Star into space had mixed feelings. The way to accept missions has been changed. In version 1.0, they had followed Han Xiao to perform various missions. However, they had now been given the right to freely choose the missions. The most intuitive feeling was that their faction's strength was becoming stronger and stronger. At this moment, a new employment notice was placed on the subprogram's employment list. Sunil Rescue Operation. Large-scale employment mission. Mission introduction. Planet Sunil is plagued by catastrophes. With the suggestion of the Black Star Army officer Haluz, Black Star has decided to issue a designated employment to the Black Star Army, recruiting a large number of mercenaries to solve their disasters once and for all. Mission requirements. Proceed to Planet Sunil to solve the source of the disaster. Number of recruits, 200,000. Remark. This is a large-scale mission. Completion of this task will raise the reputation of the Black Star Army. There will be increased benefits as well as a new base. Wah! 200,000. That's almost half of our total numbers. This must be a big event. Sunil? Catastrophe? Isn't that the storyline that Bunhitdog posted on his channel? Turns out there's actually still a continuation. The majority of players immediately felt curiosity. The remuneration was not high. After all, the lives of the Sunils were not well off. They could not help but wish that every aina they had could be split into 5. Han Xiao had given them a preferential price, and thus the other party was able to afford it. However, due to the fact that it was a large-scale employment, the experience reward was still sufficient. The large-scale employment of 200,000 players was undoubtedly a main storyline in the eyes of the players. Many of them wanted in on the fun, so gathering the required amount was not difficult at all. Among the hundreds of thousands of players, those who were casual players numbered higher. Compared to the professional players or players belonging to large guilds, the adaptability of the casual players was weaker. The interstellar map was extremely broad, and upon seeing the large number of tasks as well as the high degree of freedom, the casual players were thrown into confusion, not knowing what was good. The employment task of the Sunils served as a way to guide these players. Not sure what missions to take. Just follow the crowd and take up this large-scale employment. As long as there was a crowd, there would not be any problems. Just in case, to ensure that the mission could attract a significant number of players, Han Xiao also increased the faction favorability reward and modified the mission description to emphasize it as a task that could help the faction to grow. This served as a form of motivation for the players. However, Han Xiao could be said to have been overly worried this time. Being awarded the medal from God Aura had resulted in him getting sensationalized on the forum. The players realized that Han Xiao was already a famed person shining within the universe. The players could be said to have watched Han Xiao grow along the way and had a sense of gratification to fight for the Black Star Army. While the reward was not high, many of the players would not mind participating in missions that would allow the Black Star Army to grow. After so many years of his actions, Han Xiao had gradually imprinted himself on the players' hearts. Chapter 592. The Investment from Norias. Chapter 592. The Investment from Norias. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. On the forums, many of the players were sharing their own views. The planet Aquamarine sector became the most happening region, and many players from the other novice planets also came over to take a look from time to time. Some players posted about the different strange-looking species of the universe and others the magnificent scenery. There were even some who posted their selfies with the various NPCs, mainly Erosia, Phaidon, and Sylvia. Since Han Xiao made a promise to Rista, he sent the scenes of Erosia's memories to all the players and gave them a new mission. It would naturally be more efficient to mobilize all the players to search together. Bunhitdog and Galaxy Times closely followed the trend and released a new series. The content of the series was the first beginner planet entering the galaxy. The series introduced the Black Star Army, the various facilities of Base Number 1, and the award ceremony of Black Star. Han Xiao, who was already a famous NPC among the players, once again had his fame boosted. There was another hot thread at the moment which was about Planet Aquamarine's changes. There were still tens of thousands of players trying to pass the test in Base No. 2, and they personally witnessed how the galactic financial groups aided Planet Aquamarine in its development, opening up many new opportunities in the process. Han Xiao found out from the thread that Planet Aquamarine experienced a huge breakthrough in technology through the aid of the galactic financial groups, with many new buildings shooting up from the ground. Planet Aquamarine was rapidly stepping into the galactic era. Han Xiao was not too surprised by this outcome. When he invited the reporters to Planet Aquamarine back then, he had already expected such an occurrence. However, the way the players felt about this phenomenon could be described with a single phrase. A single person receiving enlightenment, the chickens and dogs rise to the heavens. The players worked together to piece together Planet Aquamarine's history, and the change that they were witnessing before their eyes could be said to be a result of Han Xiao's actions alone. Planet Aquamarine was able to develop so rapidly only because of Black Star's influence in the galaxy. Bringing benefits to the billions of inhabitants on Planet Aquamarine, this alone would make Black Star the hero of the planet. Han Xiao's charisma formed a strange sense of attraction between the players of Planet Aquamarine. A few days later, the players could be split into 4 general groups. First, the ones who stayed in base and familiarized themselves with the new main city. Finally, they would accept missions from the Black Star mercenaries. Second, the indecisive ones who did not know what to do. They would end up remaining on the prosperous planet Golden Gate, digging up missions from the planet. Third, those who accept the various missions. They would follow Philip's instructions to go on a special Black Star Army galactic tour. They would go to the various star zones of the Garten star system and sightsee while completing missions. The last group would be the 200,000 players who accepted the Sunil rescue mission. They followed the Sunil division led by Herluz and made their majestic appearance on planet Sunil. Because it was the first time that they had entered the galaxy, the majority of the players chose to act with caution. Because they were not familiar with the galaxy, it was extremely likely for them to violate different laws. Thus, the missions that Han Xiao released were limited to the Garten star system, and Philip would design a program such that they would be reminded of the local laws from time to decrease the chances of the players violating the laws. However, there would definitely be some players who just wanted to do as they wished. After all, the players did not like to be restricted, and some of their brains were like black holes. Han Xiao understood the players' creativity too much and so was not too optimistic. Han Xiao had already drafted an emergency procedure for the worst-case scenario. He was not obsessed with controlling the players, but punishment was a must. Of course, he was still in the honeymoon phase and everything was still going smoothly. The majority of players were filled with curiosity and excitement. The moment they left Base Number 1, they set off on their various missions and explored the different star zones. A few months after the mutation disaster and DarkStar incident, the Black Star Army officially began their operations. Han Xiao gave Philip's child program the function to purchase equipment. Players who were away from the base could view the products in the faction store and compare prices immediately. They could even make a prepayment and collect the goods when they returned to the base. On top of that, the players could also choose to pay an additional fee for the goods to be delivered to them, with the price being calculated by distance. The goods would be accumulated before being sent in a large batch. Of course, one could spend even more money to purchase a personal delivery service, and the goods would be sent immediately. This was another way for Han Shao to make money. However, the players were still poor, and this service was still in the testing phase with the details being ironed out. Because of the vastness of the universe, the distribution business was extremely prosperous. With Han Zhao's current reputation, it would not be difficult for him to find a couple of distribution companies to cooperate with. In fact, he could even build up his own distribution channel. Building up a large mercenary group was like building a large corporation. Transport, delivery, reputation, manpower, assets, treatment, and many more other factors needed to be considered. The players were like a trump card for a cooperation that held great benefits within them, capable of being harvested over and over again for a never-ending stream of benefits. Thus, Han Zhao's current job was to design the mercenary group around the players to ensure that he would be able to reap the largest benefits. Herluz led the troops over to Sunil, and as a precautionary measure, Han Shao placed an observer's mark on Herluz. This was his third mark. A while ago, Han Shao had experimented with the talents of the Chaos Observer race. His vision could ignore physical distance with his vision locked within a certain range of his mark. He could see Erosia stuffing herself without a concern in the world and Serbia the Fifth working hard. Furthermore, the individual being watched would not notice a thing, and this was truly a divine ability to spy on others. Base number 1 had immediately become much more spacious. Apart from the players who stayed behind, the only officers left behind were Erosia and Sylvia. The other officers had taken the mercenaries out to complete some missions of middle to high difficulty. Han Shao also stayed behind in the base. With over 30 million anas in his account, Han Shao began buying large amounts of raw materials without any hesitation. Money was the main combat force of the army style. Now that Han Shao was in the Calamity Grade, he could forge more powerful machines, and he was prepared to evolve the current machines that he had. Apart from restoring the previously damaged machines, he wanted to add some new troops. Han Shao was prepared to go into seclusion to build up his army. Since he had plenty of motivated troops under his charge, he would have more time to do other things. Since Ames did not rush him, he was not in a hurry to send Aurora and Gila to Floating Dragon Island. I still owe Norias 4 million anas. It has been less than 2 years since I borrowed the money from them, and the interest rate is only at 10%. The interest rate will go up again at the 2-year mark. Han Shao still remembered this debt. Now that his funds were ample, Han Shao decided to repay the debt while the interest was not too high. He then contacted the leader of Norias, and the other party's projection appeared before him. Black Star? Haha! It has been a long time since you last contacted me. Your fame has truly skyrocketed in recent times, Rockfest said with an amiable smile and warm tone. Compared to his attitude when Han Shao wanted to borrow money, his current attitude was much better. I actually prefer to remain low profile. Han Shao coughed dryly before continuing. I am contacting you to repay the 4 million anas I owe together with the interest for a total of 4,400,000. The law governing debts was extremely strict, and Han Shao would definitely have to pay up eventually. Rockfest suddenly changed topics and asked, I wonder, are you willing to accept a sponsorship? Han Shao had just transferred the money over, and his heart was bleeding inside. Upon hearing those words, Han Zhao's brows shot up, and a playful look could be seen in his eyes. A year ago, when he asked Rockfest for a sponsorship, Rockfest had rejected him and only promised him a loan. This time, Rockfest had actually taken the initiative to offer a sponsorship. It seemed like his recent accomplishment had made Rockfest think that he was a worthy investment. Thus, Rockfest changed his mind and offered the sponsorship. While Rockfest was an individual only motivated by benefits, Han Shao did not think that it was anything strange and did not intend to be sarcastic. Everyone in the world only worked for benefits. He would only be able to draw investments if he displayed sufficient potential or strength. This was the ironclad law. Of course, I am extremely interested in this proposal. Han Shao smiled. Rockfest's eyes lit up. He originally had not been too sure if Han Shao would agree. He had worried that with Black Star already developed, he would not need any external funds. However, he would find it a waste if he lost an investment channel with huge potential. Since Black Star was willing to accept his sponsorship, it meant that his initial investment was reaping returns. Rockfest pondered for a while before saying, Sir Black Star, I have decided to sponsor the Black Star Army with another 5,200,000 anas. Han Shao stroked his chin and asked, What do you want in return? Haha, this is only an initial investment, and I hope to form a long-term cooperation with the Black Star Army. Our Norias Financial Group will come up with funds to support the development of the Black Star Army, including but not limited to the welfare of mercenaries, transportation, expansion of operations, and the construction of bases. We can also borrow the name of the Black Star Army to start businesses in the Garten Star system or other star systems as well. When we require violence to solve our problems, we hope to receive the aid of the Black Star Army at the first possible moment. The conditions that Rockfest gave were common ones between financial groups and armed organizations. Under normal circumstances, the Black Star Army was the field team of Floating Dragon, and it would be a better option to invest in Floating Dragon Island directly. However, Black Star himself had some influence and thus became another target for investment. Han Shao listened to the conditions patiently and concluded that the Norias Financial Group wanted to manage the back-end logistics of the Black Star Army. The reputation of the Norias Financial Group was extremely good, and they had plenty of different businesses all around. This was the phase where Han Shao needed to take care of the back-end logistics of the Black Star Army, and it would save him a great deal of trouble with the aid of Norias. Most importantly, it would save him a lot of money. The amount of money needed to develop an armed organization was truly terrifying. What a fat sheep. Han Shao lamented in his heart. Sounds good. Mr. Rockfest, I am willing to sign an investment agreement. All right. I will get someone to prepare it and send it to you later. Rockfest was in a brilliant mood, and a bright smile could be seen on his face. If the scale of the Black Star Army grows in the future, our Norias Financial Group can even help you to operate a financial market and establish a Black Star brand to launch a credit voucher and public bond. We can talk about this in the future. Han Zhao's mouth contorted slightly. The so-called credit voucher was basically stocks. With the development of the economy, something like a credit voucher was not too surprising. Since a very long time ago, stocks and bonds had begun appearing in the universe, and many of the large financial groups had begun issuing credit vouchers. Because of the sheer size of the universe, different regions of the universe would have their own stock markets. Usually, each star system would form a unit, and the Garten Star system had its own financial market. Players could also purchase these credit vouchers. In his previous life, there had been some players who had made big money from the financial market and also others who had lost big time. With the environment of the galaxy, the ferocity of the financial market could easily be imagined. Han Shao was extremely skilled in making money through credit vouchers. In his previous life, he had plenty of experience with buying low and selling high. As for how to suppress the price of another party's credit vouchers, he would never walk the orthodox path. Since he had already done plenty of bad deeds, another one would not hurt him. Of course, the consequences of those actions were severe. Now that he had to take care of an organization, he naturally would not be taking the same path. As for Rockfest's suggestion of listing a mercenary group on the stock market, it was extremely rare. After all, the operations of a mercenary group were extremely unstable, with deaths and injuries being extremely common. After signing the contract, a ding sound could be heard on the communicator, and the figure on his bank account shot up by 5,200,000 anas. The road ahead is very long. I hope we have a pleasant cooperation. Rockfest stretched his arm out with a bright smile. Han Shao also stretched his arm out to shake Rockfest's holographic hand. I hope we have a pleasant cooperation. Chapter 593, Sudden Emergency. Chapter 593, Sudden Emergency. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. As Han Shao was undergoing a trade with Rockfest, dozens of spaceships carrying 200,000 mercenaries sailed toward planet Sunil. The star map in the cockpit flickered. As it showed planet Sunil nearing them, Herlu's mood grew all the more excited. The same rang true for the other Sunil mercenaries. They themselves were too aware of their civilization's plight. Because of the catastrophe, the casualty rate of their young and middle-aged had always remained high, and their partners lived in constant danger. Now, they finally had a ray of hope to solving this problem. This group of warriors who would sacrifice their lives for their civilization were all extremely touched, grateful to Han Xiao to the point of wanting to cry. The day has finally arrived. Herluz took a deep breath, regaining a calm mood. Outside the porthole, planet Sunil seemed to be beckoning them, and the fleet landed quickly on it, as though both sides had collided with each other. The main city of planet Sunil was still Forest City, and all the upper echelons there had long received the news, rushing out to welcome them. From all around, army troops wearing the Sunil armor stood in their formations in welcome, filling a huge patch of open space. As the spaceships landed one after another, and the players stepped out, they saw the armored troops at a glance. The sunlight reflected off the steel from the Sunil armor, exuding an aura of silence and slaughter. We thank the Black Star Army for reaching out to aid us. Welcome. I am. One of the upper echelons of the Sunils stepped forward, preparing to give a speech, but before he could finish half of it, he saw the 200,000 mercenaries scatter. The majority of the players ran over to the aggressive armored soldiers with dumb expressions. Oh, this is Sunil. Indeed, the same as in the video channels. Come, brothers. Let's take a group photo. Having arrived on the new planet, the players immediately started to party. The upper echelon of the Sunil felt his face twitch incessantly, but he did not know what to do. Turning over, he saw Herluz walk out of the spaceship. He regained his composure, rushing forward respectfully. It's all thanks to you, or else we would not have been able to hire the Black Star Army. The superior of the Sunils had an expression of gratitude. You should thank Black Star actually. If it wasn't for the fact that he asked me to follow him, Sunil would not have had this opportunity. Herluz had a solemn expression. In this regard, he felt that he had taken too much of an advantage, and he should not claim credit for this matter. Right now, Black Star had already been promoted to a Calamity Grade Super, with no shortage of Grade B Supers under him. Instead of saying that he was selling his life for the Black Star Army in exchange for them helping him, it was more accurate to say that it was Black Star that offered his help voluntarily to the Sunils. After the incident with DarkStar, Herluz had gained a deeper understanding of Han Xiao. To go head-on against a terrifying interstellar terrorist organization just for his hometown, this courage was simply too great. Black Star was a righteous partner with a good character and a nice personality, and his wanting to help Sunil was also purely because he wished to save them without asking for benefits. The favorability of Herluz toward Han Xiao had long exploded through the roof, to the point that he would sacrifice his life if asked to or use himself as a shield if needed. Hearing this, the Sunil superior solemnly nodded. They really owed too much to Black Star. The other party had allowed the Sunil mercenaries to accept better employment, reducing the casualties of their race, and now he had even sent a large number of people over to help, only charging a nominal fee in return. What a good person! After arranging the 200,000 mercenaries, the Sunil upper echelons spread the news of the Black Star Army, coming to provide reinforcements to the entire race, so that the countless Sunils would know that their opportunity had arrived. Within the streets, countless people burst into tears as they lowered their heads in prayer. The name Black Star experienced a rapid increase in prestige in the area. freewebnovel.com. As Herluz took the Sunil mercenaries to walk down the street, accepting the gratitude of the civilians, he suddenly felt that the fire of hope in this city had been rekindled and felt a lot more hopeful in his heart. Herluz had also witnessed the specialty of the players and believed that this catastrophe would be resolved sooner or later. However, therein lay a problem for him. When the problem of my race has been solved, where should I go? As though hit by a bullet in his heart, his body froze in confusion. That's right, my purpose of becoming a mercenary was to help the race fight on. Once our danger has passed, do I still need to be a mercenary? Herluz's footsteps slowed down as he entered a dilemma. Thinking of how Black Star had provided him with help but he would leave right after his objective had been accomplished gave him a sort of feeling as though he was betraying Black Star's trust. His conscience could not ignore this fact. Then, do I continue staying with Black Star to repay his gratitude? Upon thinking of his noisy babbling mercenary partners, thinking of the various unknown planets he had seen, the unique life forms, and Black Star's ever-reliable back facing them, Herlu's tightly furrowed brows slowly relaxed. Other than his civilization, it seemed as though he had found another home. Without the burdens of my race weighing me down, I can probably obtain a sizable sum and find a pretty lady to get married. Herlu's felt the weight in his heart get removed and suddenly looked forward to the infinite possibilities in the future. On the other side, the players had been warmly welcomed into the forest city by the Sunils. I didn't expect the name of the Black Star Army to be this good, the crowd of players murmured in surprise. After experiencing it personally, they only belatedly realized how much influence their faction possessed. The name of the Black Star Army seemed to be extremely prestigious. The 200,000 players split up wandered around Forest City. Right now, the upper echelons of the Sunils were still working out a concrete strategy, so their mission had not yet officially started. At this time, no one would stop the players from moving around freely. Many of the players utilized the same old method, attempting to trigger additional missions with the various Sunils or searching for equipment stores, skill mentors, general stores, and other functional locations. As a civilization, the Sunils of course had an NPC resource area, with most of the functions being able to serve the players. Not long after, the players were mass recruited with a whole list of missions to complete, including exploring the wild, collecting information on the beasts, clearing the beast colonies, regaining abandoned resource points as well as digging mineral veins. All sorts of work were available. After accepting the various missions, the interfaces of the players would then display the respective tasks, which allowed the players to obtain more experience rewards from these submissions. The popular missions were quickly swept clean, and the crowd's favorite was naturally the mission of robbing resource areas. Because most of the resources were materials, one could get some during the process. The resource area missions were basically divided among the guild players, but because Sunil wanted to completely resolve the catastrophe, there were many other missions to be completed as well. This ensured that all 200,000 mercenaries had some missions to attempt. After accepting the missions, players also triggered a series of mission requirements for the faction. The objective was to help the Sunils resolve the catastrophe but had nothing to do with their employment task. Even if one was not a mercenary, they could still trigger this series of missions by helping the Sunils. In fact, the mercenary mission received by the players back then was the real bonus, which was given as a benefit of the Black Star Army. With the mission acting like a carrot dangling above the players' heads, the 200,000 players could not wait to get started. A couple of days later, countless robotic arms were busy assembling mechanical warriors in Base No. 1's workshop. Han Shao had his head buried in front of a lathe, focusing on rebuilding his mechanic army. Suddenly, his communicator rang. Who is it? Han Shao put down the items in his hands, taking out his communicator. Lots of possibilities flashed through his mind, be it a mission from Ames or some tasks that the Norios Consortium required him to do. It could also be some players having botched their missions and having the employer calling to complain. All sorts of thoughts flashed by, but after glancing at the communicator, he found out that it was an unknown caller, which left him surprised. After establishing a connection, an unfamiliar figure appeared in his screen, and he questioned Han Shao fiercely. "Black Star, what have you done to my men?" "Your men?" Han Shao replied. "Bafuli, don't tell me you forgot." The other party's tone was sinister. Now where had he heard this name? Han Shao stroked his chin before belatedly realizing. Isn't he that guy with the fiery golden eyes? Oh no, that guy with the Esper ability of shooting fire from his eyes. That idiot had attempted to steal his spaceship and ended up being held captive, with his Esper ability being drawn every day, allowing him to obtain over 100 bottles of the genetic medicine. He was probably only left with skin and bones, a foot away from death. That was to say, the other party should be the Purple Snake Sykes, Bafuli's leader and the captain of the Purple Snake Space Pirates. Turns out it's you. Han Shao raised his brows. Your subordinate tried to steal my spaceship, and you still dare to look for me? Where has Bafuli gone? Have you killed him? Oh, the answer to that would be, you guess. Sykes had a vicious expression on. Black Star, hand over my people. And I can pretend that this incident never happened. Han Shao exaggeratedly exclaimed before saying, Your subordinate attempted to steal my spaceship and was captured by me. Now, you want me to release the person and pretend that nothing ever happened? You don't look too pretty. But your thinking is indeed worlds apart from your looks. I'm not sure if I should even thank you for this. Humph, Black Star, you indeed talk as much as the rumors say. However, did you think that I would look for you if I was unprepared? Sykes revealed a cold smile, with an inexplicable tone of confidence. I talk a lot, which be asterisk starred spread that rumor. No, that's not the main point. Han Xiao regained his wits and immediately understood what Sykes was hinting at. A sense of helplessness spread across his face as he commented, "Who have you captured?" The corners of Sykes' mouths curled up, and he pressed a button. The screen revealed a jail cell with a group of people tied up together. Taking a closer look, this bunch was probably the players, no doubt about that. It should be a group of players that were headed for another mission and were ambushed halfway by Sykes' people. In that case, the other party definitely had people that had successfully infiltrated the Garten Star system. Black Star, hand over Befuli, or you can forget about seeing the mercenaries under you ever again. The screen disappeared, and Sykes reappeared on the screen. Oh, we can discuss this. Han Xiao deeply sighed before saying, "How about you just kill all the hostages? News regarding you is being spread all over the galaxy. Do you treat me as a fool? You have tens of thousands of immortal warriors under your flag, completely unkillable. However, I believe there will be many organizations that wish to experiment on such immortals and will be willing to fork out the cash. So you'd better listen to me. I'll only give you 5 days to escort Befuli to the coordinates of a barren planet. If I do not see him, or if you play some tricks, my space pirates will specifically target your mercenaries and sell them to the other star clusters." Sykes' tone carried some threat, immediately cutting off any possible thoughts of rebellion from Han Xiao. "Fine." Han Xiao's mouth twitched. "Remember, 5 days' time." After stressing that once more, Sykes immediately cut off the communication. If it was not for the fact that his right-hand man had been captured, Sykes would not have antagonized Black Star. Luckily, he did not need to hand over the hostages in person. Sykes was not prepared to go in person, getting someone to go over to the Garten Star system to handle everything whilst he stayed in the Gavin Star system. After all, safety was paramount. Han Xiao rubbed between his brows, looking helpless. The players were still not strong enough to allow them to explore and complete missions. He had been expecting such a matter to occur, but he did not think that it would come this quickly. To have the players be killed because of being unable to repay the ransom, this was considered their own personal encounter. He was no nanny, and by rights he should not care about this kind of matter. However, Sykes was a Calamity Grade, and for him to target the Black Star Army was a hidden danger. It seemed as though he would have to move out this time. F***CK. I can't even take a few goddamn days to rest. Right now, even the time taken to build my little cuties has been deprived. With an expression full of grievances, Han Xiao came to the cell where Befuli was being held at. Looking at the unconscious person, he threw an observer's mark on him. "Isn't it good to be alive? I had almost forgotten about looking for trouble with you guys." In the Garten Star system, a spaceship that the Purple Snake space pirates had taken over was floating quietly in the universe. In the dim spaceship cell, a bunch of players were tied there with space pirates on guard at the door. "President, it seems that we've been down on our luck recently." Poseidon, one of the core members of the Guild of Gods, turned his head to address Jupiter, who was beside him. "Recently? F***CK that, our luck has been bad the whole time. Who are you looking down upon right now?" Jupiter had a dark expression, not even bothering to reply. He had originally chosen a mission that was quite good and had prepared to bring his core members of the guild to complete the job. However, he had not even reached the place of employment when he was suddenly captured. The universe was actually this dangerous? The law and order there could not even be compared to planet Aquamarine. The Vice President Shiva had an indifferent expression on. "It seems that we have encountered an emergency. Maybe it's a hidden mission. The last time we got into trouble, you said the same thing." Poseidon was not polite in his rebuttal. At this time, a guard outside bellowed, "Who allowed you to talk?" "Shut your mouths." Everyone only turned to look at him before ignoring him, continuing to chatter on. The guard could only spit out a sigh of resignation. He wished that he could pull out his guns to shoot the hostages into smithereens, but his leader's orders were to not kill even one of them. Killing them would be equivalent to setting them free. Since they were not afraid of death, what could they use to threaten them? The guards were helpless and could only silently watch on as this group of people behaved more arrogantly than the pirates themselves. Bang! At this point, the spaceship suddenly shook, and screams of misery could be heard. What happened? The guarding pirate lost some color in his expression, hurriedly running over to check it out. However, upon turning his head, he found a majestic figure blocking his way, covering all the light from outside. The pirate's height only reached the figure's belly. "I'm taking over this ship," the figure stated indifferently, his voice like thunder. Before waiting for the pirate to respond, a strong blow shot to his side, the speed too fast for him to avoid. The burly tall figure slapped the guard out of the way, splattering him into meat paste on the side of the wall. Jupiter and the rest stared at this figure. With his back to the light, no one could see his looks. They could only see what seemed to be a pair of curved horns on his head, one of which was broken in half. Chapter 594, Malekith's Ambush. 1. Chapter 594, Malekith's Ambush. 1. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. The exchange location was an uninhabited planet, and both parties would not meet each other. After putting Befuli down, Han Shao left the planet. The space pirates would then fetch Befuli before releasing the mercenaries that they had caught. They would then contact Han Shao to pick up the mercenaries. Sykes had done so to be on the safe side. While honesty was not his strongest point as a space pirate and he frequently went back on his word, he was truly sincere this time. He only wished to get Befuli back and did not wish to provoke Black Star completely. As long as he could get Befuli back, he would immediately pull back his forces in the Garten star system and not provoke the Black Star army again. However, this was not what Han Shao felt. It was truly wishful thinking if the other party thought that he would just forget about this matter. Not too far away from the planet, the Blacklight stealth was floating in space silently. Through the window of the spaceship, Han Shao monitored the planet silently. He did not bring anyone along with him and moved out alone this time. Furthermore, he also brought the Blacklight stealth out, which specialized in speed. His objective today was not only to exchange hostages. Befuli had an observer's mark placed on him and was no different from Han Zhao's surveillance device. Han Shao was planning to make use of his Chaos Observer innate talent to tail these space pirates and find Sykes' nest. He had never juiced a Calamity Grade Super before. He needed to exchange hostages in order to make Sykes let his guard down. While the players were not afraid of threats, Han Shao did not wish for anyone to ruin the first mission for the players. It's about time. Han Shao piloted his spaceship into the atmosphere of the planet and flew to the designated location. As he approached the surface of the planet, Han Shao was taken aback. The space pirate spaceship was still at the designated spot. "Didn't we agree not to meet? Why are they waiting for me here? Could it be that they want a face-to-face exchange instead?" The doubt flashed past his mind, and Han Shao parked his spaceship slightly further away. He then picked up the weak Befuli before disembarking from the spaceship. Ta-ta. Han Shao stepped onto the brown sandy surface and kicked up a cloud of dust. The spaceship of the pirates was a few thousand meters away, and a couple of pirates were waving at him. Han Shao frowned. "This feels strange. Rista, don't turn the engine off. Take off immediately if anything happens." "All right." Rista took over the command of the spaceship. Han Shao took Befuli and approached the pirate spaceship. When he was near the spaceship, he looked at the few pirates and said in a deep voice, "I have brought the person you want. Where are my mercenaries?" Since he was close enough to the pirates, Han Shao immediately noticed something strange about all the pirates. They all seemed to be extremely afraid of something. Before he could even make a move, something immediately went wrong. Bang! A large hole was suddenly made in the pirate spaceship, and a black figure shot out like a meteor. This figure appeared in front of Han Shao the next instant, and his fists that were wrapped in a thick layer of metal smashed heavily on Han Zhao's chest. His frightening strength exploded forth from his fists. Boom! Han Zhao's body flew back like a cannonball and smashed into a stone mountain more than 1,000 meters away. His entire body became covered in the rubble of shattered rocks, with a huge dust cloud being formed. The individual who had ambushed Han Zhao was standing in Han Zhao's original location. He was clad in heavy metal armor and looked as though he was from the demon race. Of the 2 horns on his head, one had broken in half. He was one of the 8 vanguard officials of the Bloodshed Land, Broken Horn Malekith. The force generated from his attack had sent the space pirates flying as well. A couple of weaker space pirates had fractured their bones and were currently groaning in pain. They hurriedly scurried away to avoid the battlefield. Swoosh! The pile of rubble shook slightly, and Han Zhao burst out of the rocks. This damage. Grade a super? Is Sykes here personally to kill me? He then looked at the notification on his interface and was surprised. It isn't Sykes but Malekith? Who is this fellow? He doesn't seem like a subordinate of Sykes, and this name seems a little familiar. How strange. Why would someone who I have never seen before want to deal with me? Is he an assassin sent by someone to deal with me? That's not right. A single person wouldn't be enough to kill me. Han Zhao looked at Malekith with his brows locked in deep thought. Both of them looked at each other from afar without saying a single word. I can feel that my previous attack didn't do much damage at all. The undying Black Star truly lives up to his name. Malekith was the first to speak. Undying? Is this my new nickname? Han Zhao then narrowed his eyes and asked, Who are you? Why did you attack me? You will know when we are done fighting. Malekith did not say another word, and his body burned with black pugilist flames. He then took large strides forward and rammed into Han Zhao like a shooting star. The heavy armor on his body then sprang into action, and its structure suddenly seemed even more complicated, as though it had entered combat mode. Han Zhao cursed under his breath and activated his mechanical suit. The black berserk ape was equipped, and he received Malekith's punch. Han Zhao immediately felt a huge surge for force pushing him back. Han Zhao's weight and strength could not be compared to Malekith's, and he was immediately pushed back with his feet forming 2 long ditches on the ground. Right at that moment, the figure of a Godarin appeared behind Han Zhao. He activated the Nagakin character summon card. Muscle is truth. Han Zhao could clearly feel the muscles in his body expanding, and his entire body being filled with a never-ending supply of strength. His strength attribute also shot up rapidly. The instant Han Zhao stopped getting pushed back, he slammed his feet into the ground. The berserk ape mechanical suit suddenly revved up, and his waist and arms got into a throwing position. Both his hands grabbed Malekith's fists, and by making use of the other party's force, he did an overhead throw and threw Malekith in the opposite direction. The instant Han Zhao released his grip, a loud sonic boom could be heard, and Malekith shot toward the sky at an extremely high speed. In just an instant, Malekith had already become a small little dot on the horizon, crashing into a mountain not too far away. This was a skill that came along with the mechanical suit. Berserk throw. Han Zhao glanced at the other party's information only to be greeted with a bunch of question marks. This meant that Malekith's level far exceeded his. Han Zhao was still clueless about why the other party would be at the meeting point to ambush him. However, since Malekith did not want to give an explanation, he could only fight Malekith first. Han Zhao threw out all the useless thoughts in his head and entered a battle focus mode. He then threw out a dozen compressed orbs, and his fully repaired Oathkeepers appeared beside him. The hovering shield shuttle floated behind him, and they glowed with a golden light. Because this incident was an unexpected one, Han Zhao did not have enough time to completely repair his mechanic army. He also did not have the time to improve his current machines and was still using old equipment from the past. The only exception was this berserk ape suit. However, this suit alone should be enough to deal with the battle. The other party was a Calamity Grade pugilist and did not seem to have any killing intent. Thus, Han Zhao could not be bothered to take out any more machines, as he would feel the heartache if they got destroyed. Malekith wore a set of heavy armor, and his defense was extremely high. Furthermore, he had the bloodline of the demon race, and his recovery strength was extremely powerful. In just a few short breaths, his injuries were recovered. Malekith then dusted away the rocks and dust on him indifferently before charging forward again. Chapter 595, Malekith's Ambush. 2. Chapter 595, Malekith's Ambush. 2. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. Bang bang bang. Both of their figures clashed with each other over and over again like a dragon brawling with a snake. They exchanged blows as they traversed the brown surface of the planet. Heavy blows landed on both of their bodies as powerful shock waves reverberated through the battlefield. The shock waves of the battle had destroyed the original surface of the planet, and craters could be seen all over the surface of the planet. Malekith's total level was extremely high and was extremely powerful. While a head-on brawl was not Han Zhao's strength, thankfully, he had the berserk throw skill to throw Malekith around like a ball and break his pugilist combos. Han Zhao could choose to transform into the shuttle mode and escape from there at any time. However, he was extremely interested in Malekith's origins and so decided to have a good fight with him. In any case, the blacklight stealth was already hovering up in the sky, and Han Zhao could escape whenever. Han Zhao then activated the nano-transformation ability of the Berserk Ape mechanical suit and transformed into the giant ape form. The mechanical suit then expanded rapidly, and various components seemed to have appeared out of nowhere to form thick layers on top of the existing suit. Han Zhao rapidly grew until he was a mini-giant that was a head taller than Malekith. His strength attribute skyrocketed once more, and the strength of Berserk Throw was increased. Both parties were Calamity Grade Supers who had powerful defense and recovery. As such, the battle was stuck in a stalemate. After battling Han Zhao for a long while, Malekith's eyes lit up, and he said with great excitement, "You are even stronger than in the rumors. I am going to get serious now. Please don't die so easily." Malekith was a battle maniac, and the pleasure from finding a partner to have a refreshing battle was even greater than mating. The next moment, Malekith began chanting a demonic incantation, and the flames on his body burned even brighter and greater. His eyes seemed to be burning with flames, and a dark red flame burst forth from the gaps of his armor. His aura was elevated a notch, and the temperature of the surroundings rose rapidly with the atmosphere being contorted by the heat. Talent of the demon race, high-grade true liberation. Han Zhao's eyes narrowed. When they were in such a state, the combat strength of the demon race would increase greatly. With Malekith's Calamity Grade strength, the increase to his strength was frightening. Bang! Han Zhao could see the ground beneath him passing by rapidly, and he was sent flying despite being in the giant ape form. The next second, Malekith narrowed the gap between the both of them in an instant, and the dark purple flames surrounding Malekith lashed out like a blade toward Han Zhao's neck. If Han Zhao was struck by that blow, his cervical vertebra would probably fracture and his entire body paralyzed. He would need half a second to recover from the blow, and this half a second would be sufficient for a pugilist like Malekith to perform a simple combo. Han Zhao deactivated the giant ape form, and his entire body shrank down. The attack brushed past the top of his helmet with only millimeters to spare. With his attack missing, Malekith locked his fingers together and was about to hammer Han Zhao toward the ground. At this moment, Han Zhao's helmet suddenly opened up, and two flaming whirlpools could be seen in his eyes. The next instant, two balls of white flame shot out from his eyes toward Malekith. Boom! Malekith's attack was interrupted again. There were different kinds of demons within the demon race. When they unleashed their true liberation talent, the difference between the different races would become obvious. For example, the demons that spat fire would be fire demons, and the demons that spat ice would be ice demons. Malekith was obviously a fire demon, and his fire resistance would be extremely high. Thus, Han Zhao's attack was not able to deal much damage but was able to successfully push him back. Han Zhao had loaded some genetic medicine into his mechanical suit, and he had injected himself with Befuli's genetic medicine previously to use his one-off character summon card. With the small window that Han Zhao created for himself, he did not hesitate in the slightest and activated the Berserk overload form of his mechanical suit. The nuclear reactor of his mechanical suit revved up at full power, and his speed, strength, and weapons all received an increase in attributes. Han Shao placed his arms together, and his nano-weapons module was activated. His arm transformed into a large cannon barrel, and a brilliant beam of light shot toward Malekith. Boom! Malekith tanked the cannon fire and continued his charge, raising his hands to send out balls of shockwave blasts. Explosions surrounded the two as both of them exchanged fire, with one of them advancing and the other retreating. Malekith's speed rose rapidly after unleashing his true liberation talent, and the distance between the two quickly closed up. Very soon, Malekith appeared before Han Shao again. His fist that was wrapped up in flames was aimed right at Han Zhao's chest. Right at this instant, Han Zhao's body exploded forth with a blinding electrical bolt, and his fists actually landed on Malekith's face first like a bolt of lightning. Boom! His fists exploded in midair like a bolt of violent lightning. The shockwave of the attack spread out from underneath Han Zhao's feet in all directions and formed a crater that was 100 meters in diameter. As for Malekith, he was already a shooting star in the horizon that quickly disappeared from one's sight. Power detonation. If the attack was a close-ranged one, said attack would gain 650 to 700% additional damage, power detonation damage, and sputtering damage. On top of that, it gained a 65% chance of critical damage, as well as the ability to inflict status effects like knock-up, knockback, suppression, and dizziness. He did not only use the skill but also activated Gene Liberation. This was Flaming Will that had been strengthened by the skill level-up card. The accumulated strength of this attack was truly frightening. Malekith was sent flying a dozen kilometers at the very least. He would probably fly for a day in the sky before landing on the ground. Hugh! Han Shao panted lightly. Hand-to-hand combat drained him of his stamina the most. His HP and energy were still at a healthy level, but his stamina had been exhausted greatly. Thankfully, the higher one's stamina was, the faster the recovery rate. This fellow is truly powerful. He is much stronger than Degulish and Nagakin. I am afraid that my previous blow was only able to give him light injuries. Han Shao wondered if he should continue the battle, and all of a sudden, he remembered Malekith's origin. A corps officer of the Bloodshed Land, one of the 8 Vanguard officials under Heber. He is the subordinate of a Beyond Grade Super. Han Shao immediately became wary. Why would the officer of another Beyond Grade Super fight him? At that moment, a large trail of dust could be seen from the wilderness, and it was Malekith running back from afar. This time, he did not charge forward but stopped a few meters away from Han Shao. He had already deactivated his true liberation state, and there was a red fist mark on his face. Well done, Black Star. You are an opponent worthy of my full strength. I truly enjoyed our battle. Malekith revealed a smile of admiration. Even when in the true liberation state, he was not able to suppress the opponent entirely and had even taken a small loss. Black Star was extremely powerful and even more powerful than people thought. The objective of his visit had been met. I know your status already. Malekith, a member of the Bloodshed Land. Han Shao did not want to continue fighting and only wanted to know Malekith's objective. Why did you ambush me? Why would you appear here? I am here specially for you. Black Star was one of the Dragon Emperor's trusted aides, and the Black Star army had become extremely famous recently. He had been instructed to observe Black Star and find a chance to test him. When the Purple Snake space pirates abducted the mercenaries of the Black Star army, the intelligence net of the Bloodshed Land had picked up this piece of news. Since Malekith was nearby, he had decided to snatch the spaceship of the pirates and wait for Black Star to find him. Then, he would be able to test Black Star's strength without anyone disturbing them. If he was sufficiently powerful, Floating Dragon would only bury a talent like you. You should have greater ambition. With your strength, it is sufficient for you to be equal to me and become the 9th Vanguard official. Malekith revealed his intentions and extended an olive branch. So, are you willing to join the Bloodshed Land? Chapter 596 Stalling and Luring. Chapter 596 Stalling and Luring. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. Surprised, Han Shao sized up Malekith from head to toe. You're here to poach? Han Shao did not expect this at all. After all, he was an officer of Floating Dragon. Regular forces would not be so reckless. Now, a core officer of Bloodshed Land had come to invite him and offered him a very high position as one of the Vanguard officials as soon as he joined. The Bloodshed Land and Floating Dragon were on different levels. Floating Dragon had always been supported by AIM's reputation alone. However, not only was Tyrant Heber beyond Grade A, he was also the most senior among the 4 beyond Grade A supers in the Shattered Star Ring. The pugilist class trained one's body and elevated one's life, so his lifespan was very long. Hence, the one thing that was Floating Dragon's biggest strength, Bloodshed Land had it too. Furthermore, Bloodshed Land was an important ally of a star cluster civilization. They had rich resources, wide connections, and very strong military power. They had created many divisions in various star systems in another star cluster. Just from its size alone, it was already a giant in the Shattered Star Ring. Plus, unlike Floating Dragon, which was uncompetitive, they were still actively expanding. For example, in the previous set of Wayne Card's Shattered Star Ring card set, there were 3 cards under the Floating Dragon Island camp. Force card, Floating Dragon Island. Individual card, Dragon Emperor Ames, and Mercenary card, Black Star Mercenary Group. As for Bloodshed Land, there were 14 cards under their camp. I've been attracting quite the attention lately and shown my abilities. That's probably the reason I'm being noticed by stronger people. Although things like this were rare, it was not unprecedented. Once renown and legendary points reached a certain level, there was a chance for similar events to occur. All kinds of people would approach when one was famous. The fact that Bloodshed Land had come to scout him proved that his position had gradually increased. I'm a little curious. Aren't you people afraid that this will anger Ames? Han Shao smirked. Malekith gave a faint smile, showing his absolute confidence. You think that His Excellency Tyrant would be afraid of Ames? Plus, this isn't the first time. Han Shao immediately grew curious. You people poached someone from Floating Dragon before? Is that person still alive? Of course he's alive, and his position now is very high. Did Ames not act on it? You do know her very well. Indeed she did. Back then, she dragged Floating Dragon Island along and fought her way through to our headquarters. Then His Excellency Tyrant struck. How did it end up? Han Zhao's eyebrows raised. Malekith smirked with great admiration and said, the original Floating Dragon Island was double its size now. Ames had the lower hand. This was a piece of secret information unknown to players in his previous life. It turned out that there was beef between Floating Dragon and Bloodshed Land. No wonder they had come to poach from Ames. Wait a minute, if I reject the offer, will Bloodshed Land see me as an enemy? Han Shao became alert and asked in a serious tone, thank you for your invitation, but what if I refuse? Malekith wiped away his smile and stared at Han Shao. His tone became assertive as he slowly said, reconsider it. The hundreds of thousands of immortals under Black Star had attracted the attention of Bloodshed Land, but Heber rejected slowly, convincing them one after another, so their leader Han Shao had become the target. Malekith did not want to return empty-handed with the mission given by the tyrant personally. Now this is threatening. Han Shao frowned and slowly measured the pros and cons. If he turned to Bloodshed Land, he would face the fury of Floating Dragon. The connections that he had made because of Floating Dragon would all disappear, and the Black Star Army and Planet Aquamarine would all lose their privileges with Floating Dragon. To Ames, he was quite important. Once he betrayed her, she would be even more furious, and the consequences would be dire. The pros seemed quite high too. The risk was accompanied by profit. Bloodshed Land's forces were much stronger than Floating Dragon's. He could build even wider connections, and Bloodshed Land could provide even better support to Black Star Army with their resources. He would be able to regain all the losses he made. The only problem was he might have to move to the star cluster that Bloodshed Land was in to expand and develop. Since Heber dared invite me, if Ames' revenge is successful, Heber will lose a lot of reputation. So Heber will probably protect me at all costs. After some consideration, Han Shao said, I've thought about it. His brows loosened, and he smiled at Malekith. I decline. Although he had analyzed the pros and cons out of habit, it was nothing more than a habit. Han Shao had never planned to leave Floating Dragon from the beginning, and he was not someone so easily convinced. Ames had provided him with so much help, all favors, and their relationship had been slowly but surely building. If it switched to Heber, he would have to build a relationship with his boss once again. Furthermore, the title Tyrant did not sound very friendly. Bloodshed Land had way more rules than Floating Dragon, so it was impossible for them to show tolerance as Ames did for him. Most importantly, I'm the one and only leader of the Floating Dragon field team. It'd be crazy for me to go to your place and be your number 9. Malekith's smile completely vanished, and he glared at Han Shao directly with a cold expression. Han Shao did not retreat and stared back while secretly prepared for combat. The atmosphere became stiff. Just as Han Shao thought they were going to have a battle, Malekith suddenly snorted heavily and walked away. Han Shao loosened up and exhaled through his mouth. It seemed like there was not going to be a fight. Black Star Army was going through a very important phase of its development, so it was best not to be on bad terms with Bloodshed Land. This time, a spaceship with the marking of Bloodshed Land flew there from the sky. This was Malekith's real ship, hidden on the other side of the planet. Malekith walked up the stairs. Suddenly, he stopped the hatch that was about to close, looked at Han Shao, and said with a deep voice, "Black Star, we will meet again very soon." Then, without concern about Han Zhao's reaction, he let go of the hatch and let it close. Bloodshed Land's spaceship quickly rose up and disappeared. Meet again very soon. What does that mean? They're going to find a chance to deal with me? Or does it mean something else? Never mind, Bloodshed Land's territory isn't in Colton Star Cluster anyway, so it's very unlikely for them to come here for me. Since Floating Dragon and Bloodshed Land are peacefully coexisting, they definitely will not make big moves because of me. Han Shao shook his head. After he thought it through, he was not worried about it anymore. Right? I'm here to hand over the hostage. He suddenly remembered his original reason for being there. After fighting with Malekith, he had almost forgotten the purpose of this trip. Han Shao went back to near the galactic pirate spaceship. Befuli was lying on the ground not moving, surrounded by a few lightly injured galactic pirates. They glanced at the blacklight stealth hovering above them. It looked like they were uncertain as to whether they should take Befuli away or not. Upon hearing the footsteps, these galactic pirates turned around and saw Han Shao walking toward them. They shivered as fear emerged in their eyes. Their bodies stiffened on the spot, and they did not dare move even an inch. Initially, they did not have to meet, so their safety was ensured, but now that Han Shao was right in front of them, they were afraid that would be the end of their lives. Furthermore, Befuli's skeletal appearance horrified them. They did not know what torture Befuli had gone through for him to end up like that, but they were certain that they did not want to experience the same. Han Shao glanced at them and casually grabbed a galactic pirate. They walked up the pillaging ship. The galactic pirate pointed the way, shivering, and they soon arrived at the prison cell. However, the cell was empty. "Where are my people?" demanded Han Shao with a threatening tone as he pressed onto the galactic pirate's scalp, tightening his fingers slowly. I don't know. They disappeared 1.5 days ago." Feeling like his head was going to explode, the galactic pirate quickly explained. "Disappeared?" Han Shao raised his eyebrows. Then it occurred to him. Damn it, these kids logged off. He let go of the galactic pirate. They probably went to sleep 1.5 days ago, which means they'll be coming online pretty soon. I could wait for a while. Han Shao realized a problem, and he grabbed the galactic pirate's head once again. "The hostages are gone, but you still want to make the deal. Are you mocking me?" The galactic pirate was on the verge of crying. "We were all controlled by that demon. How could we tell you?" This time, flashes of white light appeared in the cell. A few Guild of Gods players came online and saw Black Star immediately. They were overjoyed. "Quick, tell the leader. The hidden storyline is finally here." Less than 20 seconds later, more white light flashed. Jupiter and the others came online at the same time. They were all thrilled to see Han Shao. "What?" The galactic pirate rubbed his eyes to make sure that he was not hallucinating. Han Shao opened the cell and took the others out of the spaceship, throwing the galactic pirate in his hands onto the ground. Contact Sykes. Our deal remains. The shock on this galactic pirate's face turned into surprise. The hostages had been snatched away, and they were in Black Star's hands. There was nothing to threaten him. Yet, Black Star still wanted to let them go and give them Befuli? Yo, you still want to carry out the deal? A galactic pirate could not help but ask. It was hard to believe. What? Do you not want to? Han Shao asked back. No, you misunderstood. Let's go according to the deal. The galactic pirates hastily denied it. They were filled with the joy of escaping death. A galactic pirate quickly contacted Sykes and explained the situation. Sykes was stunned. He had never expected Bloodshed Land's people to interfere, which completely came out of nowhere. However, even though the deal was affected, Black Star surprisingly did not change his mind. Were my threats effective? Sykes could only think of this as the reason. He suddenly felt much better about himself. Haha, I managed to threaten someone so renowned. Without caring about the communication between the galactic pirates, Han Shao took Jupiter and the others aside, had the Blacklight stealth land, and opened the hatch. You guys go into the ship. Rista will take you to the nearest city planet. Jupiter's eyes gleamed and passionately said, We want to help you to fight the enemies. Please let us assist you. This was such a rare opportunity. He felt that he could definitely trigger the hidden mission. Han Shao saw right through Jupiter's intentions. Speechless, he wrote a mission on the spot and gave it to these players. You have triggered hidden mission, retreat, mission introduction. You've been dragged into a storm, but you still can't interfere with your current strength. What you need to do now is retreat from here as soon as possible. Mission requirements. Leave in the Blacklight stealth. Reward, 350,000 experience, plus 200 Black Star Army favorability. Let's go. Jupiter turned around and walked into Blacklight stealth without hesitation. The Guild of Gods players followed and all boarded. Poseidon gave Jupiter a thumbs up. If we boarded the ship without saying anything, we wouldn't have triggered this mission. Thank you, leader. Jupiter smiled smugly and pointed at his temple. This is experience. Learn from it. Although this mission was quite different from what he had thought it would be, Jupiter felt that it was very likely a high-level event after he read the mission introduction, but they did not meet the requirements to trigger it. Hence, it had become retreat. Although it was quite a shame that was the case, they could only follow the mission. It was better than nothing, after all. Han Shao was still standing outside waiting for the galactic pirate's reply. After a while, a galactic pirate trotted over and cautiously said, Your Excellency Black Star, if there's nothing else, we will be taking Befuli away. Go, don't mess with me again. I won't let you go next time. Han Shao waved and boarded his spaceship. Only then did the galactic pirate breathe a sigh of relief. He quickly went back and notified his friends. They started up the pillaged ship, hovering above the surface. Just as the pillaged ship was about to speed up and take off, behind the Blacklight stealth hatch, gray light appeared in Han Zhao's eyes. He activated his racial talent and turned into Chaos Body. His physical form was gone, and he turned into gray fog. Advanced void travel. Entering the void vision, time seemed to have stopped. Han Shao controlled his Chaos Body and left the Blacklight stealth. As the duration of advanced void travel was longer, he had more than enough time to cross a large distance and go near the pillaging ship. Void travel allowed him to go through walls. His Chaos Body went directly through the pillaging ship hatch, then found a distant cabin to hide. He deactivated void travel without triggering the alarm, without getting noticed by the galactic pirates. The next moment, the pillaging ship quickly rose into the sky and flew away. Chapter 597 Behind Enemy Lines Alone. Chapter 597 Behind Enemy Lines Alone. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. The Blacklight stealth took Jupiter and the others to the nearest planet with a city. Jupiter and the others walked around the interior of the spaceship curiously. This was Black Star's personal spaceship, and it was extremely rare for players to board it. Rista locked up the doors to a large portion of the spaceship, and the players were only able to explore some unimportant public regions. This spaceship must be extremely precious. right? Poseidon muttered. I searched it before. This spaceship is the model of an advanced civilization. Jupiter nodded in agreement. Now that the players had their own communicators, they could connect to the galactic network, getting rid of their status as a backward aboriginals. All the various channels of information were finally open to them, and their knowledge increased every day. Together with Philip's ability to search the web, they were able to search for any information they wished, and the players gradually grew used to searching for any questions they had. A spaceship is far too expensive. Who knows when we will be able to afford one? Poseidon shook his head. Not necessarily. As long as we complete a few missions and raise some funds from the guild, it would be possible for us to buy a basic spaceship. Jupiter was the guild leader of a prestigious club and would always have some plans. The resources that he had control over were also something that an ordinary player would not be able to compare to. A spaceship that had a sky-high price in the player's eyes was just about achievable as long as he gathered funds from the guild. After all, the guild of a club was essentially a company. All the core members of the guild were employees of the guild, and redistributing resources was an extremely simple affair. He was considering the type of advantage having a spaceship earlier would bring him and whether it was worth the resources. Right at that moment, a core member with the name of Michael said, "Guild Master, we can actually buy a functional model instead. I previously checked the market for materials and fuel. Many large corporations are collecting these resources without any limit. While the prices are low, the profits are stable." Jupiter's eyes lit up, and he said, "You mean we should buy a mining spaceship?" "Yes, we should organize a mining expedition and mine for resources on an uninhabited planet. We can then sell these resources to earn a steady profit. We wouldn't be able to recover our costs too quickly at the start," Michael added. "However, if we complete missions while mining for resources, we would be able to gather enough funds to purchase more mining spaceships. After a period of accumulation, our profits will increase and snowball. If we can form a whole fleet of mining spaceships, our profits will definitely increase exponentially." Jupiter was moved by this proposition. "So, the earlier we buy a mining spaceship, the greater our profits?" "That's right," Michael nodded. Presently, everyone is focused on completing employment missions, and the benefits are plentiful. However, unions like Dynasty and King City, which are able to mobilize a large number of players, will be looking for other ways to make money as well. Time waits for no one. Apart from making money, their responsibility as the guild of a club was also to provide better logistical support for the professional players. Jupiter could not help but fall into deep thought. Poseidon then looked at Michael and said, "Are you in cahoots with the members of the other guilds? Quickly exit the group chat to prove your innocence." Scram to the side. Michael showed his middle finger in response. Poseidon then looked at the luxurious interior of the spaceship and said, "Wouldn't we be able to make heaps of profit by snatching the spaceship? We should be able to leave Dynasty far behind in the dust." Everyone looked at him speechlessly. "You are actually the spy, right?" Michael teased back in response. "TSK. A casual remark of mine has all of you so anxious." Poseidon clicked his tongue in response. Going from the pickup point to the Fawn Star system required one to go through a few stargates, and the journey was not a short one. However, in order to get rid of Sykes, a hidden danger, Han Xiao decided to wait patiently. The pirate spaceship was flying in space, and Han Xiao's chaos body was stuck to the wall of the spaceship in a very concealed spot. This made Han Xiao realize that the talent of the Chaos Observer was extremely suitable for conducting such non-rigorous stealth operations. To him, any operation that did not end up with him silencing all eyewitnesses was considered non-rigorous. Because he was currently in his chaos body form, Han Xiao did not have anything to do. As such, he could only scroll through the forums every day and understand how the players were doing in their various missions through the posts. Because they had not entered the galaxy for a long time, the players were pretty obedient, and most of the missions went pretty smoothly. Everything was also going smoothly with the 200,000 mercenaries on planet Sunil. The situation made Han Xiao feel at ease. Apart from looking through the forums, Han Xiao spent his time looking through the Observer's Mark. He spied on Erosia, Serbia V, and Herluz to pass the time. After around 10 days, the pirate ship finally left the Garten star system and entered the Fawn star system. Soon, they linked up together with the main troops. The Purple Snake space pirates had more than 40 battleships, with the majority being small to medium-sized pillaging ships. The flagship was a modified Crow-grade battleship, which was the main battleship model in the Fawn star system. A space pirate fleet of such a scale was not one to be underestimated. The spaceship flew into the fleet and met up with the flagship. A few space pirates supported the feeble Befuli through the walkway to the main hall of the flagship. Sykes was already waiting there with all his subordinates filling up the main hall. The other 3 Grade B officers were standing beside him. The moment Sykes saw the frail Befuli, he stood up abruptly and ran over with a questioning gaze. "Befuli, how were you reduced to such a state?" Befuli looked at Sykes with his lips trembling and tears in his eyes. He said in a choking tone, "Black Star is a demon. What exactly did he do to you?" Sykes sized Befuli up from head to toe. In his memory, Befuli was a burly, well-built man, but the Befuli before him looked like a rack of bones that would crumble at any moment. Not just him, even the other space pirates looked over with disbelief in their eyes. They did not dare believe that this powerful comrade of theirs would be reduced to such a state. Just what could have happened that would reduce a Grade B super to such a state? The moment Befuli thought about his hell-like days, he could not help but reveal a face full of fear as he trembled. He locked me up in a dark cabin, and I don't even know how long had passed since then. He used some equipment to extract my super gene, and my recovery speed became slower and slower. Even now, I have only been able to recover a little bit. Those who had strength would fear losing it the most. Every time he recovered a bit of strength, it would be mercilessly taken away from him again. After experiencing this endless loop of hopelessness together with the fact that he was locked up in a dark chamber, he lost all sense of time and suffered a huge psychological blow. Upon hearing that, Sykes could not help but tremble slightly and regret his decision of provoking Black Star. He had never imagined that Black Star was not only powerful but a pervert as well. Sykes had only taken the risk to threaten Black Star because of Befuli's strength as a Grade B super. However, Befuli was as good as crippled already and would need a long time to recover. Sykes only needed a useful officer, not a crippled subordinate. Even the other officers who had friction with Befuli could not help but feel a sense of fear in their hearts when seeing Befuli in such a state. Black Star probably insisted on doing this exchange by making use of Befuli as an example to threaten us, another Grade B space pirate said. Sykes nodded heavily. "What are we going to do now? Are we not going to take revenge for Befuli?" Someone suddenly asked from within the crowd. Sykes' face immediately darkened. He naturally did not wish to provoke Black Star again, but he was truly put in a tight spot at the moment. If he said that he did not want to get revenge on Black Star, would it not make him lose his prestige and leadership abilities? "I have my own plans." Helpless, Sykes could only give a vague reply and attempt to change the topic. Right at that moment, the same individual asked again, "What kind of plan? What exactly will we do?" "You again. Can't you just shut up? Is this something that you have the right to ask?" Sykes' expression was ugly as he looked in the direction of the voice. He wanted to see which subordinate of his dared talk back to him. Seeing their boss flying into a rage, all the space pirates made way to reveal the individual who was talking. The gazes of all the pirates in the room were also drawn over to this individual. He seems like a member of the galaxy human race wearing a black windbreaker, and his looks. Why does he look so familiar? Sykes glared at this individual with doubt in his eyes. The next moment, the doubt turned into shock, and he let out a loud roar. "Black Star, what are you doing here?" All the space pirates in the surroundings jumped away as though they had seen a ghost, and the area around Han Shao became empty. The entire hall became silent, and Han Shao looked at Sykes. Stroking his chin, he said slowly, "You don't need to be anxious. I am here to make a deal with you." "What deal?" "I want you to pay the price of freedom in exchange for—" Han Shao snickered. "Your life." Buzz. Pa. Just as he finished his sentence, he equipped the Berserk ape suit immediately and took out his high-energy concentrated particle cannon. The blast from the cannon broke through from the interior of the spaceship and out into space. The suction force from the vacuum came like a powerful gust, and the pirates in the spaceship were all sucked out by the frightening suction force and thrown into space. A portion of the weaker supers froze up immediately with their blood vessels rupturing. The environment of space was fatal to some low-grade supers. Only Sykes and a couple of the more powerful pirates were able to stabilize their bodies and resist the suction force. Only those who were at grade B were able to barely endure the treacherous space climate. The mechanical suit had its own regulation mechanism, and space did not affect him in the slightest as he floated in space. Sykes had a face full of fury as his mouth opened like he was roaring. However, the violent gust from air being sucked out of the spaceship completely drowned out his voice. Without saying another word, Han Xiao sent his fist toward the alloy ground and activated the power detonation skill. Boom! The shock wave of his punch spread out in all directions with bolts of lightning accompanying it, shattering the alloy floor. With the shock wave spreading, the destruction of the spaceship hastened, and hole enlarged even further. Without solid ground beneath their feet, all the pirates apart from Sykes were sucked out. Only Sykes was able to send out a sticky, purplish substance toward the alloy wall to stabilize himself. This sticky, purplish gel-like substance was Sykes' Esper ability. This sticky gel was extremely poisonous and corrosive. It was also able to solidify in an instant to take the shape of various things. Furthermore, the purplish gel excreted could be stored for a very long time. Sykes could control the corrosiveness of this purplish gel, and this was where his title of Purple Snake came from. Despite Sykes being an Esper, he had his own armor as well. However, because he was not a mechanic, the armor could not be compressed into a compressed orb. At this moment, his armor was in his personal storeroom. While he hated Han Xiao to the core, he knew that the most urgent matter was for him to put on his armor. At the very least, he would be able to move around in space freely with it. He immediately made use of his purplish gel to scale the wall and sprint toward his personal storeroom. Han Xiao's thrusters were activated, leaving behind 2 trials of fire as he rapidly approached Sykes. Right at that moment, Sykes waved his arm, and a wave of purplish gel shot toward him. As it came into contact with the walls of the spaceship, thick purple smoke was released as the alloy walls melted. This ability is interesting. Han Xiao's eyes narrowed, and his arm transformed to reveal a pipe. The inside of the spaceship had not become a vacuum yet, and air was sucked into his mechanical suit through the nanoparticles. The air that was sucked in was then channeled to the pipe, and a high-pressure air cannon was fired to scatter the wave of purplish gel. The corrosive gel splattered everywhere, and the entire place became filled with smoke. Han Xiao sped up further and caught onto one of Sykes' arms. Mechanical force exploded from his entire body, and his thrusters started to shoot flames in the opposite direction. He then grabbed onto Sykes' arm and got into a throwing posture. Berserk throw. Will the flagship please respond? Please respond. What is the current status? The ships of the Purple Snake space pirates surrounded the flagship in space. A few seconds ago, they had all lost contact with the flagship and could not get a response no matter how hard they tried. Just when the ships were about to board the flagship to check what had gone wrong, the exterior armor of the flagship suddenly exploded, leaving a large hole behind. All the junk items from within the flagship were sucked into space, and many of their comrades were included. Before the other spaceships could react, a large hole was also created at the bottom of the spaceship over 1,000 meters away from the main hall. Broken metal bits and a human figure were sent flying out of the hole. That human figure was their boss, Sykes. Sykes had been sent flying through half the flagship with a single berserk throw from Han Xiao. Chapter 598 Man vs. Fleet. Chapter 598 Man vs. Fleet. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. It had all happened so quickly and so suddenly that the galactic pirates inside the pillaging ships around were stunned for a moment. When their boss Sykes were rolling in the vacuum space, only then did they realize that this was an attack. Quick! Help boss! The enemy should be in the main ship. Surround it and don't let him get away. As the galactic pirates yelled at each other, 2 pillaging ships closed in on Sykes, and the rest of the pillaging ships quickly formed a surrounding formation. Through the porthole, Han Shao saw the pillaging ships turn around and aim their cannons at him. Unworried, he smiled and contacted Philip in his helmet. "Philip, assist me in virtual hacking." Order confirmed. Switching to virtual sights, the tactical screen inside the helmet showed the hacking interface with a complex data stream. Green beams of light shot out from the chest of the mechanical suit and formed a virtual control panel. Han Shao quickly typed the code. The first one that he was going to hack was the Purple Snake Space Pirates main ship that he was on. "You have used virtual intrusion on Purple Snake battleship. Beginning to crack firewall, level 2. Undergoing level 1 authentication. Authentication passed. Undergoing level 2 authentication. Authentication passed. Intrusion successful. You have obtained the operational authority of Purple Snake. Authority level highest. Data has been sampled. Backup generation complete. Plus 10% success rate, plus 25% speed when hacking machinery controlled by the same artificial intelligence. Your authority has been blocked by the other party's artificial intelligence. Undergoing authentication. Authentication successful. You have successfully retained your privileges. Time till next authentication. 140 seconds. The artificial intelligence used by the galactic pirate spaceship was clearly way worse than DarkStar's. Their firewall was only level 2. Han Shao was already Calamity Grade, and his virtual hacking ability was also largely enhanced. Hacking a galactic pirate spaceship was a piece of cake, and he immediately obtained the highest authority level. The higher the authority level obtained on the first intrusion, the lower the difficulty of hacking, and vice versa. This meant that the artificial intelligence of Purple Snake Space Pirates was no match at all. The model of Purple Snake appeared on the control panel. All the modules were usable. Han Shao clicked on the shield module. Activate shield with full power output. The next moment, an oval-shaped light blue electromagnetic shield shrouded the entire spaceship. Dong! Dong! Outside the porthole, the tens of pillaging ships started firing immediately after seeing the shield activated. Cannons exploded on the shield non-stop, and the inside of the spaceship was trembling. The shield can last a few minutes, so there's more than enough time. Without any worry or panic, Han Shao started to hack the other targets. He did not throw Sykes out just because he wanted to obtain control of this main ship and defend against the focus fire from the galactic pirates. Sykes was one of the weaker ones in the Calamity Grade, so Han Shao had a very high chance of winning if it was a duel. However, this was not a duel. He was facing an entire galactic pirate fleet. Han Zhao's initial plan was to snatch an advantageous location and make use of his ability as a virtual mechanic. Not far away, Sykes was still floating in space. Although he could move by using energy, he was not a pugilist, and his Esper ability did not enhance his movement speed. As soon as he turned, he saw 2 pillaging ships piloted by his subordinates approaching that were clearly there to fetch him. Sykes' eyes gleamed. He used his energy and approached them. Only at this moment did Sykes have the time to think of what to do next. He initially did not want to become Han Zhao's foe, but now that Han Shao had approached him, this could no longer be resolved peacefully. They were enemies. Sykes was boiling, clenching his teeth. The fact that Han Shao had come alone made him feel like Han Shao did not take Purple Snake Space Pirates seriously at all. Since that was the case, he would get rid of Black Star immediately without caring about anything else. Murderous intent appeared in Sykes's mind. The 2 pillaging ships finally drew close, so Sykes stopped his train of thought and prepared to wait for his subordinates to open the hatch for him. Suddenly, something unexpected happened. The 2 pillaging ships fired light cannons one after another toward Sykes. His vision instantly became filled with white as a sense of burning quickly approached. Sykes's expression changed drastically. Inside the under-fire Purple Snake, 2 more virtual models of pillaging ships appeared on Han Zhao's control panel. He had noticed the spaceships heading toward Sykes long ago, so he had first obtained authority over them. He did not want Sykes to end up in another ship. His fingers danced on the control panel so quickly they left blurry silhouettes behind. His typing speed was astounding, and the artificial intelligence of the pillaging ship was no match. The pillaging ships became Han Zhao's one after another. Fewer and fewer attacks were aimed at the main ship. Instead, the pillaging ships controlled by Han Zhao started firing at the other galactic pirates. The galactic pirates were in a panic. A Calamity Grade virtual mechanic could easily deal with an entire galactic pirate fleet alone. This was especially so in the late stages of the mechanic class, when at this level their combat capability was extraordinary, able to adapt to both duels and teamfights. The situation changed completely. A few people realized that things were going south and immediately escaped with their ships. There was no such word as loyalty in the Galactic Pirates Dictionary. The battle lasted more than 10 minutes. The cannon fire gradually lessened. Other than the spaceships that escaped or were destroyed, all the other spaceships were now controlled by Han Zhao. Han Zhao walked through the captured ships one by one and carried out the remaining work, dealing with the galactic pirates inside. Some stronger ones were not killed, including the Grade B officers of the Galactic Pirate Group. They were all tied and thrown into the Purple Snake. As for the hole in the ship, it had already been repaired by maintenance robots. Capturing Sykes was not much trouble. Han Zhao used many ships and focused their fire on him. Although the power of the cannons of those spaceships was thousands of miles away from the DarkStar main cannon, they had the quantity to make up for it. Sykes had a huge mobility problem in space, so it was very difficult for him to dodge. He was basically a live target. It was brutal, and even Han Zhao did not have the heart to watch it. After making sure that Sykes was almost done for, only then did Han Zhao control the spaceship to drag Sykes back to Purple Snake. He then threw him aside with the other galactic pirates. "Oh, boss!" All the captured galactic pirates looked at the burnt, almost dead Sykes. They could not help but feel terrified. Grade as rarely became galactic pirates. The unity of the Purple Snake space pirates came from how strong Sykes was. He made his subordinates feel very confident. However, Sykes had easily been defeated, so his strong image in their mind had shattered. The more they admired Sykes before, the more they were afraid of Han Zhao now. Some escaped, but they were all unimportant minions. Han Zhao stood in front of them as he took off his berserk ape. All living galactic pirates were before him, so there was no need to hack anything anymore. The spaceship was in his hands. Taking account of the spaceships that had escaped, he had seized 24 spaceships. Although most of them were cheap pillaging ships, there was the main ship that was a Grade Crow battleship, so it was not a bad return. Sykes was heavily injured. His limbs were all locked by electromagnetic cuffs. He lay sideways on the floor and glared at Han Zhao with hatred and rage. "Don't look at me like that. You messed with someone, so you should have been prepared for this." Han Zhao shrugged. Sykes chortled with despair, speechless. "Calamity Grade Supers should be able to last longer," Han Zhao murmured. He was not going to go easy on a captive. With bright eyes, he took out the supergene extractor and approached Sykes step by step. Seeing Han Zhao's passionate eyes, Sykes suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. He then recalled Befuli's terrifying state, and his expression instantly changed. Trying to be tough, he yelled, "Don't come closer. I will kill you. I will kill you for sure. Don't, Don." Han Zhao ignored it all and plunged the supergene extractor right into Sykes' veins, extracting his supergene. The product was 3 tubes of dark red ability potions, thick as blood. Sykes felt a sense of weakness coming directly from his bones. The little energy he had left was gone. The Esper power that he was so used to using could not be sensed anymore. It was like he had suddenly lost his body's senses, and he panicked. This time, Han Zhao took out a fresh new ability potion and gulped it down. Sykes' entire body trembled. Looking at Han Zhao gobbling his blood, he was submerged in horror. His eyes widened, and his lips shivered. Not just him, all the other captive galactic pirates saw this and felt terrified and uneasy. "You have received Character Summon Card Sykes. Temporary. Character Summon Card Sykes. Temporary. Purple Poison, Tide. Release a large amount of liquid poison, spreading out in all directions from the user. This acidic poison causes continuous damage every 5 seconds. The poison will not disappear after being released. It can be used to form acidic terrain or reused. Damage: 580 to 920. This character summon card will expire in 15 days. Skills had many abilities. The abilities extracted by the ability potion were random, but they were all different ways to use the Esper power. This was the type of Esper ability that could produce physical materials. Although it was comparatively weak in battle, the produced materials would not disappear, so there were many more ways to use it. The destructive power of this Esper ability is actually really high. As long as he has enough time, he can make enough poisonous liquid to cover an entire land or even an entire planet, making it lifeless. The way Han Xiao looked at Sykes changed. It was like he was looking at a biochemical weapon with slight disappointment. You have such a strong Esper ability, but you chose to be a galactic pirate. Not long after, ability potions were made from all the captive galactic pirates. Han Xiao checked all the abilities, then imprisoned everyone. Sykes received special treatment from him. The purple snake space pirates have finally been dealt with. That cost me more than half a month. Han Xiao looked on the forums. Other than Planet Sunil, the other players' first mission had mostly been completed. Most of them were successful, with a few of them triggered new events, but most of them had returned to base number 1 to receive new missions. While doing so, they also updated their equipment and brought Han Xiao another wave of profit. Everything was on the right path. I got more than 20 ships this time. Maybe fighting galactic pirates is also a way to make a fortune, Han Xiao pondered. He had not been strong enough back then, but now that he was Calamity Grade, regular galactic pirates would be a piece of cake. Not only could he take their spaceships, he could also capture the galactic pirates and turn them into sources for ability potions or even exchange them for bounties. Sykes had a bounty of 2.8 million anas in Black Raven civilization, but Han Xiao did not plan to exchange him for the bounty now. He wanted to drain Sykes dry first before giving him in for the bounty. After arranging the loot, Han Xiao brought along the 20 or so spaceships and headed back to Garten Star System. A few days after Han Xiao left, when the escaped Purple Snake galactic pirates shared their experience, only then did the Fawn Star System hear about this. Black Star had beaten up the entire Purple Snake space pirates alone. This was not big news, but not insignificant either. The Purple Snake space pirates had constantly been committing crimes in the Fawn Star System, so they were quite well known. When such a large galactic pirate group was defeated by a single person, there was quite a number of people who paid attention to it and were curious about the reasons. Some people said that Sykes kidnapped Black Star Army's people, some said that this was a hire accepted by Black Star, and some even said that Black Star was picking on galactic pirates to rob resources and the Purple Snake space pirates were the victims instead. All sorts of rumors were going around. No matter what, a large group of galactic pirates being defeated was a good thing for the citizens of Fawn Star System. Black Raven civilization received this news and waited for Black Star to approach them and exchange the prisoner for a bounty, while they could take this opportunity to form a relationship with the rising Black Star. However, after waiting for many days, they received the message that Han Xiao had returned to the Garten Star System. The employees of the Bounty Department of Black Raven civilization were confused. Black Star isn't coming to change for bounty. Does he not want it? Since he does not want the bounty and the Purple Snake space pirates are gone, does that mean we can just cancel the bounty? This was common. When some wanted criminal was killed and no one came to claim the bounty would be considered complete. However, this was denied by the superiors of the related departments in Black Raven civilization. They decided to keep the bounty and wait for Black Star to claim it. There were many reasons. One was to use this opportunity to bond with Black Star. This amount of money was going to be there waiting for Black Star to claim it, so he would most likely come in the future. Another reason was that they were interested in the relationship between Black Star and Ghidorah. When Black Star was attacked by DarkStar back in the day, the Dragon Emperor had acted and shocked the world. In that incident, Black Raven civilization's competition, the Holy Stone civilization, seemed to have some sort of dispute with Black Star. This was an opportunity, and if they could get a connection with Ghidorah from Black Star, they could be above the Holy Stone civilization. With Han Zhao's current position and fame, every move he made was connected to the nerves of many forces. What he represented was no longer just himself. Chapter 599, Stepping onto the Right Path and Expanding Blueprints. Chapter 599, Stepping onto the Right Path and Expanding Blueprints. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. Back on planet Golden Gate. The round trip had taken him close to a month. The 24 spaceships that Han Xiao had taken returned to base number 1. The pillaging ships were smaller in size, and after modifying the messy coating on their exteriors, these were absorbed into the assault fleet. The Crow grade ship was on the same grade as a Violent Falcon grade battleship, so it was stored in the hangar. After it was repaired, it could be put into use. Including those spaceships, Han Xiao had close to 100 spaceships under his fleet. It was divided into 4 divisions. One was the Strategic Core Division that was made of the Fortress grade flagship alone. The second was the Battleship Division formed by Violent Falcon grade and Crow grade ships, in charge of guarding and direct combat. The third was the Assault Fleet formed by the Sea's DarkStar assault ships and the Galactic Pirate pillaging ships, with speed superiority. The fourth was the rented carrier spaceship division used to transport manpower. As for the Blacklight Stealth, it was for Han Xiao and Han Xiao only. Made by the Federation of Light, its grade and performance were way ahead of all other spaceships in the Black Star Army. Also, Rista was not willing to let too many people use his body. Watching the last spaceship being parked in the hangar, Han Xiao had Philip close its gate and locked Sykes and the other captives in the secret cell of base number 1. This cell had been built from an extremely strong alloy, covered with many automatic weapons such as cannons, nerve gas, sedative injectors, large vacuum gravity field, and many others. Inside the walls were many mini-cameras monitored by Philip at all times. The security was extremely tight to prevent the captives from escaping. Because he had extracted the super gene of those captives every day on the way back, they all were weak, including Sykes. Since Calamity grades were able to recover much faster, Sykes received special treatment. His production rate was more than 5 times that of the others. Han Xiao had stored hundreds of ability potions that were categorized. Some were for his own use. Some were sold in the faction store. The interior of base number 1 was filled with bridges like a beehive. As Han Xiao walked on the streets, players could be seen everywhere, getting used to the new main city. Many people looked at Han Xiao. He was a renowned NPC in the eyes of the players, and he was the leader of the faction. When the players saw him, they all felt a sense of closeness to him, and quite a number greeted him, to which Han Xiao nodded back in reply. There were many issues in the faction waiting to be resolved. Han Xiao checked through Sylvia's homework, then returned to his room. He took out a concentrated nutrition bar and started chewing while settling these issues. The first issue was to clean up after the missions carried out by the many players. Other than Planet Sunil, most of the players carrying out missions around the Garten star system had completed and returned. This was the first large-scale hiring event for Black Star Army, so Han Xiao took it quite seriously. He told Philip to filter out the problematic records in it and browse through them one by one. Of course, not all players were doing well. Some of the players had a rather low mission completion percentage. Furthermore, there was even a small group of people that messed around and completely messed up the mission, sullying the name of the Black Star Army. For the former, Han Xiao told Philip to send a sincere apology to the employer on behalf of the Black Star Army. As for the latter, the credibility rating of their mercenary profile was deducted, and the grade of the missions that they could accept was lowered. Since Han Xiao wanted to expand the Black Star Army with the help of the players, he was prepared for the problems that came with it. The issues now were all small problems. The effect brought by the players was much more beneficial than detrimental. The first large-scale hire event stabilized the name brought by the Godora award ceremony. When looking for mercenaries, the employers in the Garten star system all chose the local Black Star Army as their first choice. The Mercenary Alliance recognized the Black Star Army's position in the Garten star system as the top of the industry and provided them with a continuous supply of high-quality employment missions. The result of this was that the business of the Garten star system mercenary industry was practically monopolized by the Black Star Army. Although the population of a star system was very high, not many people needed mercenaries. The freelance mercenaries in the Garten star system suddenly started to notice that they could hardly find high-quality hires anymore. The list given to them by the Mercenary Alliance consisted of most low-reward jobs. The freelance mercenaries were very jealous of the business enjoyed by the Black Star Army. Many people had realized that if the Black Star Army continued to grow at this pace, the available jobs in the DarkStar system would all be finished sooner or later, and the new jobs would then be taken by the Black Star Army as well. Then, the freelance mercenaries could very likely end up with no job, which was a very horrible future to think about. The rise of the Black Star Army could not be stopped. The freelance mercenaries had to choose one of three paths. First was to not care about future developments and continue doing what they were doing. Second was to leave the DarkStar system and find jobs in another place. Third was to request to join the Black Star Army. Quite a few freelance mercenaries took the third path. The Black Star Army was increasing in size and had an extremely good name, and since Black Star Army was on its way to monopolize the entire mercenary industry of the DarkStar system, joining them did not seem like a bad choice after all. From the victims of the Black Star Army's rise, there could be some who benefited from it and enjoyed the Black Star Army's businesses. In Han Zhao's plan, there was a part of it that included increasing their name with the players in order to attract freelance mercenaries. After the players joined, their size exploded to hundreds of thousands of members. The facilities of their base were mostly complete, and they had ample funds, so he was not planning to control the Black Star Army's number of members. He told Philip to filter the background of the freelance mercenaries that requested to join, who then deleted some that were clearly incompetent and were there just for the easy missions, leaving those who were skilled and had good records. About 7,000 freelance mercenaries were left after the first selection. However, this number was still not decided yet. Han Zhao told Philip to send a notice to those mercenaries to come to base number 1 for an interview 15 days later. Some would be disqualified again, and only the ones who remained after that would be recruited by the Black Star Army. Recruiting more freelance mercenaries was a very important step of the Black Star Army's expansion. The second issue waiting to be resolved was also related to the players. After the first independent hiring event, these players were more familiar with the galactic environment and mission flow. Many players shared the difficulties that they met during the hires on the forums. Han Zhao paid attention to these problems. In his previous life, he had also experienced the stage of not being used to the new environment after first entering the universe, so he had expected this. He knew about most of the difficulties the players faced. As early as 1 year before version 2.0 started, a part of his machinery production line had been building support items, which were intended to help with the player's ability to carry out missions. Now that there was finally a demand for this, Han Zhao planned to put these mechanical items into the faction store as well. The timing was perfect, the players were just done with their first hire, and most of them had to return to base number 1. The sales were definitely going to rocket. In the store area of base number 1, many people were going in and out. This was the place with the highest player density. Although they could shop online through Philip, they could only see the physical item at the store, which was also the collection point. Many players used their latest earnings to buy equipment. At this time, the faction store suddenly refreshed. A number of new items were placed at the top of the list with a very visible new sign in their top right corner. New items so soon? Let's see what they are. Every update to the store would attract attention from a large number of players, and this time was no exception. DDD. The sound of communicators rang continuously in the crowd. Many people took out their communicators to take a look. It was Philip's supporting program that announced the update of the store, which could be browsed through the pre-order list. Very soon, players realized that the new items were surprisingly not combat equipment. They looked at the introduction of the new items. Mini Land Flattening Core quickly changes the terrain of a small area into flat ground suitable for a temporary stronghold. The specific measurements are: multifunctional airdrop bag, includes many machines needed for airdrop, suitable for various situations occurring during airdrop. Portable mini folded fortress, can be expanded on unoccupied land, forming a temporary alloy fortress to be used as a stronghold, equipped with stronghold weapon slots and basic security functions. Automatic guarding cannon turret, large caliber cannon, includes 1,000 iron core shots, 300 armor-piercing shots, provides firepower support. Patrolling sentry, mini scouting robot, able to scout, patrol, and alert, can be used as a sentry for a stronghold. Interference-resistant electromagnetic bracelet, resists electromagnetic interference and data hacking to a certain extent. Portable strong electromagnetic interference device. Interfere with the functions of the machines within a certain range. Nuclear flying backpack. Provides long-duration flying ability. Includes self-destruction option. Force resonator. Adjustable vibration frequency. Able to shatter metal and concrete buildings within a large distance. Worker bee armor, single unit mining armor, used to gather minerals and fuel. Equipped with multifunctional digging tools and mineral firearms. High weight, suitable for handling ores. The players faced complex environments while carrying out the missions. The mission requirements varied, including but not limited to infiltration, pursuit, mining, scouting, assassination, combat, and others. Sudden developments often occurred. Although these mercenaries added by Han Shao were not equipment that heightened one's combat capability, they could allow one to adapt to many situations. These were tactical items that could efficiently increase the player's ability to deal with accidents, enhancing their performance as mercenaries. The technology used in these machines was not advanced, but they were things the players needed very much. They were cheap, useful support items. For machines such as the turret, they were something that Han Shao had created long ago. He had been using the turrets, but only now did he sell them to the players in large quantities. He was not yet selling the more advanced electromagnetic turrets and energy turrets but gunpowder turrets. The average level of the players now was around 70, so the gunpowder turrets were still quite useful. Some mechanic players at the time could also build some of these products, but in terms of quality, cost, and price, their products were grossly inferior compared to those on the Black Star Army store. These functional items were just right for the new needs of the players. These seem very useful. I was just about to accept a job. These new items came right on time. The players were pleasantly surprised. Not only the players in base number 1, but the players who were on Sunil or doing missions on other planets also received Philip's notification. They were all very tempted. Fruobnovel.com. Especially the 200,000 players in Planet Sunil. They were dealing with the catastrophe, so they had to deal with the complicated wilderness situations and even clear out the underground prophecy stone mine. The addition of worker bee armor was absolutely perfect. Stock was limited, and the players hastily bought what they needed. The prices of these new products were very low, so their demand was high. Within 20 minutes, the inventory was cleared out, and many who could not buy them pre-ordered the next batch. The players were used to the special growing faction attribute of the Black Star Army. They felt that the reason that these new items appeared was because the players of the Black Star Army had worked together to develop the faction. Looking at the new items of the faction store, many players felt a sense of achievement. After adding these support items, Han Shao observed the sales. Since they were functional items, their price was low and affordable. Nonetheless, the entire inventory was sold out within half an hour. His funds rose non-stop as the player's money flew into his personal account. This sale had made him an astonishing total of 6,600,000 anas. Including Norias investment and the income from the last sales, Han Shao had a total of 44 million anas. This was a lot of money. Funds are abundant. With this money, I can build my mechanic army any way I want. Han Shao was very content. With so much money, if he was the only one using it, it could last him a very long time. However, of course, these funds had to be used to operate the Black Star Army and support the Black Star Army's expansion. The blueprint that Han Shao had set for the Black Star Army's development was gigantic. He planned to use the Garten Star system as a foundation, choose dozens of important NPC resource planets, and keep building subbases. He would turn the Garten Star system into the Black Star Army's headquarters, controlling the mercenary business there tightly or even monopolizing it. Then, he would expand the business to other star systems and build subbases in other star systems, expanding step by step. Many parts of this plan required a lot of money, such as adding a large number of spaceships, recruiting, building partnerships with more organizations, and so on. The identity of a mercenary group was just a stepping stone. Han Zhao's real target was to develop enormous military power, like Bloodshed Land. The funds required for this blueprint was a number that he could not calculate or imagine. The only thing he knew was that the money that he had now was far, far from enough. His mission was heavy, and the road was long. This won't be completed within a short time. The sales route is already built anyway, so profit will keep coming. There's no need for me to be too tight on spending. Han Shao smiled. He took out his communicator and ordered a large number of materials from the raw material provider that he had been working with. Finally, he had some free time to strengthen all his combat equipment to the Calamity Grade standard. Let's hope something like the Purple Snake Space Pirates incident doesn't happen again. Chapter 600 DarkStar Remnants. Chapter 600 DarkStar Remnants. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. In Star Zone 4 of the Garten Star System was a Goddard public space station containing a certain erotic clubhouse. Colorful and lively lights flickered, and the energetic, exciting music elevated the atmosphere. Ladies of different races with minimal clothing danced seductively on the round, rectangular-shaped booths all around the place. Under them was a screen introducing, or making up, each lady's background, age and so on, filling them with all sorts of terrible and erotic stories, stimulating the audience's lustful thoughts. Every booth was surrounded by a large group of males not taking their eyes off the dancer for a second. Their laughter was rough, and some even reached out to touch the dancer from time to time. Not far away was the bar with semi-private seats. Most of the people in them were males too, hugging and moving their hands around the alluring-eyed ladies accompanying them to drink. Waitresses in revealing clothes carried drinks around, and the male customers from all sorts of races occasionally groped them. The sound of laughter, mumbling, and teasing filled the extravagant atmosphere. It was like the air was painted with a layer of seductive pink. At a luxurious table, a few males were chatting loudly and gulping down one drink after another. They were clearly mercenaries. These people all had ladies in their arms. Their groping was rough and aggressive, such that pain could be seen in many of the ladies' eyes, but they did not dare to say anything. They could only smile. These ladies knew who these mercenaries were. They were from a relatively well-known mercenary group and were all Grade B Supers. In the eyes of these regular people, Grade B Supers were someone they absolutely could not mess with. However, among these mercenaries looking for fun, there was an outcast. At the side of the table, there was a tall and skinny man without any lady beside him. The drink in front of him was untouched, too. He was sitting up straight with his hands on his thighs. He was the odd one out in this environment. The others were having a whale of a time, but his expression was so serious as if he was doing scientific research. Even the passion of the other mercenaries was brought down. "Come on, Reynold. Don't be so serious. Drink some booze. It's on me anyway. Have as much fun as you like," the captain of this mercenary group said as he looked at his odd comrade. His tone did not sound like superior, but instead was almost fawning. Reynolds' body did not move, only his neck turned as he looked over. His eyes were bright and sharp, like an owl in the night. Monotonously, he said, "Alcohol slows down my brain, makes me think slower. I need to keep myself sober. Then you can find a woman." Before the captain finished, Reynolds said, "Women distract me and break my thoughts. Biological desire also affects my clarity." "All right then," the mercenary captain giggled. He could not do anything about Reynolds. Reynolds' position in his mercenary group was very high and irreplaceable. That was because Reynolds was a Grade B mechanic. In the universe, the number of mechanics was relatively low. They were rare, especially high-level mechanics. Unlike pugilists, espers, and psychics, mechanics needed tons of knowledge. Only mages could be compared with the amount of knowledge mechanics needed. To mechanics, knowledge was fundamental to becoming stronger. His team had worked together with Reynolds for quite a long time. Reynolds had been providing them with weapons, devices, and repairing their spaceship and machines. He basically took care of the logistics of the entire group. Plus, he had Grade B combat ability. Reynolds' position was even slightly higher than the captain. If not because Reynolds was so important, the mercenary captain would have been done with his strange personality long ago. "Have you heard? Many freelance mercenaries want to join the Black Star Army. They say Black Star will monopolize the Garten Star System's mercenary business." "What do we do?" a mercenary asked. "Ignore them. It's still a long way to go for Black Star to monopolize Garten Star System even if he wants to. By then we will just go to another star system to find work. The mercenary captain curled his lips and did not care. Then, Reynolds spoke with an expressionless face. Let's join Black Star. It was silent. The mercenaries looked at Reynolds in shock. What do you mean? I'm the captain. Don't make decisions for me, the mercenary captain said with a displeased tone. Okay, Reynolds nodded. He instantly took out his communicator, pressed it a few times, then stood up and walked away immediately after. Wait, where are you going? The mercenary captain suddenly felt something was not right. I've left the group. Reynolds walked further and further. The mercenaries were stunned. Did he just quit the group without any hesitation because of a single disagreement? So decisive? The mercenary captain panicked. He quickly stood up and yelled, Are you out of your mind? No matter what, we've fought alongside each other for so long. We all took you as a friend, and you're just leaving like this. Me and you, we were cooperating equally. I did not sell myself to you, so why can't I leave? Without even turning his head around, Reynolds walked out without stopping at all. Every step felt like it was measured precisely with a ruler. His back disappeared at the door. The group of mercenaries exchanged looks with confusion. What the hell is Reynolds thinking? Does he think there's no future working with us? One of them said frustratedly. The mercenary captain's face was gloomy. He threw the lady in his arms onto the floor without looking and heavily bashed the table. Clank! Cracks spread out on the table, startling everyone. That asshole! Without Reynolds, the strength of his group was hugely reduced. Knowing that, the mercenary captain was furious, but there was nothing he could do. Inside a passenger room on a galactic traveling spaceship in the Garden Star system, Brock looked at the interview notification from the Black Star Army on his communicator, and his eyes flickered. He was a hybrid Godaran, a freelance mercenary. His resume had passed the first round of selection, and he had been notified by Philip to go to the interview. However, being a mercenary was just part of his fake identity. Brock's real identity was a hidden member that DarkStar had left in the outside world. Before he became a mercenary, he had been an elite member trained by DarkStar. DarkStar's fleet had been wiped out, and almost all his superiors had been captured. But there was a group of DarkStar members who did not follow the fleet and hid in the outside world, keeping up their fake identities. These people had once been DarkStar's intelligence network, and now they were DarkStar remnants. Since the leader had gone bankrupt and bolted, they now had no leader and could only be concerned with their own safety. Recently, Ghidorah had been cleaning up the remaining DarkStar forces, and it was quite effective. Many of DarkStar's hidden intelligence channels were torn down. For safety, the DarkStar remnants had stopped contacting each other. Some wanted to escape, some wanted to clean their background, and some wanted to change sides. Brock was one of the people who hid very well. Not long after DarkStar was destroyed, he had actively broken away contact with the other remnants. His mercenary resume had nothing suspicious. On the surface, he had no connection to DarkStar. His identity was well hidden. However, he did not plan to clean up his background. Before DarkStar was attacked, Brock had accepted a mission to infiltrate Black Star, and he had decided to continue carrying out this mission. With the help of his clean identity, he planned to pass the interview, become a member of Black Star, and stay hidden. The first reason was that Ghidorah was very close to Black Star, so with the identity as a Black Star mercenary, he could protect his secrets better. The second reason was Brock's main motive. He was loyal to DarkStar and loathed Black Star. He strongly believed that the DarkStar leader would one day return. With a gloomy expression, Brock thought, the Black Star army is an obstacle. If I infiltrate it, maybe I can climb up to become a team leader or even an officer. I can split the Black Star army from inside. Once the leader returns, it will be time for me to fulfill my duty. I will become a nail in the heart of the enemy. The players bought the new equipment and excitedly started new missions. While doing the missions, they were also exploring the universe. They were still at the first stage of familiarizing themselves with the universe, and it would probably take 2 to 3 more missions for them to fully get used to the galaxy. On the other side, the hundreds of thousands of players on planet Aquamarine were passing the test one after another. Every so often, tens of thousands of players would join the Black Star army. These players were considered newbies, but they at least knew how to start a mission with the help of the forums, so they did not start with nothing. If there was anything they did not understand, they could even ask the first group of players that joined the Black Star Army. Hence, Han Xiao did not have to worry about the players for some time. It was going in the right direction. He just had to leave them be and let them have fun. 15 days passed by quickly, and it was finally the day to interview the newcomers. Over the past 2 weeks, Han Xiao had placed himself in solitude and built many new machines. However, updating all his equipment was a very demanding task, so he had yet to complete it. He had no choice but to pause for a moment and take the time to interview these mercenaries. In the base's vast hall, thousands of mercenaries waiting to be interviewed had gathered. There were humans, beasts, and insects, women, men, or sexless. They sized each other up. So, this is Black Star's headquarters. Looks quite grand, not bad. Brock looked around. When he followed the big group in, he had kept observing the structure of the base, looking for weak spots and memorizing them, forming a map in his mind. After waiting for a while, the alloy floor in front of the thousands of people opened up in a spiral manner, showing a circular hole. Dressed in his windbreaker, Han Xiao slowly flew up and landed in front of everyone. The eyes of the thousands of people concentrated on Han Xiao. Some were curious, some were passionate, and some were filled with admiration. Frubuvel.cm. With Han Xiao's current fame, strength, and position, he was indeed an important person in the Garten star system. So, he's Black Star. Brock narrowed his eyes slightly. He had seen a recording of Han Xiao before, but this was the first time seeing the real person. He sized Han Xiao up secretly. Han Xiao glanced over the people, turned around to look at Sylvia, and nodded. Sylvia nodded in return, then walked forward, cleared her throat, and spoke in her crisp voice. Welcome, everyone. You are all experienced senior mercenaries. Anyone that passes the interview will become a member of us Black Star Army. You will need to sign the Mercenary Alliance's contract. All the benefits and privileges are stated inside. Of course, so are the rules and regulations of the Black Star Army, as well as your responsibilities. Then Sylvia stepped aside. Haluz was not there, so Han Xiao was using her as an assistant. Han Xiao glanced over the crowd again and loudly said, "You all know the rules. If you have any problems, you can leave now." The thousands of mercenaries murmured, but none left. "Okay, we shall not waste any more time. Let's start the test." Han Xiao raised his hand. "It's simple. Every one of you will walk in front of me and let me tap you. Through the tap, I can roughly sense your energy rank. Those who pass will wait to the side." The mercenaries had no problem with that. No one there questioned the ability of a Calamity Grade. However, many were unconfident. This kind of test depended purely on Black Star's judgment. If he said that someone passed, they passed. If he said someone failed, they failed. There was no physical standard. This time, Han Xiao said again, "Don't worry. For those who do not pass, I won't allow you to have wasted your time coming here. You will have 2 choices. One is, of course, to leave. The other is to accept training from the Black Star Army and increase your strength through high-intensity training. During that time, you won't be allowed to accept missions until you pass the test. Only then will you be allowed to use the Black Star Army's name to accept missions." He took talents seriously. Clearly, the more strong freelance mercenaries, the better, but he knew that not every skilled mercenary would be willing to be under his command. Talents needed to be cultivated. Therefore, Han Xiao had decided to create the mercenary training camp. The great mechanic Han had thought of this long ago. It was an important part of his expansion plan. In his plan, the subbases were not only strongholds but could also recruit and train people. His recruitment target was not limited to mercenaries. He was going to recruit people from different planets. Planet Aquamarine was one example. Other than the players, there were also the planet's natives that wanted to enter the galaxy. Planet Sunil was the next target for that. Upon hearing this, many mercenaries' eyes gleamed. The fact that they could still join Black Star even if they did not pass wiped away their worries. They queued up properly to be tested by Han Xiao. This interview method was to look at their attributes through the combat information triggered on the interface through touching. While these mercenaries were clueless, Han Xiao knew their every ability back and forth, even their trump cards. Testing one person took 2 seconds. There were 6,000 to 7,000 people there, so it would take many hours. This method was very troublesome, but the origins of freelance mercenaries were extremely complicated. Many of them were not citizens of the Garten star system, so God only knew what their background was. Hence, Han Xiao felt he had to be careful. Plus, it had been peaceful recently, so he was able to squeeze out the time. After some time, it was finally Brock's turn. Without panic or worry, he walked forward and let Han Xiao tap him. There was no risk of being exposed through testing his energy rank. After all, it was absolutely impossible for Black Star to know that he belonged to DarkStar just by touching him. Brock was confident. An opportunity to observe Black Star so closely was very rare. This was even an amazing chance for assassination. However, Brock suppressed those dangerous thoughts and prepared to wait by the side like the person in front of him. The moment he turned around, Han Zhao's voice came behind him. "You, wait. We've reached the end of today's episode. Thank you for traversing the boundless landscapes of fantasy with us. If today's story has sparked joy within you, please remember to hit the like button, share our journey with others, and subscribe to Lord of the Stories for an ever-expanding collection of mystical escapades. Until we meet again to turn the page to a new adventure, hold the tales dear in your heart and let the embers of magic warmly glow in your spirit. Farewell, intrepid explorers of the narrative unknown.